Hey, last day of the draft. No further words to say. Let's get the show on the road.
Allow us to reintroduce ourselves.
The Fantasy Football Avengers presents the Offseason with Kyle Shanahan's Boulevard, GI-16, Young Christ the Jesus,
and sometimes Garfield, no Nurble.
And now, here's the boys.
Ew! We are back. Last day of the draft. And guess what we're actually doing right now? We're actually live streaming. We're live. We're live. So we got a lot of picks today. 49ers. Got a lot of picks today. Oh yeah, and get some more of that merch. That merch. This should be a fun day. Is Shador actually gonna go today? That's a good question.
That's the question everybody knows.
Because I feel like they playing with this dude.
Never heard of this kid. Well, there's a rumor right now online.
That turns out to have a heck of a career.
For Roddy White.
You said who?
For Roddy White, the wide receiver, used to play for TV. I mean, for the Falcons. He's saying, if I'm the Jaguars, I draft Shador Sanders, 4 receivers, and tell him I want 3 first-rounders for Trevor Lawrence. And then start your franchise brand new with Ron Thomas Jr., Shador Sanders, and Travis Hunter.
Nobody's paying 3 first-rounders for Sunshine.
That's what he said. I'm not saying it's true or not, but I'm saying that's what he's saying. Like, we should,
The Titans just drafted a dyke.
I'm not even gonna dignify that with a response.
But yeah, Roddy White has CTE if he thinks that somebody's giving up 3 first-round picks for Sunshine.
You wouldn't even get 2 first-round picks for Sunshine. That'd be insane.
You might get 2 first-round picks for Sunshine. Might.
I mean, 2 first
Depending on how desperate the franchise is. Like if the franchise is if their franchise that are a quarterback away from being Super Bowl contenders, you might be able to finesse 2 first-round picks out of them. But 3, no, bro. You're doing too much.
Remember, Pittsburgh is desperate. They may do something stupid.
And you just saw, lost amongst, I guess, the pre-draft hoopla is that Tyler Lockett signed in Tennessee to add to that wide.
That'll help a young quarterback, huh?
So, part of the
what we just happens right now
was the trade up.
What happened?
5-2 by
Funny, what we just said happens right now with the Jaguars pick.
Part of that deal was a swap of 4th-round selections.
I don't remember too much about the Jaguars draft.
226th overall.
They got Travis Hunter, Ransaw. I love that name, Ransaw.
Haled.
And Wyatt Millam. Not a bad draft.
Who do you think? I gotta just tell you real quick. I've used the website RLads for depth charts forever you watch.
Didn't they get another lineman? No, they just got him.
Look at who they have on offense and who they have on defense, and I've seen the same name on both sides.
The pick is in.
That was kind of unusual, but look at what they've done this offseason. They've added a lot through free agency on the offensive side of the ball. You're going to add Travis Hunter into the mix, Wyatt Millam as an offensive lineman. On the defensive side of the ball, they've got a nickel and Caleb Ransaw. To me, I look front 7 CD and try and reinforce that and make some sense with the Jags.
Absolutely, and I love that you pointed that out about our lads.
Well, the Jags got 2 picks in the round anyway. It's hard.
I think you're going to catch us sleeping. You really think you're going to catch us like that all over the target right there. But this is a Jacksonville team that...
Hold up. Asante Samuels is still a
free agent?
Yes. Free agent? Damn. And Zadarius Smith is still a free agent.
So is Jerry Wilkes.
Justin Simmons.
Jedrick Wills is still a free agent tackle. There's a Bashal Tutin. That was a great pick. There's a bunch of free agents left.
You mentioned
Yeah.
corner.
Keenan Allen still a free agent.
And a guard taken in the third round.
So Julian Blackman is still a free agent?
Yeah.
Wow.
That was somebody I wish we would have signed.
Obviously, that starts on May 14th when we get the schedule released en masse. Let's go back to the stage.
With the 104th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Tutin, running back.
Oh, that's who I wanted. That's who I wanted for us.
Dude, if we don't go offensive line with this pick, I don't know what the hell they're doing.
We could always take Trevor Etienne later.
Or Damian Martinez.
Yeah.
He looked like a faster Jerome Harrison. One cut runner, full run speed. He runs low to the ground. And he jumped 40.5 inches. There's just a lot of big plays littered throughout his tape.
He's one of those guys, as you see him running there, you see that brace on the left knee? That kind of prevented him from really stepping out early last season, but as time went on,
The Giants went well with the defensive picks.
Did anybody say Donovan Edwards yet?
No. He's like ranked in the 300s.
You're exactly right. Liam Cohen gets his Bucky Irving right there.
He might be an undrafted free agent.
Oh, he definitely will be.
Etienne better be ready to go.
So we say hello to the New York Giants, who are now on the clock here. And as you can tell, Giants fans, your favorite Joel Klatt is no longer sitting on this. Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart was the big Thursday night parlay for the Giants, who then came back and added
Darius Alexander, the big DT from Toledo.
Yes, to their defensive line that they added to essentially on Thursday night with Abdul Carter, and then Brian Burns was the big acquisition last year. Kayvon Thibodeau sticking around. Dexter Jackson, one of the best in the business, right there in the middle. What do the Giants do here? We will send things back to.
I was watching some 49ers content creators last night, and they were under the impression that before, because I think the Raiders took Charles Grant right before we picked, and they thought that at pick 100 that was going to be our pick, Charles Grant.
It was.
Rich, I don't know if the Jackets making it to round 5 today. I might try and get through. I think
Oh shit, Frazier's still out there.
I think it'll make it to one commercial.
Yeah, Zal Frazier? Or John Frazier?
Yeah. As well as my boy, Farmer.
So here we go. The Giants with the first internationally made selection of the draft.
Cam Scatterboot to the Giants.
Welcome to Berlin, where the Giants have taken over Germany. I'm Brandon London here with the Berlin Rebels tackle and flag football team. All pink blue German fan club. And of course, Mr. Salsa himself, Super Bowl champ, Victor Cruz.
Yeah, and I'm out here in Germany doing hip checks. How's everybody's hip? Okay. Everybody's hips work. I like it. Okay. And without further ado, with the 105th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Cam Scatterboot, running back, Arizona State.
There he goes off the board.
Go be blue, baby.
Our friend Bob Papa is going to be so happy calling those radio games.
My boy Jesse ain't gonna like that shit.
What a terrific football player the Giants just drafted.
This is going to be fun video, too. We get a chance to show what Cam Scatterboot could do on the football field, which is just about everything.
If you watch college football at all last year, particularly the playoffs, you know this young man and know what he's about. It is about contact. He is thirsty for contact. Given the choice, he's going to seek to run through you and run you over as opposed to trying to make you miss. It is violent, physical running style. He's low to the ground, and apparently he's indestructible because you see him take some huge hits, deliver huge hits, get right back in the huddle, and do it all over again. It's not just a running. He's a heck of an athlete. He used him in the Wildcat a ton last year. He can catch the ball. The comp is a new one for me, guys, because when I was watching him, I'm like, this guy can do a little bit of everything, but it's all about contact. And to me, he reminded me of a Plinko chip. Here's a reminder of what a Plinko chip is. Here's what that looks like in Cam Scadaboo running style.
Oh, yeah, look at you with the Price is Right video.
It's America's favorite team. Those are defenders. That's Scadaboo just bouncing off one. Now they're bound end zone. That is so creative.
Patriots
That's
in.
what Cam Scadaboo looks like on the football.
They took who?
No, I'm gonna tell you now. Hold on.
This is what Brian Daboll is going to be doing after he scores. That is good.
What happened to
That
Will
is
last
so good. Because at the end
What happened to who?
it becomes breaking the ice. And when you pop
Will?
one, it all scatters itself. Remember Mark
I don't know.
Robinson, our colleague here at NFL Network, former assistant GM of the Giants? He said the beauty about Scadaboo is you get a car wreck on every play. And usually he's the one walking away from it. So I'm excited for him. Tyrone Tracy, you've got a running mate there. Devin Singletary, you got a running mate there. And a bruising one at that.
So does that mean he'll be great in the showcase showdown against the UFC? So you're saying he's going to win both showcases for the Giants?
Just don't go over.
The 2025 NFL Draft is presented by Verizon. The NFL, powered by Verizon 5G.
If you have a small business, you might not know you could be wasting money on your mobile plan.
Did you see what I sent the group chat on
Until now. Introducing
Messenger?
the new MyBiz plan
On
from
who?
Verizon Business.
I sent something
Choose
to the group chat on
exactly
Messenger.
what you want. Pay only for what you need.
No, Jada Parker.
When you're in control of your
Yeah.
mobile plan, you can make every dollar count.
Yeah, I'll look at that
Right
later.
now, get our best price as low as $25 a line, guaranteed for 3 years. MyBiz plan only from Verizon Business.
I see it. I like it. I want it. Yes, I do.
I give you, man, the Patriots have a great draft.
You can get a debit card for your kids' independence. And parental notifications. So you can keep an eye on how they're
The
used.
Patriots have no kids on it.
Control for parents, freedom for kids. That's family banking from
Just
kids.
imagine if we had drafted Max Crosby the same year we
Greg
drafted.
Woodson.
I fully custom. Pretty Bud Light's going to fit that puppy.
Not a bad pick.
A lot of Bud Lights. Give me one of those.
They really came into this draft with the idea of
And I like to say even cooler.
building around Drake May, which is smart.
Sleep up to 15 degrees cooler on each side. Visit a Sleep Number store near you.
Drake May showed some promise last year.
Yes, he did.
They're doing for him what Belichick did not do for Mac Jones.
Stress out. I'll never remember all this. Relax, bro.
Greg Woodson, safe. Back.
What a nice cleansing surprise.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Back to broadcast.
NFL schedule will be released soon.
Who would the Jags take now?
It is adrenaline, the excitement, the stage electric. One of many revenge games. Quarterbacks, they define this rivalry. They've only gotten better. Unbelievable. A Super Bowl rematch for the Eagles. Welcome back.
So seconds after you need your Price is Right reference, we came so close to having somebody named Goodson. Just one letter off of that production. It's Craig Woodson, the safety from Cali.
All right, Jags are taking.
For the Patriots, I love Jeremiah.
I love what the Patriots are doing. I got another good
Oh,
player. It's gonna be a
strip.
starter. Craig Woodson You talk to the folks at Cal, they'll rave about his intelligence, his leadership, his toughness. Then you watch the tape and he makes plays on the football. And then I'm like, okay, well, what's the knock? Well, he can't run. Well, then he goes out and he runs 4.45.
Hey.
Like, well, maybe he's a little bit over. Guys, I'm going to start running out of excuses. How this guy's not going higher. He's a good football player.
You are very high on what the Patriots are doing.
I love what the Patriots are doing.
And they're being remade in the image of
That Kaiser, Low Days, middle linebacker.
He and Elliott Wolf are in lockstep, but what they're looking for is players and acquiring them and accumulating them in New England.
Okay, here
He
comes
also played safety.
How many picks we got in the fourth?
We got 3 in the 7th, 2 in the 5th, 2 in the 5th.
Number 1, Jason Bell here at a fantastic Jaguars event in the city of London. And today has been all about Jaguars, Jag and the Elite Series Clinic. Everybody
Hold up.
working so hard.
We got 5. We had 5 picks already, so we should only have 6, right?
4 picks.
No, we had
NFL draft.
4.
Jacksonville Jaguars select.
So we should. So we got 7. Why they came on and they said, hey, the Ravens got the most picks today? Well, yeah, they do. They got 8.
What about 9, I think?
They got 8.
8 or, yeah,
Ravens got 8. We got 7. Okay.
We have 2 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, and 3 in the 7th.
Yeah, we don't have a 6th round pick.
No, our 6th round pick became a 5th round pick in the Jordan Mason trade.
And then we got one of our picks taken away from us.
Yeah, but we got it back because of the comp picks.
Okay.
One was a punishment for some money stuff from last year.
Yeah.
I think there's the same elements of his game. They both understand what's going on out there. And remember, they played all the way to the national championship. So a lot of people took the time off, didn't go to the Senior Bowl, and understandably so. Jack Kaiser first got out in the field all week long in the Senior Bowl after playing all the way through the season.
When he got there at Notre Dame, talking to those folks, they said, we thought he might end up being president. I said, at the university, they said, no, president.
Jack Kaiser can play safety and middle linebacker.
Much bigger than that.
So the Jacksonville Jaguars have been in existence since 1995. Our Jack Andrade, NFL Network Research, just came up with this doozy. And I believe him because it's about the name Jack. This is the first time ever the Jacksonville Jaguars have ever drafted someone with the first name of Jack. They've drafted Jack.
Yeah.
Last year, first guy who can ever be his first name put the Jack in Jacksonville has just been drafted. So that's a first for Jack Kaiser.
Well, maybe
he's a leader in that regard already.
The mascot wanted to keep the Jacks to himself, Jacksonville. So he didn't want any Jacks. So don't draft him.
But I think that's spelled Jax.
I'm just trying to pick.
That's a pick here.
Well, you know, that's what we do.
Right.
We evaluate everything.
All right, so here's the Raiders, and one of the many spots that we thought on Thursday night, on Friday night, where Shedeur Sanders could land.
This is one where asked, in the months in the lead up, I said, look, I have not heard that they were interested in taking a quarterback in the first round, but if you're asking me fit, in terms of the fit, I'd love the fit with Shedeur Sanders getting a chance to go there in that system and learn under what they have there in Geno Smith.
And also Chip Kelly.
So Ian Rappaport thought that it could be a quick day for Shedeur, but not quick in the first half hour of the day so far. As we
what?
At the top on the clock at the top of this
hour.
What? Dante Thornton Jr.
The Raiders, the first team to draft 6 players in this draft, comes from international.
Hi everyone, I'm Jimena Sanchez from Mexico City, and with the pick 108 in the 2025 NFL Draft, Las Vegas Raiders select Johnson Thornton, wide receiver from Tennessee. Viva los Raiders!
Okay, DJ, I know you're going to take it, run with it.
Huh?
But does this not feel like Al Davis weighed into the draft room? Height, weight, speed guy. Came from Oregon, went to Tennessee. And watch what you're going to see on tape. A strider who goes out and gets it. He's averaging over 20 yards per catch. Talked with his head coach, Josh Heupel, who told me all he has done is gotten better since he's been at Tennessee. I think another year at Tennessee, they were really looking for some big time if they could have had him there. But that's what you're going to get is a long strider. You got to go all the way downfield and go get it. But he's got the perfect dimensions to be a Raider.
Let's put the numbers on it. You're talking about someone who's almost 6'5", 205 pounds, 3-4-3 flat. The quarterback, Geno Smith, he came from Seattle where they had a big, fast receiver by the name of DK Metcalf.
It's not about where you get drafted, it's about what you do after you get there, says Max Crosby, a fourth rounder of his own right. And a personification of what you just posted.
Straight up with the Bears and give the
Fewer
Bears
people in the
a fourth
NFL,
round.
not just professionally, but personally, where he came from. That would be Mike Mayock.
Our guy Mayock.
Max Crosby out of Ypsilanti, Michigan, down the road in Washtenaw County from the University of Eastern
Michigan.
The internet connection cutting out, bro.
Now the Eagles. But you remember, that was one Mike Mayock jumped on the table to get Max Crosby, identified him early in that process. And boy, has that paid off in a big way.
Daft Punk. You starting to sound like a Daft Punk song.
Later on today to Chicago to move up.
I'm going to step off for a second. Let me see if I can put the hotel Wi-Fi.
It was working now.
Hey, look at what the Buffalo Bills have done so far.
But now you frozen.
They've been able to reel in Corner, Hairston, and DT, and Sanders, and edge rusher, and Lane and Jackson. I would imagine you've got to start going on the offensive side of the ball at some point in time. Maybe it's another running back.
Yeah, because, James Cook is at that stage where he wants more money. And they'll want to take a look. Remember, they drafted Ray Davis out of Kentucky last year, who's been a nice compliment for them in the backfield. Doesn't mean they can't go back there again.
So the Bears, as you mentioned, went back into the defense and then front into the defense. They've made a couple of trades. They traded up on Friday night to take TJ Sanders as the first Sanders taken in this draft, which, again, you would never have expected. But this whole slide has been mind-blowing, unprecedented. And now you got to start looking at people who might want a backup quarterback. The Jets are now on the clock as well. The word is that the interviews that Shedeur Sanders had that have been held in very low regard, reportedly there's one with the Jets is one that stands out. And again, the Jets are on the clock right now, while the team that's won that division, the Jets are in the last 5 years, is about to make a pick. For the Grand Poobahs.
The Chicago Bears have traded the 109th pick to the Buffalo Bills.
With the 109th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Deon Walker, defensive tackle, Kentucky.
So they go back to the defensive side of the ball and back to Kentucky for the defensive side of
Buffalo
the ball.
trying to build a defensive line, a crazy defensive line.
23, and you're thinking this guy has a chance to maybe track towards being a top 50 pick. This year did not play quite as well, but he is a massive, massive human being. And the message has been sent, Josh Allen, you got the offense. You got to deal with what you got. We're going to try and upgrade this defense in this draft.
For the second year in a row, and they want to be able to make those plays. Walker, again, slots in at times in a rotation next to Ed Oliver. They're trying to really unlock Ed Oliver for that interior pass rush.
Okay, so the Jets are 2 minutes in and change. The big pick of day 3, night 1, filled with tons of hugs on the stage. More memories created today. Don't go anywhere.
This is Roundup for lawns. This stuff works. This stuff kills weeds down to the root without killing your lawn. This stuff works on dandelions, crabgrass, clover. This stuff works for up to 3 months. This stuff works guaranteed or your money back. This stuff works on big lawns, small lawns, and I guess you can call that a lawns. This stuff works without killing your lawn. This stuff works without killing your weekend. This stuff works for the rookies and the seasoned pros. This stuff works in Knoxville, Bronxville, Rockville, Marysville. This is Roundup for lawns. This stuff works. With Apartments.com capturing the hearts of hundreds of millions of renters, everybody wants the secret to our success, but they're never going to get it. Will they, Craig?
No, sir.
Or the secret to the most rental listings. Not to mention our secrets for making renting easier with Matterport's 3D virtual tours and online applications.
This is good. Yay!
Carpets.com. Ooh, the place to find a place. Oh, these Katie's are fire. Katie, you work here? Whatever, kid. Take notes. Every shoe for every athlete, only at Dick's.
All right, the Jets pick is in.
When you have the right team. McCaffrey looking lost.
That's the great thing about day three, the day three of the NFL draft. Even during the commercials, the picks are in. They be trying to get these picks out the way early and often.
With the NFL app, your home for all things NFL. Get the news, the highlights, and more access with a subscription to NFL Plus for the picks, the moves, the plays, all in one place, all year long. Welcome home.
How much does your bank pay you to have an account with them?
Pay me? That's a joke, right? My bank is more about hidden fees and surprise charges.
Not Security Plus. They pay you to be a member. 3% on your balance, to be exact.
You're telling me Security Plus pays you 3% just to have a checking account?
Yep. Plus, no monthly maintenance fees and access to over 55,000 surcharge-free ATMs. What can I say? Better rates, better service, better savings. It pays to be a member. Visit securityplusfcu.org today.
When our sweet little Miles ended up in the hospital and was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, neither my husband or I had any clue how all-encompassing it would be. It would have been so helpful to have known about screening. If we could have had a little bit of time to prepare, I cannot tell you how much our lives would have changed. Everyone should screen it like they mean it. Thank you, Sanofi, for engaging me to raise awareness about the importance of screening for type 1 diabetes.
Okay, let's see who the Jets pick.
We're going to find out who plays on Thursdays on Prime Video, or Sunday nights on NBC, or Monday nights on ABC, ESPN, or Sundays on CBS, Fox, NFL Network. We've got some games, international games as well. Who plays in Dublin? Who plays in London? Who plays in Berlin? Who plays in Madrid? Who plays in Brazil? I mean, it's just literally all over the map, and we're so excited to get that paperwork in our hands on May 14th. Meanwhile, it is up to pick 110 right now. The New Orleans Saints are on the clock. The Eagles have already picked. We're waiting to hear the Jets pick here in Green Bay. I'll just throw the floor to you. What's on your mind right now, Daniel? What are you thinking about here?
Well, I'm just looking at what's available and what's out there. We're seeing traits go off the board right now. So you're seeing height, weight, speed, or somebody has a specific trait. You saw size with Deion Walker. We've seen Thornton, who's got the big speed. Yep. So there's no perfect players at this point in time in the draft. So you're going to lean towards who's the better productive football player on the grass, or who's someone who has just some rare trait that we're hoping we can develop.
Okay, so the Jets went tackle in the first round, or offensive line in the first round for a second straight year, Armand Membu, and then they went legacy. Jason Taylor, who did play for the Jets at the end of his career.
That's right.
Went and got his kid Mason Taylor, and now
with the 110th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Arian Smith, wide receiver, Georgia.
Arian Smith.
Fall in line here, one of the fastest players in the draft. He ran 4.36, was actually a disappointment. There was a lot of thought he could challenge the record. You see his track background on there. Big time track athlete. Now, you love the speed, and you'll see it on the video. The problem with CD has been the consistency catching the football. He had 10 drops last year. So that's something that has to be worked out, but you could look at maybe returning kicks, bubble screens, reverses, as you try to get him a little more consistent catching the football.
And try and create those big plays with your quarterback, Justin Fields, because those types of plays you can get. Here's the athleticism that goes along with it. He and the Jugs machine need to become very good friends, because he can turn some of those big plays into things that can help the Jets open up their offense. And it's a screaming need as well. You're also drafted for need. Garrett Wilson is the receiver. Josh Reynolds, man. A little more than that. If you're going to groom me, at least groom with your chest. Come on.
From Smack Talk Down Under.
All right.
He told him, "Boo me with your chest."
With the 111th pick 2025 NFL Draft, the world champions, the Philadelphia Eagles select Ty Robinson, defensive tackle, Nebraska. Go Birds!
All I can think about is what would happen
Defensive
if
line,
you
trenches.
somebody from Philadelphia. Those kids
Philly
would be
definitely
very
going to load up
confused
on the
how to talk
trenches.
as you're growing up.
But they're going to be tough kids, I'll tell you that. You talk about throwing down Philadelphia and Australia together.
Speaking of tough, Ty Robinson out of Nebraska rocking that single digit. Start at the end, he tested extremely well. That was almost surprising how well he tested. He's very explosive. He's firm at the point of attack. He's a little bit tight and segmented. I mean, it's not the most fluid mover, but if you want someone who can just dart up the field and play with burst and explosiveness, he's going to be able to do that right away.
I'm glad you brought up the testing because when you watch him play, your first thing is, all-out effort, all-out motor, all that. And sometimes it obscures the fact that this guy can flat-out play football. And that's what you dig into, and that's what you find. And that makes perfect sense for the Philadelphia Eagles. What'd you say yesterday? They're always going to find guys who can rush the passer. They're always going to find ways to replenish, and Ty Robinson helps them do that.
Well, the first indication that last night was going to be as long a night for Shedeur Sanders as Thursday night was came at the 40th overall pick when the Saints chose Tyler Shuck as the third quarterback taken in this draft and first on Friday night. And two more went off the board last night. Jalen Milroe.
I don't care what nobody say. No quarterback in this draft outside of Cam Ward was better than Shedeur Sanders to me. This was a horrible draft for quarterbacks, but Shedeur was clearly the number two. Clearly the number two. The fact that Shedeur has not been drafted at this point, it's a conspiracy. And I'm not a conspiracy thinker. I'm not one of them dudes. But when something is smack dab in front of your face, you got to call it like it is. It's no way Jackson Dart, Dylan Gabriel, Tyler Shaw, there's no reason that none of them should have went before Shedeur. No reason.
So they have no problem going there for Big Ten schools and getting it done. But you're mentioning trying to win now, but can you win now and still bring in that youth to fortify and be ready to take over as you move?
Come on, let's announce this Saints pick so we can see who the 49ers took.
To be made internationally and take some time to set up, I guess, connections and make sure it's all set. Meanwhile, the San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. Then the Panthers turn in a pick that they acquired from Dallas for the Jonathan Mingo trade. If you remember, the Cowboys went and grabbed that young man out of Carolina in the middle of last year as things began to spiral in Dallas. The Cardinals, Dolphins, Colts, Falcons, Bengals, after all of that, we are now at pick 112, and your 20th overall pick on your draft board is still out there.
Did Domingo take your draft pick?
I like it. Or eight go baby. To use the Seinfeld line. Okay. So that's Daniel Jeremiah's still best available as top 200 players. As we're here on a beautiful day in Green Bay, Wisconsin. It's the blue sky, dotted clouds, crisp 50-degree day. Here's the Saints pick.
Bonjour, I'm Elisa, the scientist, global flag football ambassador for the NFL, coming to you live from Paris, France, with the 112th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints select Danny Stutzman, linebacker, Oklahoma.
Interesting.
Danny Stutzman,
Is my third
Oklahoma.
linebacker in this draft. A little bit of a drop after Schlesinger, but he was the next one up. So I like this pick. And you think about Coach Staley, Brandon Staley, being with the Chargers previously with Drew Tranquill. There's the blueprint for how to use him in this defense. Actually moves around. You see him stand up on the edge as well as play off the ball in the middle of the field. He shoots gaps. He's a highly physical tackler. He's got excellent speed. He can range sideline to sideline. The change of direction, there's a little rigidity there, CD, but this is someone who plays extremely hard and plays fast.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And this is time now for the player comparison presented by Homes.com. We've done your homework. And I've liked this kid. I've known him since he was young. He was coached really well in high school. Danny Stutzman. Leo Chanel is my comparison for him, just minus 20 pounds. And all the things you talked about, DJ. Brad Lord coached him in high school and coached him well. Oklahoma was finishing school for him. You talked about his ability to shoot gaps and go get people. Look at Chanel doing the exact same thing Stutzman just did. If you put together all their combine stuff, Daniel and Rich, almost everything overlays perfectly, except for the 20 pounds bigger than Chanel is. I think Stutzman's going to be a nice player. Remember, Demario Davis is there. P. Warner is there. He can get younger and still get better and also be ready for that day Demario Davis no longer plays for New Orleans.
San Francisco's now about to announce a pick. Every single one of their 4 choices, and they were tied for the most picks coming into this draft at 11. First 4 all on the defensive side of the ball.
Which I thought.
All right, the pick is in.
You're gonna have to have some young cheap pieces around. And
This needs to be on offense. We went all defense so far with our first 4 picks. This definitely needs to be an offensive pick.
Let's plug some of these holes on defense.
All right, so here's the latest San Francisco 49er selection.
Spoiler alert. That should be your name. Spoiler alert.
They went CJ West.
Look at my boy. They did?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I like that. I like that pick. Hell yeah, I like that pick.
I mean, he has come in and back as a defensive coordinator, and he's got just about everything he wants here. This is a strong nose tech / one technique inside. You can't move him. More of a phone booth player. I thought the twitch was in his upper body more so than in his lower body, but against the run, and again, they're getting guys who can play the run.
This is not an entire Niners defense draft.
There's always for anyone from Indiana. If you want more information, just go to Google. We're here on day 3 in Wisconsin. Back with more round 4 picks.
You might know Harbor Freight for affordability. What you might not know is performance and durability go.
CJ West has been one of my guys in my mock drafts all off season. So hell yeah, I'm happy with that. Even though I feel like we're good on defensive line now. let's get some offense out there.
Even though the one player I think they should still go after is there, David Walker from Central Arkansas. But there's 2 offensive linemen that I want out there, and they still and we have one more pick in this round to go after them. That means we may not go wide receiver at all today.
We may. There's still somebody there that I'm looking at, and we could get him in round 5, possibly. I'm not saying his name because every time we said somebody's name on this stream, they got sniped. So I ain't saying the name. But I've been talking about this dude all off season. Or we might fuck around and just pick up Keenan Allen if we don't take a wide receiver. Because I really feel like we need somebody
Or Chubb.
until Ayuk.
At the rate they go,
Until Ayuk. Keenan Allen and Chubb. Fuck it, take them both. I'm pretty sure at this point, at this wave of free agency, you can get them for a steal.
Trevor Etienne to the Panthers.
And we said his name.
No, I ain't say his name today.
I said his name.
Oh.
God damn.
Our friend of the show, Jason Aponte, won't be happy
either. He likes Trevor.
He loves Trevor Etienne.
$60 million a year, I've heard. And he throws to Jonathan Mingo, which is a pick that the Cowboys would have had here, but instead went to Carolina, and it's Trevor Etienne, the running back out of Georgia, and obviously
I'm happy with this draft.
And yes, Carolina and Jacksonville do play each other.
I feel like on the defensive side, the trenches have been restored.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's battled some injuries. I think if he'd been able to stay healthy, and you saw
I said I wanted at least 3 picks on the defensive line in this draft. At least 3. They listened. So I cannot be mad at it. I cannot be mad at it. They listened.
No. Listen, they brought back Salah and said you can do whatever. We need you bad, so you're gonna get what you want. He's gotten what he's wanted.
And then we already had some prospects on the line that I like. We had some prospects that I like. So now I feel like we're trying to get back to 2019 when we had that healthy D-line rotation.
Yep.
And we drafted heavy from the SEC. Something else I wanted them to do. So
Cody Simon.
I cannot be mad at this draft.
Hello, everybody. I'm Matt. This is linebacker for Arizona Cardinals. Live from Sonora, Mexico, at Fernando Valenzuela Stadium, home of the Nine Heroes, the Homicidio.
Yeah, that's crazy. He's still available.
We are honored to announce the newest member of the Arizona Cardinals. With the 115th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select
Cody Simon, linebacker, Ohio State. Let's go, Cardinals.
Oh, man, when I thought it was an international pick for the Cardinals, how wild would it have been if we saw the Vatican instead of that pick? But instead, no, it was from Mexico, and it is the latest Buckeye to move on from the national championship team.
Yeah, I'm just kind of seeing the linebackers just trick right off.
Boy, the way he attacked that tush push.
Coming off, I thought this would be the sweet spot, this 4th round range for this handful of linebackers. They'll use him on some of these delayed blitz. You saw in the
wow. He's still in the draft. Oh my God.
He can sort through the trash inside. He's a physical tackler. I thought, CD, you look at his size, he's not the biggest guy in the world, 229 pounds. I thought he played a little bit bigger than that. It almost got lost in the shuffle because they had some of those talented front 7 defenders, a bunch of which I've already heard their names called.
Yeah, and remember, they had Kaiser White, who played so well for them there last year, no longer there. He's got a chance to make an impact early, and he'll be a versatile piece in what Nick Wallace does with that defense. They move those guys around. You'll see him off the edge. You'll see him coming up those run-throughs we saw with Danny Stutzman. It'll be pretty nice.
So the Texans just moved up all the way from
the Texans just been trading all over this board.
Yes, they have.
Dolphins, who didn't have a 3rd round pick, just traded straight out of a 4th round. They get a 6th later on today. They flip a 7th from later on today to the Texans in this trade. So the Dolphins coming up into this day with just 2 picks, and they're content to just wait for the rest of the day here, it seems like.
Yeah, I've seen some teams go with that strategy trying to get picked next year. But this issue for me for Houston, what are they coming up for? And I'm looking at a couple different options here. The offensive line they've really invested in and tried to change. They've only made one pick, I believe, right? It was Ursary on the offensive line. So they brought in a couple receivers in a corner. I thought at some point in time they might look to add another edge rusher to their mix. I mean, their starters are good, but add another guy. So I'm curious to see where they're going, that they felt compelled.
I have a feeling I know who they're picking.
Well, it's interesting you say, what are they coming up for? I don't think this is
For the
just a
Texans?
specific player. Obviously, you're going to draft someone. This is a Houston team I think is coming up for the big push to make the big run. The first year was a joyride with D'Amico Ryans and crew, right? C.J. Stroud. Last year, they found out just how difficult it was because now you're getting everyone's best shot. But guess what? They found their way through, won their division again, and won a playoff game. Now they've gone through that. I think they feel like they've got their legs under them a little bit, got that maturity that runs through the team with your quarterback and your star defender in Will Anderson. They're thinking about a big run, trying to fortify this team. That's why I think Nick Casero's making these kind of moves, Rich.
What does this say about the draft from the Miami point of view? Where they're like, well, we got two. We didn't even have a late Friday night pick. We're foregoing an early Saturday pick. We'll just take a sixth and a 3 next year. What does that say?
It tells me that they're secure that they're going to be around. Chris Greer feels comfortable that, hey, we have understanding of ownership.
Rams in Indiana.
We just value what coming in the future, next year's draft versus what we're staring at this year at this point in time. So that's got to have stability involved in that decision. To your point, CD, I think of Houston. And I think of the ability to be aggressive when C.J. Stroud hasn't got that second contract yet. We've seen the Bears do it in free agency as well as be bold in the draft. Now you're seeing Houston. That clock is ticking.
It better not be none of my boys.
That's going to be a huge piece of the pie. You saw the 49ers had to kind of revamp their roster because they know
I don't want him to go to nowhere else but San Fran, even though we're not picking no more defensive tackles. I think we done at defensive tackle.
Stop being greedy.
The fans will look at this as you're rebuilding. You mentioned there must be security there. Take it for what it's worth. Those player polls that we get into the NFPA report card. Mike McDaniel, the head coach, got an A+. So that tells you something about probably how the organization is viewing head coach, GM in tandem. I don't think they're going anywhere anytime soon.
Well, we just saw the Texans celebrating the pick. I it's an internationally made pick for
the Rams and Colts made a trade.
Got a phone call.
Rams traded up and the Colts traded back.
I know you're waiting for the fifth round, but
put the sandwich down. Let's go.
Where is this coming from?
From Mexico. The Rams, meanwhile, just traded up 10 spots behind them. So they know who the Texans already acquired.
The Texans also got Braxton Berrios and Christian Kirk.
I got a D+ in my first year in Spanish.
What happened?
Is that what
the Texans got Christian Kirk, Braxton Berrios, the 2 Iowa boys, Nico Collins.
They're getting prepared for somebody to be hurt.
Exactly.
Rams flipped the 190th pick overall in the 6th round to move up to 10 spots here. The Colts are like, we'll take your 6th. I'm happy to move down 10 spots. So Atlanta's now on the clock after that. Where
it's a running back out of USC.
Bias crowd.
Woody Marks.
He's a nice guy.
We're getting a lot of information from evaluations here.
Oh, they added Trent Brown to the team too?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a guy I wish we never got rid of. He would have been a career right tackle for us. Way better than anybody we've had at right tackle since.
No comment.
So they were really scrambling. They were trying to get him their letters, and they scrambled the letters. All right, tell me about Woody Marks. Woody Marks came over from Texas Tech, got to USC. This dude has caught a lot of footballs throughout his career. How about 261 career receptions? So they've added
the Rams traded
from Iowa State. They're going to push down the Collins and company. And guess what?
My God. The Rams got Dark Chris Hunter.
Didn't he catch 83 balls last season for Mike Leach in Mississippi State?
He caught over 260 balls in his career.
Like 83 in 1 year when he's playing for Leach and then made the move.
So they went
fuck the Rams, fuck the Dodgers.
Here's who the Rams traded up 10 spots for.
The Indianapolis Colts have
You forgot
traded
you forgot another LA
117th
team.
pick to the Los Angeles Rams.
Those are only two LA teams I care about.
117th pick in the
Oh yeah,
2025
fuck the
NFL
Lakers.
Draft,
Thank
the
you.
Los Angeles Rams select
Just
I don't want.
don't pick
I don't
any
want to say
team.
fuck. I don't want to say
Pick on
fuck
the
the
Chargers.
Clippers. I don't want to say fuck the Clippers. I don't.
As long as you didn't say
Those,
the Chargers or the Kings, I'm fine with it. The Clippers, a
the
non-existent
Clip,
franchise. Their biggest fan is Billy Crystal, and he's still depressed.
the day the Clippers win the NBA Finals,
Billy Crystal will go to
I guarantee you, their parade is going to look like the Rams parade.
what, a dud.
Yeah, like 15 people there.
Dude, Billy Crystal might be on the float.
He might be.
He's their biggest fan.
Could you imagine saddlebagging yourself to that franchise just to be different? He only did that just to be different.
Well, he's a Yankees fan, so he's seen winning before, just not in basketball.
If you're a Yankee fan, you should automatically transition into a Laker fan like the rest of those posers.
Jack Nicholson, the only one. Jack Nicholson and Ice Cube are the only two that stayed LA out.
Yeah. All the other celebrities, they're posers. They're posers. They don't even. They don't.
Oh, the boy.
I think a lot. What happened?
Nah, they took a Billy Bowman Jr. Atlanta. That's a good safety.
Okay.
They
I think
stacked
a
it up.
lot of them celebrities, they don't really fuck with sports like that. It's just a photo op for them.
For most of them, yeah. But you can tell the ones that are true fans, like George Lopez, Ice Cube, Jack Nicholson.
Yeah, Ice Cube is a real fan. He a real fan.
Spike Lee.
That's why he started his own league because he's a real fan.
But think about it. You go to a Laker game. Jack Nicholson, you not missing that dude. He's there 24/7 for every home
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
George Lopez.
I think Jack is a real Lakers fan.
George Lopez at every Dodger game, verbatim, Fluffy, every Dodger game. So you know the Mexican, that's the Dodgers, man.
Yeah.
That community loves them Dodgers. So I'm not gonna.
If I were a celebrity, you see me at every 49ers game, every San Francisco Giants game. You would probably see me at every Birmingham Stallions game.
Well,
And every Chicago Bulls game.
I'm holding off on being a true Defenders fan because in San Francisco gets a UFL team.
I don't know if I'm doing it.
I am.
I don't know if I'm doing it. I don't know. I usually ride with the teams I came in with.
Dude, that was a general. What was the New York team that first started in the XFL?
I can't remember.
That was
I remember years ago. I remember years ago when they first started the XFL. I was a San Francisco Demons fan.
I was a New York fan from both the first year McMahon started it and the second time he came back out.
Hey Jess, we're downstairs. Only one bag, right?
I remember that first year. Tommy Maddox was the MVP.
Barrett Carter to the Bengals from Clemson, the linebacker.
Wait, I think I forgot.
That's a great pick for the Bengals.
Yeah. They need it.
They lost their linebacker this year. They lost Pratt. Pratt left.
Yeah, they need all the defensive help they can get.
Because they didn't. I think Jermaine Pratt left them. Hold on, let me get them up.
All right, Kyle. Next pick. I need you to finally have some fun. We good on defense. We done got what we needed. We done short up the trenches. We didn't replace Greenlaw.
We don't picture the back end of that fourth round.
Yeah, we didn't We didn't got Kawan Jr. Kawan Williams Jr. We're good. Now it's time for you to have some fun on offense. We got how many picks left? 6 picks left.
6 picks.
Yeah, time for you to have some fun on offense, Kyle. Let's go. Let's go trenches on offense or skill position. There's still some good tight ends out there. I don't know where we're standing at running back. There's still a wide receiver that I like a lot. And there's still
Wait,
there's still some quality interior linemen.
Jermaine Pratt at the man of the trade after they got rid of the coach on defense. So these two linebackers have to replace him.
Okay.
So we should be looking for a trade soon with his name in it.
Ready? With the fine-tuned nutrition in Pro Plan Sport at PetSmart, your active dog will be ready for a lifetime of adventures. So you can go even farther together. And now at PetSmart, spend $60 on Pro Plan dog food and save $15 on your next Pro Plan purchase.
Yes, I do anything for you.
PetSmart, anything for pets. Extra relief.
Well, we've reached here's the last 10 picks of the draft portion of our broadcast.
Tennessee took Gunnar Helm.
In commercial break, Barrett Carter, the Clemson linebacker.
That's what I wanted.
Just hearing about the.
Watch us end up with that kid from that 6-year senior at tight end. Watch.
Well, Brennan Stool?
No. Jalen Connors.
Renham Spoons. That's what they sound like. Renham Spoons.
40-something. I do like 20-something years old already. Yeah, grown ass man coming out of college.
I mean, shit. That's Tyler Show. Shaw, whatever the hell his name is.
Oh, you talking about the golden retriever owner?
Yeah. That motherfucker was a 7th-year senior.
And now here's the guy who puts TE in Texas, Gunnar Helm.
Gunnar Helm's got some incredible catches when you go through his catch tape. Now, his combine time was not great. He was not healthy there. He ran in the 4.8. He's faster.
Tampa Bay just took David Walker.
I like the value here. Watching with some of the plays he made against Georgia, this is a great pick here at this point in time.
Great.
Comes the pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, another internationally made selection, and the Panthers pick. The Steelers are back on the clock as we speak.
Hello from Düsseldorf, the second Buccaneers embassy in Germany. It's time to welcome the newest member of the crew. With the 121st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select David Walker, linebacker, Central Arkansas.
There's still somebody out there on edge.
On tape, then again at the Senior Bowl.
Not saying that we need an edge player, but I would love to take this motherfucker.
Yeah, don't say his name.
I won't. He's not Joe Hendry. I'm not saying his name.
He will appear. I'm gonna buy me that WrestleMania trick. I have to have that.
International game because you know where he's from? He's from Stuttgart. No kidding.
I was so happy his dumbass got RKO'd.
It was meant to be that way. I was hoping they would have given him another 5 more minutes. I love him being out there. Because if you watch the video of Randy Orton in the ring when he came out, he was like, they looked at the fans, and the fans started going nuts. And they just started shaking his head very easily. He just 20 seconds out.
Central Arkansas as well. There you go. All of this.
Listen, Joe Hendry will be in the WWE in the next 2 to 3 years. So.
2025 NFL schedule
Not
will be
surprised.
released soon. The stage electric. Quarterbacks define this rivalry. A Super Bowl
The
rematch.
Panthers have had a really good draft.
Lathan Ransom.
They've had a really good draft.
Lowe's knows spring.
I can't be mad at their
I
draft.
killed it.
Sometimes growing pains.
So it needs food? Full sun, huh? Mm-hmm. Plant these together.
They drafted with Bryce in mind.
My Lowe's rewards. Lowe's knows how to help you spring.
Goldilocks didn't crave porridge. He craved something tastier. First, he drove the Ram 2500 Rebel to pick up some dinner. Next, he took the Ram Charger deep to flex his artistic muscles. Then he chartered the Ram RHO for a little joyride.
Don't get me wrong. I love a good backtracking.
And they were all just right.
This motherfucker in his Ram commercial think he me.
The future is here.
Punching out dragons and shit. You think you me.
Putting the most advanced technology into people's hands. Generation after generation. Tool after tool. Again and again. Bringing you the most reliable network of authorized sales and service dealers.
Lathan Ransom.
Always moving forward. We lead, others follow.
Yo, I can go all pro in these.
I can guard you and route you.
You sure about that?
So I was looking for a quarterback? You're right, Billy. These do bring on that.
Every shoe for every athlete.
Dix is the
Your mic went out.
Vibrance.com, we go above and beyond.
Sorry, I had to mute it to listen to something. I said, and Pittsburgh is up now. Sorry, motherfucker.
Maybe they take Shador here.
Yeah, you're right. They're still waiting on Aaron Rodgers to be. Yeah, I'll come.
Okay, you can still get Aaron Rodgers and let Shador sit behind him.
Hey, little guy.
That's too much like right though, right?
To find a place.
The DQ freezer is opening again for our 85th birthday to bring back our most wished for blizzard flavor. It's the confetti cake blizzard treat, filled with confetti cake pieces and confetti frosting. Don't be late to the party. Grab yours before the DQ freezer closes.
That's why we do it, Marcy.
Gathering the most in-depth info.
Creating a better way for
Yeah,
people
that team by ESPN standards still needs a quarterback, cornerback, receiver, and a package.
Ding dong.
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
Rise and shine. We're here, baby. Let's get it. GMFB is live from LA, and we've got all things football.
The pick is in.
That's your jam. This is for you.
Good Morning Football, Monday at 8 on NFL Network.
That is one show I do not watch. Good Morning Football.
It's gotten worse. Jack Sawyer.
We have a newest member of the Ohio State to go off the board. Daniel?
Yeah, Lathan Ransom, another talented member of this defense here as a safety. They'll use him in that robber role. We've talked about that a little bit earlier. You see his ability to fill. He is a quick trigger. He sees it. He's aggressive. He picks his line, and he will hit the gas.
Have not won a playoff game since 2016.
He gets there quick.
Yo, another pick that's not filling their needs.
He can go get it.
Another pick. So you took 2 deals of people
With the
that haven't filled any
123rd pick
needs.
in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Jack Sawyer, linebacker, Ohio State.
The 10th Buckeye from the national championship team has gone off the board, and Jack Sawyer is going to Pittsburgh.
Look at his comparison there at the bottom of the screen.
He was, by the way, drafted by Pittsburgh.
100%. And Pittsburgh knows
His comp is Mike
not
Vrabel.
only for their team, their organization, but
I ain't mad at that.
This is a bully division, CD. We talk about it all the time, and that's his game. It's physical. He'll ragdoll tight ends at the point of attack. As a rusher, it's a lot of power. He's going to get to your chest as soon as he can. He's going to try and run right through you. The hands, you saw it. This was the walk-off here. This was
Packers are up now?
against Texas. Gets the sack, gets the scoop and score as well.
They need cornerback, edge, and D tackle.
They have a type. It's absolutely perfect. The outside linebacker.
Up, I see us back on the board. I'm happy.
Yeah, we're the last pick of the fourth round.
And then we go 11 picks right after that again.
Jack Sawyer fits perfectly for what they're going to do. You mentioned bully. She's going to beat you.
They're saying the Packers' best fit on ESPN is your boy Jordan Farmer. Is your boy Farmer.
the leader of this program for quite some time. If you remember when Michigan planted the flag, Sawyer was the one who took major offense to it and was standing in the way of all of that. But I mean, does that mean Shedeur Sanders was
Pack,
never
no.
top 120 players on their draft board in Pittsburgh after all?
It means that Aaron Rodgers is what I'm looking at and wondering if he's on the way. And every pick's going to be about this window that they might have with Aaron Rodgers.
But they could have added both, and that wouldn't have been an issue. That just tells me Aaron Rodgers was the guy that they were targeting, and as you were noting, did they have him that high ranked on their deal? They're always going to take care of that defense. If a Jack Slayer's staring in the face, I'm not surprised they take that hold. Future Lifeline, that goes. If the big Baltimore, who has the ball remember, Pittsburgh at one point had beaten Baltimore 8 of 9 times. The last 2 times, though, Baltimore has routed Pittsburgh.
And they did it in a physical fashion, an embarrassing fashion for what Steelers are used to. So you go out and get Derek Harmon, you go out and get Jack Sawyer.
The commissioner's coming out to make this next selection.
With the addition of CJ West, I don't think we're going to take Stackhouse unless he becomes an undrafted free agent.
I'm telling you, they need to get the kid from Florida undrafted. Darren Sawyer.
That 400-pound motherfucker. Hell yeah. He a lineman and a half.
Wow, that kid was in the green room since fucking Thursday.
Damn. Wow. Did they expect him to go in the first round?
This young man is here today, so we want to introduce him. So give him a good round of applause. With the 124th pick.
That's why the commissioner's doing the pick.
NFL draft, the Green Bay Packers select Barron Sorrell, defensive end, Texas.
And here's why the commissioner came out to announce it, because Barron Sorrell has been in the green room this entire time. And here he is.
Wow. Good for him sticking around.
Pretty cool. Now, I don't think he had
I
any
never saw
expectation
him in any mock draft in the first round. So I'm not even sure why they brought him there. But he's a Texas guy.
Came back the next day, got his moment. Kevin King did that years ago. This is pretty cool for this young man.
You know, it was just the second round. It wasn't a very long wait
very
for
long, but everyone thought
Wow.
it was
The infamous undefeated.
not the suit.
You got Shedeur Sanders prank calls.
Yeah, bullshit.
2 times the local draft. Home team gets to celebrate a draft choice in person. And that's a bear hug of somebody that's been waiting a long time to give it.
You want to pray for the Packers group?
And both times, it's a Texas Longhorn that receives the hero's welcome by his new fan base at the professional level. It was Matthew Golden on Thursday night, and now Barron Sorrell here.
Good thing for that kid.
And he's going to go meet them one by one, I guess. Huh? That's pretty cool.
Wow. The first word they had was thick, square building. Sons blockers, excellent on game.
What happened?
We've had juicy and now thick. To refer to a player.
I need to get the screenshots of these. Like I honestly do. Because it's been a lot of buzzwordy buzzwords surrounding a lot of these around these draft picks. One guy last night, some tightness.
Can you imagine Cam and Mace on the show this week with that? They're going to be like, pause.
But there's games where he jumps off the tape. There's other games where he can disappear.
I wonder where I can go and see the replay of the draft, just so I can get the screenshots. Huh?
Probably on the internet somewhere.
So they got golden, Belton. I hated the Packers draft just for that Williams pick alone. I hated them. I hated this dead draft. Like, dude, y'all already had like 4 wide receivers. You didn't need to get Savion. You're being greedy at that point.
So they're gonna get rid of Christian Watson.
We'll take him. Kyle Shanahan would know what to do with Christian Watson.
As if he stays healthy.
I remember when I thought Trey Lance was going to be the guy. I was like, well, shit, we should take Christian Watson. That was his guy.
I love these progressive commercials with the therapist.
Nice surprise, huh? Ready to help.
Like the one at the gas station had me in tears.
Even on the job.
We can't stop you from becoming your parents.
Exactly.
He's like, when the door is closed, the conversation is done. But you know what? I always agree with that guy.
Who, the therapist?
The therapist, yes. I always agree with him. Always. The therapist is never wrong.
No, he's not. Yo, Peyton Manning and Post Malone in the commercial together.
Hold up. The Chargers had the highest ranked defense last year? Where the fuck was I? Where was I? I could have swore the Broncos defense was higher ranked than them. That's all right. Cause them boys, we coming back. We coming back. We took a year, but we back on y'all now. We back on y'all now. And you know what I love the most? Is we have our defensive coordinator waiting in the wings if Salah ever leaves again.
We have two.
Yeah.
KJ Wright and Gus
Bradley. That Gus Bradley pickup. I love the fuck out of that shit. I love
That's
that
why
shit.
they didn't get Ulbrich. What you need Ulbrich for?
Yeah, Gus Bradley. You don't need Ulbrich.
You got the man who taught Salah the defense that Salah runs.
Right. I just wish we would have got Joey Bosa. That's my only thing. I just wish we would have got him.
We just didn't pay him $2 million more.
Yeah.
But you want to go to Buffalo? You want to go to Buffalo? Be my guest.
He broke Mama Bosa's heart with that.
She would have been able to finally wear just a Niner jersey.
Right.
That Gunnar Helm pick and that David Walker pick just killed me right now.
Gunnar Helm. He sound like a wrestler.
He was the second best tight end, like behind Tyler Warren most of the time when it came to like catching the ball on the field. Kyle Kernard to the Chargers.
Oh, that's who I was talking about.
Oh, I know who you were talking about. I just didn't say
I knew Jim wasn't going to let him slide.
Good God. Now, what Jim needs to do is stop bringing in the offensive coordinator. No one calling him.
That's a good ass pick right there, man.
You heard it?
Kyle Canuck, huh?
Jim needs to stop bringing in that offensive coordinator.
It ain't just Jim, his brother too.
Just the SEC Defensive Player of the Year with
As long as there's a Harbaugh as a coach, that motherfucker gonna have a job.
Exactly.
If any of their kids ever become a coach, they're gonna hire that motherfucker.
So Chargers get one of those long-armed edge rushers, put him next to Tui Pelotu and company.
The SEC Defensive Player of the
Wow.
Year was
They doubled up on running back in Cleveland. They just picked up Billy Sampson from Tennessee.
So here comes the Cleveland Browns. This was the fourth-round pick they traded down.
That's definite that
doing all that and still ain't got no quarterback.
No, they got Kenny Pickett.
They got Can He Pickett? Can he pick it? Yes, he can.
The Cleveland Browns select Dylan Sampson, running back, Tennessee.
Wow, so they got two running backs back in this draft now.
I want to talk with Sampson. Struggles in pass pro.
This is a nice pick for them because we've been talking about Cleveland, Kevin Stefanski.
So that means he's not going to be on the field on third downs.
Nope, the other running back will be.
Tennessee, wide open, explosive, wide splits, big plays downfield the passing game. On the last two seasons,
Jalen Travis, Iowa State tackle to the Colts.
much more ball control, take care of things. Defense
As a matter of fact, both their running backs that they picked are not good in pass pro in this class.
They're gonna get somebody. They're gonna get somebody's quarterback killed. I don't know if you got a chance to look at the highlights of the game from last night, but the Stallions got hold last night.
Yeah, lost?
Yeah, we lost in overtime. We got hold. So
check it out later.
Huh?
I'll check it out later.
Look, they did some bullshit, right? In overtime, they do a shootout like college football. Now, I'm not too privy on the rules of that shootout shit in the UFL, but I always thought that in a shootout, the team is supposed to cross the goal line, correct?
Say it again.
I said in the shootout, the team is supposed to cross the goal line to get in order to get credited for a successful attempt, correct? You got one play to cross the goal line.
For the 2 pointers, yes.
Okay, so why did the refs award the Showboats a successful attempt on a penalty? The ball didn't cross the goal line. We knocked the ball down, but they called personal foul because we hit the quarterback too hard. They called a personal foul and awarded them with an attempt.
Do the play again.
Right. That's what you're supposed to do to play again. They rewarded these motherfuckers with a successful attempt. I'm like, I don't think that's how that works. Because the ball never crossed the goal line. The receiver didn't even get the ball. So I'm like, I don't know. I don't think you reward them with a successful attempt. You got to do it again.
That was a good pickup by the Washington Commanders. You're right.
Jalen Lane?
Yeah. You're supposed to go back and do it again, but look, I don't know how the UFL does most of the stuff. They add new rules every year too to the original rules.
Yeah, they need to review that again because that's some bullshit. You can't reward somebody with a successful attempt when the ball never crossed the plane.
9 picks. We are 9. We're picking in 9 picks.
Ravens pick is in.
Yeah.
Philly on the clock.
It hasn't been announced yet.
I'm actually surprised that they're still on stage with this. I guess in round 5 is when they just start doing the rapid picks.
Yeah, round 5 is the rapid picks.
So we're going to go live again. We're going to go live again for the lottery selections. for the NBA lottery
Okay,
selections.
that's fine. When is that?
I want to say it's May 10th.
Is it?
That's what I want to say. Let me look it up because I know it's not. And I know it's in like the next couple weeks. Draft lottery
Is that during the
selections.
daytime?
No, I think it's at night.
Okay.
This intensity, I've never had my phone blow up from a wide variety of people who are diehard NFL fans, not even or just casual NFL, casual sports fans. They're even like texting you, like, what gives? Like, what's going on?
My wife told me today that in her Pilates class, people were asking her what's going on with Shador Sanders, and she identified some of these people I know follow football.
May 12th.
Not at all to your point, man. But I'm in the portion.
It is going to be held in Chicago.
Reasons
Oh,
are
the
going to come out
joys.
later, but for me, very quickly, as we get ready for Ian, I'm thinking
It's a Monday.
right now. I don't care how he's holding up. This is a very, very tough time for him.
I would echo that. But first of all, you guys mentioned the various people texting. I woke up to a text from my mom wondering why Shador Sanders has not gone. I mean, that's kind of where it's reached right now. I mean, it's everyone who casually follows football just wondering why the biggest name in the NFL draft has not gone. You know, you guys mentioned wanting to hug him. Charles did. I've got a lot of those texts from different draft rooms in the NFL. It's been, I feel so bad for him, poor kid. But those teams are also not taking him. And, you know, you talk about why. You start to understand why if a quarterback doesn't go in the first round. Well, you know, maybe he should go in the second round. It doesn't really work like that. And Tyler Shuck, yes, but that is a rarity. Usually it's you take a starter in the first round, you take a backup kind of when you can. Fourth, fifth round, that's the category for Shador Sanders right now. I know some teams are thinking about it.
Fuck
Having
me.
conversation. We haven't seen him go yet.
What?
Teddy Buchanan just went to the Ravens.
Who?
Teddy Buchanan.
Players still available in everyone's draft board, even when teams are on quarterback need, you rank players, right? I mean,
You never know how they have them ranked, but I would say the vast majority have to have them up there.
They're having a sneaky good draft too.
the Ravens pick.
Fuck them.
This is James Ogden, member of the UK Ravens flock, coming to you live from Tower Bridge and the Raven Club in London.
They got Raven fans in London.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Teddy Buchanan, linebacker.
They're probably from a city that has a very bad soccer team.
A little bit of a theme here with these wide receivers and linebackers. I think again, this
And the Jets traded up.
Teddy Buchanan off the
I see that.
Brad Graham is not going to be happy about that shit.
The coverage to me
Well, I mean, we were not taking. Once we took Nick yesterday, we were not taking another linebacker. And I like our linebacker pick. I didn't know much about him, but the more film I watch on dude, I like dude.
Oh no, he's good. I liked him more.
That motherfucker fast.
The freezer is open again for 85th birthday to bring back our most wished for blizzard flavor. It's the confetti cake blizzard treat filled with confetti cake pieces and confetti frosting.
This stuff kills weeds down to the root without killing your lawn. This stuff works on dandelions, crabgrass, clover. This stuff works for up to 3 months. This stuff works guaranteed or your money back. This stuff works on big lawns, small lawns, and I guess you can call that a lawn lawns. This stuff works without killing your lawn. This stuff works without killing your weekend. This stuff works for the rookies and the seasoned pros. This stuff works in Knoxville, Bronxville, Rockville, Marysville. This is Roundup for lawns. This stuff works.
The DQ freezer is opening again for our 85th birthday to bring back our most wished for blizzard flavor. It's the confetti cake blizzard treat filled with confetti cake pieces and confetti frosting. Don't be late to the party. Grab yours before the DQ freezer closes.
Oh my God, the Jets took Malachi Moore.
It's time. Yes, the time has come for a fresh approach to dog food. Every day, more dog people are deciding it's time to quit the kibble and feed their dogs fresh food from the farmer's dog.
Fuck the Jets. Fuck the Giants. Fuck the Knicks.
The Mets, the Nets, the Islanders. No, they took Malachi Moore. These dirty, just end the season.
Only one bag, right? Of course. Hey.
You gotta be kidding me.
Jeez, where did you even find this thing? Custom made, of course. Wait, I think I forgot.
No! Grand plans meet a Grand Highlander. Toyota. Let's go places.
Coming up Monday on The Insiders, we'll have all the news from around the NFL, plus live team reports and expert analysis as only NFL Network can deliver.
For your point.
Catch it all at 7 Eastern on The Insiders.
I've been beating the table for Malachi Moore all off season,
So isolating.
thinking that we could get him in the 5th round, and the Jets fucking reach to get him in the 4th.
And trade up.
Ask for help, and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
Even the mighty might not see it coming. It's pre-diabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. But you can escape. Take the 1-minute pre-diabetes risk test to know where you stand and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org. So the latest pick is in from New Orleans.
And then these motherfuckers took him at the pick number 40, Tyler Show. Come on, bruh. The Saints deserve every bad thing that's about to happen to them.
Howie Roseman was moving up to take an Alabama defensive player, and Howie's like, if I'm going to trade you the pick, it's got to at least be on brand for me. Part of the trade. They got it backwards. They flip the script a little
Rock
bit.
his ass.
Quincy Riley to the Saints.
Goes anywhere, right? That'd be Alabama or Georgia. Malachi Moore, you talk to the folks at Alabama.
Man, I'm still pissed about that Malachi Moore shit.
As he got on campus, they could get him right on the field.
I'm still pissed.
So he's the latest Jet. And now the Saints.
Stop, Bears.
They're 6th of this draft.
Doubles.
With 7 picks now.
I don't even need the Bulls. I don't even need the Bulls to get the number 1 pick. Even though I would love for us to get the number 1 pick. If we could get a top 3, top 5 pick in this draft, I'm happy with that.
Listen, I just want to go to Chicago, where the Cubs are in the playoffs in October, and the Bulls and Bears are playing football and basketball in the city. So I can hit all 3 teams in 1 weekend.
You actually want to watch the Bears play?
I just want to be at the stadium before it closes.
What, Soldier Field?
Yeah.
They closed the Soldier Field? Why?
They're going to build a dome in Chicago.
Everybody want that shit. We like Soldier Field. It's a lot of history there.
They're shutting it down to build a dome, and Cleveland's shutting down their stadium possibly to move locations too.
Do you know there are some fans in San Francisco that do not support the 49ers because they moved out the city? I get a lot of working where I work at. I get a lot of phone calls from people in San Francisco. Whenever I see San Francisco come across the screen, I always bring up the 49ers. And I've gotten that response from quite a few people. Like, they don't like the fact that 49ers moved out the city. But I'm like, I'm pretty sure they wanted to build a new stadium in the city, but the city was not willing to adhere to the budget. I'm pretty sure they didn't just wake up one day and say, "Hey, let's go to Santa Clara." I'm pretty sure Santa Clara was probably a last resort.
They went Luther Burden from Missouri, and then Ozzie Trapillo out of Boston College for their offensive line, which they really addressed in free agency.
A lot of teams are moving.
Turner for the
A lot
defensive
of teams are
line
moving.
late
Look
last
at
night.
the Rams.
Actually, not so late last night. They
The
never
Vegas
third round
Look
selection.
at Ravens. They've
First
done
pick
to
was the
multiple
62nd pick
cities.
overall.
I mean, shit. The Commanders don't play in DC.
Look at the A's.
Defensive tackle out of Kentucky. So
They play in Maryland, Landover, Maryland. RFK Stadium is still in DC.
How do you say this kid's name? Linebacker out of Maryland went to the Bears. His name is Ruben Hippolyte.
Hippolyte.
Hyppolite. The second.
He's a light hippo.
Watch the name.
Yeah, it's Hippolyte. The second.
The National Football League. What do you think here?
Go ahead, CD. Yeah, this is a guy that popped up late in the whole.
I thought he would be a 7th round pick, like a flyer.
Absolutely, but speaking of flyer, he tested.
They said they thought he was going to be a 7th round pick.
You're talking about traits. He can fly. And late in the process, I was talking with someone that I know pretty well. They're like, you might want to make sure he's on your board because he's tested really well. Obviously to get a combine.
He ran 4.42.
But guess what? He was one of those 5-star recruits that Maryland gathered. And maybe he didn't play totally to that during his career. But if you like traits, if you think you can do things with him, put him on the field and go, that's how he ended up going here at this stage. They've got a plan for him in Chicago about what they're going to do.
I almost think today that the draft somewhat has been done off of an Excel sheet, and they're just
all right.
by
So
and then just picking
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks in front of us. I'm almost certain that Kansas City is going to take one of my offensive line players. I'm almost certain.
They took Colston Loveland the first.
I'm looking at 3 offensive linemen right now. And I'm almost certain Kansas City's going to take one.
Well, their last need is running back per ESPN, and they haven't drafted one yet. So.
It is Quattro, correct? Please tell me, Mr.
Oh, they get him. I'm gonna be mad.
Please tell me Mr. Hernandez knows what you're doing these days. Please.
I did not see that one.
I don't want him. And he's from the same. He's from the
Andy Reid's Chiefs along with Brett Beach.
It wouldn't be a far trip for them to go home.
They just chose somebody. So,
with all these trades, it is apropos that they're playing.
Well, they haven't taken a lineman since round 1.
Jump around.
I tell you what,
You in Green Bay, listen to the Boston Raptors.
Wisconsin, baby. Let's go. This feels right.
Andy Reid, former
the second half of the game.
They all jumping off beat.
Green Bay, what do you expect?
Mike Holmgren, Rudy's on that staff. Our guy Mooch was on that staff.
You know the jump around is a fluke, right?
What is the black population in Green Bay? It can't be that much.
It's 107,000 people in Green Bay. You do the math.
It can't be that many black people in Green Bay. It can't be.
Let me put it like this. Outside of Wisconsin, it's non-existent.
Because first and foremost, that motherfucking place is cold. Black people do not like being places that are extremely cold.
I'm amazed they live in Wisconsin.
Right. They must have got a good ass job offer to be living out there.
And you know we picked 10 picks away, right? After we been our last pick in the 4th.
Okay.
Stop jumping off beat, damn it.
Defensive tackle position from Tennessee. And then that was at the end of round 2, and then they essentially kicked off round 3 with Ashton Chalati, the edge out of Louisville, and then Nolan Williams, the corner out who was at the end of round 3, or towards the end of it. Now here's the 4th.
They better not get who I'm looking at on my phone.
remaining picks for the Chiefs in this draft. Just remember when you get
They took Jalen Williams.
Doing a great city, and there was just a few hundred people out there.
Heard James?
And now we've got millions.
Yeah, I heard.
Milling around.
Jalen Williams, wide receiver. They needed that though, honestly.
Is this minion out there asking for money for a picture, a little?
I'll find out in a second.
Was geht, Green Bay?
That dude's a monster.
Chiefs Kingdom is here, and the German Arrowheads are ready for the next. With the 131st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Jalen Royce, wide receiver, Utah State.
Oh, it's a
Hold up. Wasn't there another person in the draft named Jalen Royals?
Him.
No. I thought it was somebody else in the draft with that name.
No.
Was there somebody in the draft named Royals? I know it was quite a few Jalens. That's a common ass name in this draft.
The Jalen, yeah. With like 80 different spellings.
Yeah.
That was somebody who reminded me of big time wanting to catch, by the way, the Utah.
You could run some Devo plays with him too.
Strong.
All right, we're having a lot of fun here on a Saturday, which means stump the truck later on. Reveal the run, Rich, run later on. And part of our tradition. Okay, there they are. We got puppies are in the house.
Puppies!
Which one's gonna pee on DJ?
Okay, Jerry Lawler.
Puppies!
Jerry Lawler was a horny ass old dude, bro.
Really think you can outfit me? That's cute.
That he was.
But Deborah McMichaels definitely did have a nice little rack on her.
Same thing with Fable.
Yeah.
And Jerry Lawler's ex-wife.
The cat.
Choose your offer. Cash incentives or employee pricing for all. Jeep, America's most patriotic brand.
Buffalo had a Kyle Williams.
With freedom of choice pricing, get $7,000.
Booker T is the new Jerry Lawler.
Yeah, he is. Because he won his shit in NXT.
When Stephanie
He is
Ricard's
horny as shit.
When Stephanie Ricard's in the ring, forget it. She purposely the other night looked at him when she was fighting Roxanne, and she does her move.
Yeah.
She looked right at him, and Booker T went nuts.
The future is here.
Even Michael Cole made something about that on Raw.
I was so mad. I was so mad when Charlotte did that shit at WrestleMania. I'm like, Charlotte, please stop. Please stop. That move is not for you. Please stop. With that baggy ass thong you got. Please stop.
Climate researchers are weathering a data storm. That's because CDW transformed their devices and infrastructure with wearable ThinkPads and powerful
Baggy as fuck. You know you ain't got no ass when your thong is baggy.
You can get us banned for real. Yeah, baggy panties. Good God. No, what's worse is that you divorce your husband and then y'all both on the same show on a weekly basis.
And you're the reason he came back to WWE. He was better off in AEW.
Why do 80% of NFL players choose Sleep Number Smart Bed? Because the higher my sleep IQ score.
Like he came back to WWE just for y'all to get divorced. That's crazy.
So sleeping on a smart bed is why you can play like this? Yeah, because I also like to sleep cool.
It's definitely crazy work.
And I really like it when we both get what we want. Sleep Number does that. Meet the Sleep Number Climate Cool Smart Bed. Sleep up to 15 degrees cooler on each side. Visit a Sleep Number store near you.
None of us make it very far alone. It takes a team. A community that writes off no one
Q
and
Robinson.
believes in the potential of everyone.
Edge from Alabama going to Broncos.
Oh, I want some.
Listen to one another.
Give me some cheese.
Having a team like that changes the game.
I want some queso. Look at that block of cheese they're playing with.
What, in Green Bay?
Yeah. They're making an NFL sign with a block of cheese.
Fucking cheeseheads.
Defender has gone off the board, and the Denver Broncos.
I want to get me one of those hats.
Yeah, they've been aggressive, man. That defense was really good last year.
That's Vance Joseph, and that defense was really good last year. I don't think people expected it to be as good as it was, but you got increased production from guys like Zach Allen and Nick Bonito, and things really started to take off.
Oh, chicken wings. I don't know if I want to eat chicken wings right now.
The pick is in for the Raiders.
It ain't gonna be Shador.
Just a little bit lighter version. We saw Jalen Hunt go in about this range a little earlier than this last year. The Philadelphia.
I mean, at this point, it would be smart to go Shador.
Very fluid, very sudden. Someone who's played a lot of special teams. He had to wait his turn to get on the field behind all those guys at Alabama. But you watch the Georgia game and you see him pull that guard. You'll see him pull and snatch guys on the edge. I think he's got some twitch. I thought he'd be a fun one to develop.
He really hung in there, too.
Geno Smith ain't going to be playing forever.
Then got hurt late in the season, and the team awarded him one of the highest honors about being the best teammate, which tells you what he was like during his time there. Like, waited to get on the field.
Hunter Hemingway from South Carolina.
From folks in Vegas. Fourth round.
G'day, Green Bay. How are you?
At this point, I wouldn't be mad if we took Shador. Stop the free fall.
To my football teams back in Australia, the ACT Women's Monarchs flag football team and the Canberra Centurions. With the 135th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tonka Hemingway, defensive tackle, South Carolina. Just win, baby!
His name is Tonka Hemingway.
Australia, so this might be the most jet-lagged pick in the history of the NFL Draft. Tonka Hemingway, is he built like a truck?
He's a versatile. So if a Hemingway, if you're Tonka truck, you got to be able to do a lot of different things, I guess. If you're playing with that little toy truck, he can do that. He's someone that moves all over the line of scrimmage. He's excellent on games when they'll be able to loop him and stunt him. He does that thing where he'll go to his
last pick for the draft.
The point of attack we saw with Murphy
So that
last
might be
year.
their last pick for the draft.
That's almost part of his repertoire. Part of that technique.
It can't be.
Had a nice scoop and score against Oklahoma, but
All the times they traded back, it can't be.
conversions, they use him on a fake field goal. So a fun
I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, the Raiders, is that what you
No, they got 7 picks already, right?
Uh-huh.
Also,
They got 1, 2, 3, 4 more left, so they got 11 like us.
Okay.
Man, they got Ashton Genty, Jack Beck, Caleb Rogers at tackle, Charles Grant at tackle, and Dante Thornton. The Raiders.
They just traded out, so Tennessee just popped in.
Tennessee just traded
and the
up.
Seahawks, then the Niners.
Great.
So that means that Shador Sanders looks like he's a 5th-round selection in this draft at the very least.
At minimum, Shador the 5th-round selection.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 chances to draft him and didn't. Does that mean he's not a top of their draft board, or they just view Tonka Hemingway as more of a starter that can help them now than Shador, and they figure he could be on the board? And he's got a 5th-round pick at the very least at this point.
You mentioned theme of what Pete Carroll, John Spytek are doing. Go ahead.
Well, I just thought they wanted to go right now. They go out and get an older quarterback, go out and get an older coach, and it was right now, let's go win. But we've reached the flyer portion of the draft, right? There's not a lot of these guys are going to be starters at this point in time. You're trying to find a place for them. And I would argue that if you could hit on a quarterback,
Tennessee's
even if he's
draft
a
is not that
successful
impressive to me.
quarterback, it's a heck of a value.
But that's the minority owner of the Vegas Raiders about that.
I love how he's a minority owner. Yeah, I get the kick. And he gets the biggest kick every time he's such a minority owner, but he's making all the decisions.
I mean, come on. So allegedly, and essentially a swap of a similar range of draft choices. It's just 5 spots that the Ravens drop, but it is into the 5th round. I'm sorry to intervene.
No, not at all. But Richard, you asked that question, and Daniel yesterday talked about the theme of what he was seeing the Raiders doing. John Spytek,
They put the fucking Stanford receiver.
Pete Carroll, head coach, bigger, stronger,
Oh, Tennessee?
players.
Yes.
Him fits into that, even if he's not going to be a starter right away. That's what they're adding to their ball club right now for their new culture, their new identity.
First pick of the draft was the Titans, and now here's the latest.
The Baltimore Ravens have traded the 136th pick to the Tennessee Titans.
They did it on purpose.
The
We could have took them
136th
next.
pick in the 2025 NFL
We're gonna take one of them linemen,
the
bro.
Tennessee Titans select Alec Iamaner, wide receiver, Stanford.
Oh, this is a fun one here.
Look how he just mossed Travis Hunter. Watch.
Colorado in 2023. A lot of that damage was done against the guy he's going to see inside his own division twice a year in Travis Hunter. Really, the only bad tape that Travis Hunter's had in those years at Colorado. But he's tall, he's long, he can go get it. A vertical wide receiver. I don't think you want him stopping and starting quite as much, CD, but get him on the move and give Cam Ward some shots down the field.
Well, they're making sure they're taking care of the young quarterback, aren't they, DJ? When you look at what Tennessee's accumulated, and here's the game that you're referencing. Iamaner had a big ball game.
I remember that.
Balls against Travis Hunter.
I remember that. He was fucking Travis Hunter up. I remember that. He was fucking Travis Hunter up that game. Who traded up?
Canadian receivers. They're doing a nice job. Josh Palmer's Canadian receiver came through.
They're gonna take an offensive lineman, but I still got 3 that I'm looking at.
They know that Travis Hunter's in the division now, and they could draft a kid that's already proven it against somebody like. You can even factor in a smidgen into what the
it doesn't hurt. It's a nice little cherry on top.
I'm irritated. Thank you.
To the runner.
Right.
Why?
You've got those guys neck and neck.
That would have been
That's a little
perfect.
tiny little nudge you can get to push him over the top.
One quick note, Rich. Because you're
There's still somebody else.
having to arm
There's still
wrestle
somebody else.
Oh, no, there is. There's one more. But I want him.
Alec Iamaner's mom is formerly an arm wrestler. So can we get a matchup with Tom?
Tom doesn't want any part of that. I can tell you that.
Tom is, we got to send Tom to Nashville now. On the spot.
He'll take that trip.
Okay. So the Patriots just popped in, and it looks like they moved up from the top of the 5th round, 144 overall, to move in to take this pick here. Only cost them their last pick in the draft that they have, which is a 7th rounder, 238. So their draft will end now at pick 220 unless something changes. And they just moved up 7 spots from the 5th round to the end of the 4th round for this selection. So that's what's up.
All right. Didn't Mike Vrabel say something about we won free agency, but we got to continue to win? Guess what? They're continuing to win. And I'm just going to tell you right now, we're a long way from training camp and getting ready for the season. But the feel that Gerard Mayo had going in last year, the first-time head coach, 0 expectations for that team going into the season. 0. They upset Cincinnati in the opener. People went, oh, wow. And then it went right back to being what everyone expected. The expectation would be a lot different. I'm not saying they're going to put them in the Super Bowl, but people are going to feel differently about this New England team going into the season than they did last year. So mission accomplished by Mike Vrabel, Elliott Wolf, and crew. Free agency into this draft. It's going to be an entirely different looking New England team to start 2025.
And one of the things, you look at the coaching staff they have, that's a good teaching coaching staff. So a lot of these good young players, talented young players, I think you're going to see them, get them up to speed and get them going early.
Mike got the band back together with guys he really liked working with. So they're going to hit the ground running. He didn't have to do much coaching, but his coaches, they know what to do for him.
So the pick is in. It's coming from Brazil. Is that what I'm being told? It's coming internationally. The pick is in. 49ers are halfway through their allotted time for the final pick in the 4th round of this 2025 NFL draft that has been all about why Shedeur Sanders is still on the draft board. And man, would I love to have that storyline end for everybody who's maybe sick and tired of hearing it. And that obviously is led by Shedeur and the Sanders family themselves.
Farmer went to the Pats.
And you can see there's still a lot of other top 100 players still sitting out there on the draft boards, from Daniel Jeremiah.
Well, we got CJ West, so
the penultimate pick of
like you said, I can't be greedy.
Hello, everyone. I'm Léo Ortiz, defender for Flamengo and the Brazil national soccer team, proudly representing Pets Nation from the beautiful city of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And with the 137th pick, the New England Patriots select Joshua Farmer, defensive tackle, Florida State. Go Pats!
Did they fly past the Patriots down there, or just the?
I was just wondering how they could
a local in there.
How do you put customs with that head?
Just wondering. Joshua Farmer, let's get to him.
Costume double. He was my 77th overall player. They just scooped him up with, what are we at, 137? So this was about some injury concerns and some durability and longevity, I should say. But this is a player who deserved to go much earlier than this, who has got some pop in his hands. He's got a quick first step. He can win early. I think there's what we saw in the more pass rush upside with him. CD.
Okay.
So, I mean, everything's like, oh, how long is someone going to play? Look, this guy, give me him for the next 5 years. If that was all I were to get, that's a heck of a pick at this point in time.
Absolutely. And again, he fits the mold of what they're trying to do and trying to upgrade their team.
All three of my offensive line picks are still on the board. Well, shit, all four.
Everyone is still there, but I'm not saying his name.
I'm not saying none of my guys' names.
I have some teams talk to me about players, and not just him, but other players that get labeled, okay, he might be a one.
We feel you, kid. He's getting drafted like hours, days ago.
Contract I'm interested in, my own. Yep. If he helps me win for the next 3 or 4 years, that gets all of us another extension.
So,
I like that. You've been hanging out with me a little bit, haven't you?
We're about to hit the 5th round, and obviously we're talking a lot about Shedeur. Quinn Ewers is out there as well. I don't think we've mentioned
Shedeur in the 5th is crazy.
He's a national champion. You know what I mean? He's a national champion.
You can't tell me it's not a conspiracy.
For the most yards in college football last year, and beat Cam Ward on the final regular season game of the year for Syracuse. And then there's the question of Quinn Ewers, formerly of the Ohio State, going to Texas, leading Texas to the college football playoffs.
We had the 29th ranked defense.
There are some
That's crazy.
Quarterbacks waiting to get their name being called that are going to be going into the 5th round unless San
Jordan Watkins
chooses one of them with the final pick of the 4th round.
Wide receiver from Ole Miss
here in Green Bay.
Oh, man.
Hello, Green Bay. What an amazing place. I just want to say hi to my son Flynn back in Australia. And what an amazing place to be here in Green Bay, where the 49ers and the Packers have had some amazing battles in the past. And with the 138th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Jordan Watkins, wide receiver, Mississippi. Go Niners! Yeah.
So I think it's about, the 4th or 5th wideout we've had. It's a 4-3 wideout that's gone just in this 4th round. I mean, it's incredible. He ran 4.37. I was a little bit surprised he ran that fast. I thought he'd be more in the high 4.4s. But this guy can play inside, outside. You watch the goal line fade work. To me, that's what I got excited about, because he can adjust and go get the ball down there in the red zone. Another one, to me, CD, I think he's best on the move. You look at his teammate, Trey Harris, I thought was a little more fluid and smooth coming back down the stem. He was a little bit better getting him on the move.
I ain't do no work on him.
Go ahead and explain that just a little bit more. We're about on the move versus him running those type of routes where you got to cut inside and present yourself to the quarterback.
Yeah, when you got to settle, drop your weight, get in and out of the break. I didn't know that was his strength, but to me, goes, crossers, posts, that's where he's at his best.
When he catches it on the move, he's moving fast.
But it's another SEC player.
Commercial break, and when we come back, the 5th round will be underway. The Vikings are making that first selection of round 5.
I was hoping we would went after what's his name from UNLV, but I guess we were not.
Check out the new whip. Tight, fully custom. 40 Bud Lights can fit that puppy. As many Bud Lights as it takes. A lot of Bud Lights. Give me one of those.
Right now, spring deals are under $20 at the Home Depot. So no matter what you're working on, you can save big on all your spring projects. Now through May 7th, shop spring deals under $20 at the Home Depot.
What makes iconic? It's moments.
Let me see if the streets is feeling this pick.
It's once in a lifetime. It's the excitement. It's the journey. But most importantly, it's the destination. Book your iconic stay at Caesar's Palace.
That ain't alive. Nick Bosa, Alfred Collins, C.J. West, and Michael Williams. There's no running on the 49ers.
None.
They're gonna make sure you average 2 yards a carry.
We are ready for the new era here. It is adrenaline, excitement, the stage electric. One of many revenge games. Quarterbacks, they define this rivalry. They've only gotten better. Unbelievable. A Super Bowl rematch for the ages. Welcome
What
back.
am I going to eat? What am I going to eat?
I'm here today because of Tanya's relentless efforts in trying to get me healed. When I came back from the war, I became a homeless veteran. I was barely hanging on by a thread. The one thing that was constant for me was music. Music led me to Tanya.
Start the 5th round.
Normally with a veteran, we think we can solve everything. The truth of the matter is we cannot.
I just knew that something was different. Something was off. I let him know that he wasn't alone. There are people that loved him.
So says, Michael, I know you've got a plan to take your life today, but if you give me just 5 more minutes to love you.
5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. 25 more minutes to love.
Michael has actually taught me what it looks like to accept help.
Back here in Green Bay, as round 5 begins, you'll notice some folks wearing coral-colored shirts and draft rooms across the NFL. Those were in honor of Colts Director of College Scouting, Matt Turpening's wife, Coral Cressman Turpening, who passed away unexpectedly on April 12th at the age of 45. And Coral was a lifelong sports fan who loved cheering for the Colts, in addition to being a devoted wife and mom. Matt Turpening and the couple's daughters, Stella and Gwyneth, are in the Colts draft room together today.
Yeah, I've known Turp for over 20 years, and the scouting community is very tight, and you can see them all coming together. It's our way of giving Turp a hug as you look at the Pete Carroll and the Raiders draft room, all just trying to, Turp, let you and let Stella and Gwyneth know how much this scouting community, this NFL community is hurting for you. We love you. Turp, every time I saw Turp, I just saw him at the Big 12 Pro Day, and we sat there and we talked about the girls and how volleyball was going.
328
Turp is a family man, and this was shocking, absolutely shocking to everyone. And I know that you guys are hurting, but I want to let you know that all of us here around the entire league, we're here to love on you. We're here to support you, Turp. We love you, buddy. And this is a phone. We're a phone call away. Anything you need, anytime you call any of us. We all love you. We're praying for you guys. Stella, Gwyneth, we love you too. We're praying for you as well.
Well said, DJ. We send our condolences, all of us here at NFL Network, to the Turpening family. And may Coral rest in peace. And you could see the support around these draft rooms. So when we show some draft rooms, you see the shirts, you know what it's about. Meanwhile, we're off.
You know that dude, Conrad Thomas. He is just making money off wrestling.
Is already on the clock for second.
He's the dude that's the co-host on every wrestler's podcast, other than Jim Cornette. He co-hosts with Eric Bischoff. He co-hosts with Jim Ross. He co-hosts with Jeff Jarrett. He co-hosts. It's like 3 or 4 other podcasts he co-hosts with.
And Minnesota is again on the clock for a second time here. This is their last pick in the draft. once they're done here, unless they use some draft capital next year to trade back in, the Vikings will be done. They came in with the fewest picks in this draft with 4. And this will wrap it up once they are done with this selection.
Well, to get good weather in Minneapolis, they got to get out into it.
So these were the picks that went down while we were away in commercial break. The Turian Ingram Dawkins got selected. He is the first pick of the 5th round.
Georgia defensive player, there's a bunch of them, and it's been like that for a long time. Inside, outside. Look, last year he could have gone in the portal and got a ton of money, and he decided to stay at Georgia, wanted to stay with his guys, and ended up, also could have come out into the draft as well, CD. So he stayed there and showed that versatility as we look at big Cam Jackson, a monster defensive tackle from Florida. Big DTs in the SEC, Charles. I mean, that was a theme when you're watching all these DTs this year. They all came from the SEC, it seems like.
And had Cam Jackson and Deion Walker at the Senior Bowl.
The Vikings got the Seahawks just traded Sam Howell.
Everything shook. You had to make sure you check your balance because those are big people. The clock things up inside.
You went to the Panthers, the Titan selection. Well, I guess I need to be a little careful here because there's so many trades all over the map. Well, this is the Ravens' next selection. Let's get that from the stage.
Oh, it's a Vincent. That's a good pick by them.
It's a who?
Carson Vincent, right tackle or left tackle.
Behalf of the Baltimore Ravens, the 2000 and 2012 World Champions, the back-to-back AFC North champions, would like to announce the 141st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Baltimore Ravens will select Carson Vincent, tackle, Alabama A&M. Let's go, Flock! Woo!
That's a big man.
Let's check on Carson
That's a
Vincent
big
here.
motherfucker. 6'7", 314.
Done with this Alabama A&M tape series.
Sure, yeah.
What Rick Ross tell Keith Lee when he seen him? You a big motherfucker.
And he's raw. And we saw that at the Senior Bowl. There's still development that needs to take place there. They didn't have the best Senior Bowl game.
Here's Garfield.
Program there, they can develop these guys.
Hey, what's up, Garfield?
Size. When I started there was Jonathan. I mean, this has gone on for a long time. They've collected big tackles.
They haven't gotten smaller.
So the Seattle Seahawks just traded into this final pick for the Vikings in the draft. So the Vikings moved down to 172. And the Seattle Seahawks move up to 142. And the price of that trade was Sam Howell. Now, when they drafted Jalen Milroe last night in Seattle, that gave them Drew Lock, gave them Sam Darnold, that gave them Drew Lock and Sam Darnold, and they got rid of one Sam. And so Sam Howell goes to where Sam Darnold came from. So Seattle can then move up, and that now checks a box for...
Sam Howell really wasn't that bad of a quarterback for him to get moved around like this.
Throw into the quarterback room with J.J. McCarthy. There was tons of...
He didn't have much to work with.
Potentially Kirk Cousins wind up back there again. If something happens with Cousins in Atlanta, would the Vikings even be interested? What will they do? Because they've given J.J. McCarthy all the opportunity to take this job. So Sam Howell now goes from Seattle, where Jalen Milroe was added to Drew Lock and Sam Darnold. Too many quarterbacks, and the Vikings get theirs. Ian?
Yeah, and this is a trade that has been discussed between the two parties for a couple weeks now. And you're right. Once the Seahawks landed another quarterback, once they got Jalen Milroe, it was all about finding a landing spot for Sam Howell. Certainly someone the Vikings have been interested in. As far as you mentioned the Kirk Cousins part of it, I would be very surprised right now if there was a return to Minnesota, especially because they have secured a veteran backup for J.J. McCarthy with some support for him as well.
All right, so these are all parts of the intrigue.
You must know I'm on live, Garfield.
In this draft hall, and then obviously
Riley Mills, he tackled on Notre Dame.
So who did Seattle move all the way up to go get? We're about to get that.
Another reason why we lost the national title.
Another reason why we lost what?
Hello, everyone.
Another reason why we lost the national title. He got hurt. He got hurt. When Morrison got hurt, and our quarterback Riley Leonard sucked.
As proud partners of the Seattle Seahawks, we are here to announce the Seahawks' next pick for the 12s everywhere.
Watch Riley Leonard get. Is it Riley Leonard in this draft?
And with the 142nd
Why should he get picked over Shador?
draft, the
Seattle Seahawks select Riley Mills, defensive end from Notre Dame.
I love Riley Mills' tape. You see the production there. Unfortunately, had that injury where he hurt his knee late in the season. And to tell you just a little bit about the character of this guy, he wanted to be with his team in Atlanta for that playoff game, but he couldn't fly because he just had the surgery. So he gets in the, I believe it was a Winnebago, and drives there so he could be with his guys. So
we're up again in a couple picks.
At Notre Dame, and someone who has the tape to back up being selected higher than he was right here. He can win on the backside with quickness. You'll see him run down wide receiver screens. I just wrote down this guy's a winner. Yeah, this is just a winning player.
Yeah, this when he got hurt in the college football playoff. Chasing Nathan Morgan,
say hi to all your fans, Garfield.
Unfortunately, not only that, he was at the combine for the medical.
Say hi to all your fans.
I had a chance to meet him down on the field, watching and encouraging. He's the type of guy you can't wait to add to your locker room.
All right, the Miami Dolphins' latest selection, I imagine, or we will get the Dolphins' latest selection. That pick is in
Miami.
The Browns
not a bad pick
into the next pick, so they're back on the clock right now. This pick is coming from where the Dolphins are playing this fall, and we'll find out on May 14th who their opponent is for the Madrid game.
Hi, I'm Hugo, live from Madrid, where the Dolphins will play the first ever NFL game in Spain this season at Santiago Bernabéu Stadium. And with the 143 pick, the Miami Dolphins selects Jordan Phillips, defensive tackle, Maryland Dolphins.
Yeah, it reminded me a little bit of Javon Hargrave, just in terms of that thick, strong lower body there at Maryland. Has that wide 4-point stance, violent handle, violent club swim move, some pure bull rush. Not a lot of polish to his game, but you see a lot of power, CD.
You see the power, and you also see that quick jump around. They get up into the backfield. Loves to have that type of a move to fool people. Transfer from Tennessee to Maryland. Provides a load inside.
Where do the Browns trade out for? 90 seconds left for them to be on the clock for that. And the Eagles, Patriots, and Niners here in Green Bay.
You might know Harbor Freight for affordability. What you might not know is performance and durability go right along with it. You see, we test, and then we test again. World-class engineering and rigorous testing to ensure our tools perform at the highest level and stand the test of time without testing your wallet. Now, it's time for you to put us to the test. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Sunny days call for Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea. Made with real iced tea and real vodka. Refreshing and goes down smooth. Let the good times cruise with Sun Cruiser.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the things that just will never come out.
Galley Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Total eclipse of the heart.
The DQ freezer is opening again for our 85th birthday to bring back our most wished for blizzard flavor. It's
I remember
blizzard treats filled with confetti cake pieces and
back in the day when I finally got a chance to get into the studio with my favorite singer of all time. She sang Total Eclipse of the Heart to me.
For many years with Carl here. Describe your perfect.
I couldn't believe I'm in the studio working with like my favorite singer. And she's like, well, yeah, I've been working on this and I think I'm going to perform it live. And then she starts singing that shit. And I'm like,
That's it. That's exactly what I wanted.
in heaven.
Apartments.com. A place to find a place. Ooh.
That is about to be mad right now. Wow.
You said the Browns about to get you mad?
No, Dallas is about to be mad right now.
Things move a little more smoothly. Deposit checks easily and send money quickly.
Whew.
That's convenience from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Not lying.
Nationwide is so much more than a great
Not
insurance
lying.
company. They're also one of
What?
America's largest financial services companies. Like, he's so much more than Saquon Barkley.
The Browns took Shador Sanders?
Oh, man. Struck my
They drafted Shador?
Oh, man.
That's what one thing. That's what Sleeper just said.
When things get intense, we get insights. What a nice.
Nah, that's a lie.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Rise and shine.
We're here, baby. Let's get it.
GMFB is live from LA, and we've got all things football.
They just don't lose.
If that's your jam, this is for you.
Good Morning Football, Monday at 8 on NFL Network. Shedeur Sanders has been your best available for darn near 2 days, Daniel. He's sitting there 20th overall, and the 5th round has begun. Ian Rappaport, take it away.
Rich, there have been rumors all day that the Philadelphia Eagles were interested in Shedeur Sanders. Would be a perfect landing spot for him. A veteran quarterback room, a team with a really good backbone, really good culture.
Oh my God.
The Cleveland Browns just traded
What happened?
for the Eagles.
I
wonder, obviously they have Dylan Gabriel yesterday. Did the Browns do this thinking the Eagles would take Shedeur and just maybe, we'll see.
Well, that would be something. I mean, that would be something. And that's the only way I would say it. But let's see how the next 10 minutes plays out here. The Browns, as we all know, had a shot to. They were the team to have Travis Hunter right there, and they passed up that chance. And then they passed up how many chances at Shedeur after that? Let me get this accurately. I should have the card here since they're right on the clock. They passed on Shedeur 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, and including the selection of Dylan Gabriel last night, 94, to complete the Heisman Trophy finalist quartet from Manhattan being drafted.
Yep, he did. The Browns took him,
including Travis Hunter, drafted in the top 5.
Holy shit!
I told you they traded from 2 to 5 and got Shedeur Sanders. I don't think you would have thought we were saying you with the 5th round pick.
All right, here's where you got it. Here's the Cleveland Browns pick. Is this the moment?
The Seattle Seahawks have traded the 144th pick to the Cleveland Browns. With the 144th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Shedeur Sanders.
Wow.
But you took Gabriel yesterday? Make it make sense.
It's the Browns. It's the Cleveland Browns.
Shedeur Sanders just went the team that could have had him 6 times over. Chose not to.
Absolutely confused right now.
It's the Browns. Bro, it's the Browns. It's the Browns. No need to be confused. It's the Browns. That's the reason why that's the reason why they've been the shit of the NFL forever. It's because the Browns do brown shit.
Also, the offensive line under a lot of duress over the last 2 years, a lot of collapsing pockets. He's able to hang in there, show his toughness. Watch, know you're going to get hit, sit in there, take your medicine, and deliver an accurate football that drops right out of the sky on the money. Now, this was the negative side of it. It was the drifting out of pockets. It was taking bad sacks at inopportune times. The thing to me was just playing faster. He just got to speed up his clock and play faster. But CD, when he's got everything lined up and he gets his feet in the ground, he is a very accurate thrower.
It isn't playing faster kind of the norm that we say for college quarterbacks, because things are going to go faster in the league to begin with. So things that you could get out of in college, because you always think your athleticism is going to beat most of the defenses, and it usually does. You have to change that. But Rich, you keep coming back to how many different ways, how many different.
Matt McWilliams, cornerback to Philly.
Just getting an idea for Cleveland.
Corner?
Ranked.
Yeah.
Now they got him in that spot. I understand.
So one pick away.
But here's the best part for him. Kenny Pickett's there, Joe Flacco's there, Dylan Gabriel's there. There's no one there that he can't compete against. This is still an opportunity for him to be back in the NFL. It's a big quarterback room, but it's not one that's so daunting.
What happened?
First round talent, can't go in there and compete. And to me, it's the right style of offense. They got the runners for him.
Yeah, I see us on the board twice. I like that shit.
This fits what Jador Sanders is going to need to go forward in the NFL. I was going to hate where he went, but it's a good spot.
Let's talk about that then. Because we have been saying for 2 straight days now, it's not when you go, it's what you do when you go. I mean, Max Crosby even tweeted that out at the top of the 4th round because he was a 4th round pick when he came in out of Eastern Michigan, and now look what he's become. So
is it just me, or do it always seem like every year the Cleveland Browns never have a plan?
I agree.
Because you really could have took Shador yesterday. You really could have took him yesterday. Why would you take 2 quarterbacks in this draft when you already got Flacco, you got Little Hands? Why would you take 2 quarterbacks in this draft?
Are you cutting one of those 2 idiots? Are you keeping the geezer and cutting Little Hands? Or are you keeping Little Hands and cutting the geezer?
You got to keep the geezer because he's better than Little Hands. But didn't they trade for Little Hands?
Yeah.
See? The Browns don't have a fucking plan. I'm glad that nobody in my family brought me into Browns fanhood like all the people our age that are Browns fans now. Somebody clearly brought you into that and raised you on the Browns. That's the only reason why you are a Cleveland Browns fan.
So enjoy that. I know you're frustrated that you fell this far.
Our team, we executed a plan. We came into the draft with a plan. We came into this offseason with a plan. And we stuck to that plan. We executed that plan. Regardless of how trash the 49ers have been between the Dennis Erickson years and the Jim Harbaugh years. We always had a plan. Every offseason, we had a plan. The coaches sucked, but when Jim Harbaugh got here, what did Jim Harbaugh have? He had a squad. He had a squad that Mike Nolan and Mike Singletary helped draft. He had a fucking squad. So all he had to do was add Aldon Smith to that motherfucker, and we was rolling. We was rolling. He had a squad. So we had a plan. The Browns don't have a fucking plan.
Yeah, look what we're wrong. Just don't say it out. Just read it on.
But the opportunity remains. What are you going to do now that that's in front of you? Are you going to continue to say, I wanted this over here? That's not there anymore. This is what's here. It's right now. I've experienced it. I think a lot of people at home have experienced it. What's going to be the next step for you? You can be angry. You can be upset. I get it. The next step is go out and fight. And I'll guarantee you, that's part of what they're talking about in the Sanders family right now. You get a chance to show the guy that picks ahead of you.
I don't understand people.
You get a chance to show a guy who's won a Super Bowl that you're better than he is.
That would have picked them. That would have made Brock take out our deal.
This is your opportunity.
If not,
Jador Sanders, I get it. The frustrations. I wanted to give you a hug for 2 days now, but now's the chance to get up and go. I've been there. It's not fun, but you got a choice to make. Battle or not, I think he's going to battle.
Well, in case anybody's wondering how often we see a draft where one team takes 2 quarterbacks.
My boy just said Hard Knocks just set up a permanent office to try to keep them Browns.
Third overall, then later on chose the current backup.
All right,
the
pick is in.
And part of the reason why
Hard Knocks just set up a permanent office in Cleveland every year.
Yeah.
That turned out for being Gerard Mayo's last game as head coach, but neither here nor there. We're currently looking up. Pittsburgh did it in 2022 as well.
Look, the biggest one is RG3 and Kirk Cousins.
Well, but I'll ask that question.
It's different.
That was there because I remember
we were there,
and I remember I looked right at you guys. I looked right at Mayock, who was sitting in your chair at the time, DJ, and I said, what is Washington doing right now? Because the only way that Cousins plays is if
I didn't even see that we had comments. I gotta learn this. I really gotta learn EV Mux.
One of the most generationally enriched.
Come on, don't go fully Macaulay Culkin on me, bro.
And now one of the most
running back Jordan James out of Oregon,
where a lot of folks thought he could wind up in Cleveland if things didn't go right in this draft. Now, I mean, it's standing room only in that draft room, especially.
So we finally took a duck.
Again.
One of those rascals to get around right now. And so, bottom line,
who's the other duck we took?
In the past, we took a running back. Remember the Michael James?
Oh yeah, he was actually decent for a year.
Now that's the leadership that you need in your locker room. That's what I was talking about last night. I was like, it could be a circus. This, that, that. You need leaders in your locker room to basically say,
why? Why a running?
Word that he normally puts a hashtag.
Thank you. And
why running back that ran 4.55?
Intentional by using that word. Right. You've used it.
Lord help me. Damian Martinez is out there. He's perfect running back for the zone running.
And what you just said, that it's now time to compete for your spot and show that particular.
The only thing you missed was the hashtag.
Ian Rappaport wants to chime in. Ian?
I wouldn't have missed the hashtag, by the way. Let me explain what is going on in the Cleveland Browns quarterback room. You have Deshaun Watson, retore his Achilles, not expected to play this year. Everything else is now completely up for grabs. You want to take a look at this draft? Let's do it. Dylan Gabriel, a high energy.
Okay, he scored a lot of TDs in his career.
Backup. That does seem to be where the Browns have him targeted.
11 rush TDs in each of his last 2 seasons.
Some view him as a future starter. If he develops, he could be more. We will see. The Cleveland Browns also has no required a first-round pick in the future. They still need a franchise quarterback, one that could help them next year get whoever.
I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. Because we still got another pick coming up. So I'm not saying it.
And other teams believe he can be. Then they just have a free first next year. They can do whatever they want. It is a lottery ticket for the Browns at a very low cost.
You guys want to chime in?
What are you depressed for?
Go ahead, DJ.
No, I'm sitting here thinking, I think that's right. I keep coming back to that competition, and it's going to start with
I just don't want them to reach for a motherfucker.
Ooh, how you win? We're in the 5th round. We need somebody to replace Brendan.
I'm going to learn this stuff as fast as I possibly can.
It's still somebody there.
Yeah,
There's a bunch of them there.
If you want a culture,
And the one that I want is still there.
Man, they drafted 2 backs,
The
2
number
big-time
one,
backs
the
in
whole
this draft. Now they've got 2 quarterbacks.
They're trying to get back to
this is the purest form of sport. It's competition, and before you can play the other.
That Malachi Moore pissed me off. That's what
Rams
pissed
took Ty Hamilton.
Each other,
Ohio State.
it's going to be a healthy competition, and it's going to be fun. Practices, minicamp, man. We've got a quarterback competition.
And the Cowboys are going to get their receiver.
I would run to Cleveland for the playbook and the opportunity right now. Because exactly what you're saying, Dylan Gabriel, that's who he is.
Didn't the Cowboys already get a running back earlier?
UCF, Oklahoma, Oregon.
They needed a running back. I don't think they got one.
They did. They got one earlier.
Who did they get?
Schools, all these things.
Oh, no, they didn't.
Yeah, they still need a running back.
I have my Dukes up, and we're going to fight.
They're going to go receiver, though.
I hope they keep fucking this draft up. Fuck the Cowboys.
No, they actually did good in the draft. I'm surprised.
They got that sassy ass inside guard, Tyler Booker. That motherfucker sassy. That motherfucker sassy as shit. He came out looking like Michael Sams.
Again.
And who else did they get? Who else did they get?
BCDN is Araku. And then they got
Hold on. You said they got BDSM?
BC's BN. God.
I'm about to say, hold up. I ain't know Tyler Booker was in some freaky shit.
And they took a corner with the last pick that they had.
The Cowboys fan base is not liking their draft.
They're idiots.
Tyler Booker was a good pick though. Although he's sassy than a motherfucker, it was a good pick. He's the Jalen Ramsey of offensive linemen.
And then just lastly, how does a quarterback
come on, Garfield,
with 4 guys and 2 rookies?
Why are you gonna lay right there?
You want to talk about the exact opposite of a rookie is somebody who won comeback player of the year pushing 40.
I don't know that you have all
Cats
four.
love being an inconvenience.
40, I should
Do you
say.
really think they have all four there?
I mean, once we get to, let's see when we get to training camp. The other thing is, Joe Flacco, I can't imagine if, hey, Joe, we're going to take some reps off you. I don't know if you're going to get a big argument there from Joe, as much football as he's played at his age.
Came off the couch.
When you got NASA tall, that's how that happens.
Sanders, this is his reaction. It's time to take the plunge and get into the National Football League. His long week of waiting a year.
And now he's in Cleveland, where everybody goes to die. It's crazy, right?
And the second quarterback taken by the team that just drafted him. Can't make it up.
The 2025 NFL Draft is presented by Verizon. The NFL, powered by Verizon 5G.
Verizon Small Business Days are back. Our experts?
Come in.
Closer than you think.
Jaden Blue, running back, Dallas.
Ooh, good pickup for them. He fumbled a lot, but good pickup for them.
Wherever you are.
Because when that boy gets open field, he's gone.
Let's take a look.
It's good to go. April 21st to 27th. Don't wait. Get started today.
We were born on the battlefield and answered the call when America needed us most. The Jeep brand has always stood for American freedom. Now, with our Freedom of Choice pricing program, visit your local dealer to choose your offer. Cash incentives or employee pricing for all. Jeep, America's most patriotic brand. With Freedom of Choice pricing, get $7,000 bonus cash allowance. Or employee pricing for all 2025 Jeep Gladiator, Rubicon, and Mojave models. See your local Jeep brand dealer today.
Graduates, today you enter the real world, ready for whatever lies ahead. Except for the following, which you're likely to find exceedingly difficult.
What's the about like a school
Not a five job, doing your
Laughing at my
taxes,
boy
putting
Dion.
on your bank coverage,
He about to go off
taking
about
bank
this
cover,
Shador
realizing
getting
you never
drafted
go
to the
That's what I'm talking about.
to the
In some
Browns.
ways, life is hard, but saving
He's
money
like,
while you're humming auto
He's
and
like, they got
progressive is
5
easy.
fucking running. They got 5 fucking wide receivers on their
For
team.
dinner every night. For the
You mean
rest.
Quarterbacks. 5 quarterbacks on their team.
Yeah, you're not actually allowed to drink in a beer commercial?
One they traded for,
Since when?
one they picked up in free
You
agency,
gotta wait till it's done.
2 they drafted, 1 they already had there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. Dak going for it, and he fumbles. Brilliant
How come they got any Coke Zero upstairs?
And so does the Lowe's app. In
I
store
need a
and
beverage.
online, our Lowe's team has you covered.
They have them jumping around again like a bunch of fools.
You guys seen this?
Jason Marshall Jr. And
No fancy Green Bay. Just like witnessed one of the biggest stories.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Shador Sanders, drafted by the Cleveland Browns in the 5th round. Second quarterback they took after taking Dylan Gabriel at the end of the 3rd round. Let's get to our draft tracker now, presented by Lexus. Taking a look at all the names that have come off the board since Shador Sanders. Mac McWilliams, cornerback from UCF, went to the Philadelphia Eagles. Latest pick was the Cowboys. Just got their running back, perhaps, in Jaden Blue, right there from the state of Texas, and the Texas Longhorns. Miami Dolphins have their pick in at number 150. So do the Colts. And the Arizona Cardinals are now on the clock. Look at the last 5 picks. Jason Marshall, Jr. from Florida, the cornerback, is the most recent selection, 150 overall, down in Miami. Hello, everybody. Welcome here inside our NFL Network studios here in Los Angeles. I'm Rhett Lewis, Brian Baldinger, Maurice Jones-Drew. Excited to be back here with you. We'll get you out to Green Bay again here shortly with Rich Eisen in the group. And, guys, we talked about it for 3 days. Yep. Now, Shador Sanders, now officially a Cleveland Brown. 40 quarterbacks have started games for the Cleveland Browns since they made their return to Cleveland. If, in fact, Shedeur Sanders becomes the 41st or 42nd or even 43rd here, depending on all the names the Browns now have in their quarterback room, let's start with what that might actually look like in the Kevin Stefanski system here, Paul.
Well, I want to know how you're going to orchestrate this.
Yeah.
I mean, Dylan Gabriel was a third-round pick, 94th pick. Kenny Pickett is there. Joe Flacco is a guy that took him to the playoffs 2 years ago. He's 40 years old. He's back in Audubon, New Jersey right now, watching this whole thing unfold. I thought as soon as Cleveland took Dylan Gabriel with the 94th pick in the third round yesterday, that it took Cleveland off the interest of drafting a quarterback. And we kept doing this through the first round, the second round, the third round. Once a team took a quarterback, Jalen Milroe, whatever, like you eliminated Shedeur from those positions. And now he is 2 rookie quarterbacks on this team. There's only so many reps. There's only so many preseason games. I don't even know how you evaluate what you're going to do.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
I know you've got some thoughts on that, MJD. We're going to get to it here in a second, but we got to get to Berlin for a pick where the Colts are going to host the first ever NFL regular season game in Berlin, and we're going to get their pick now at 151.
Guten Tag from the Olympic Stadium here in Berlin, Germany. This season, the Indianapolis Colts would make history as the first NFL team to play a regular season game right in this beautiful stadium. We are excited to bring Colts football to fans around the world. Let me introduce you to star defensive player, team captain, Kenny Moore II.
With the 151st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select DJ Giddens, running back, Kansas State.
Damn, run on running backs.
Auf Wiedersehen.
All right, I love it. There we go, MJD.
Yeah, they must have been looking at look at this. They must have been looking at the rankings.
Yeah.
Look at the sudden. Oh, I love him. A big back that's sudden and can stop, makes people miss. Look at that. You don't get that with big guys, 6 foot plus, 200 plus pounds. You don't see a lot of that. Again, a guy that can make people miss. Look at that. Just the shiftiness, the suddenness, the ability to burst the house. Played injured this year too. He's a little banged up, so. Yeah. That's a good pick. They must have been, checking out NFL.com.
All right, we'll check that out. We saw their starting running back, Jonathan Taylor, announce their second and third round picks last night. JT Tuimoloau from Ohio State, Dustin Wally from Minnesota, the corner, and then, of course, they took Tyler Warren with their first round pick out of Penn State. Let's get back to Shedeur Sanders, though, MJD.
Yeah.
You know this Kevin Stefanski system. How do you see Shedeur's fit with him?
I think this is a perfect fit. This system is ran all through the league. You talk about the Atlanta Falcons running, the Houston Texans running, the San Francisco 49ers running, the Green Bay Packers running, the Los Angeles Rams running, and the Miami Dolphins running. And the reason I say the Dolphins, think of what Tua Tagovailoa has been able to do.
Oh, shit, it's about to start thundering and lightning over here.
And anticipation. That's what you see from Shedeur Sanders. He gets the ball out quick. You're going to have a great running game. A lot of half-field read, play-action pass. To me, if you could just be a point guard, and we saw what DJ put on there as a point guard.
Cowboys just picked Shamar James.
That's all you have to be in this system.
That's another common-ass name in this draft, Shamar.
Kevin Stefanski. So I love this fit. And you may talk about, hey, how do you get out there? I remember being in Jacksonville, and it was probably like 9 running backs. You know how you get out there? First, you do it in the meeting room by being smart and being on the board, answering questions, and gaining trust. Then you get on the field and you start making plays. And then you get in the preseason, and you start making some big-time throws. Dak Prescott did that with the Cowboys in Week 1 against Los Angeles Rams.
Back on the field.
And then all of a sudden, you can't. They got to keep playing you because you're giving yourself the best chance. Competing is all that matters at this point. I think he's in the best situation to do that there in Cleveland.
So we had 6 quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks last year. Shedeur Sanders, the 6th quarterback off the board, and it comes in the 5th round in this 2025 NFL Draft. Okay, time now for Next Gen Stats, powered by AWS. Looking at the highest production scores of quarterbacks in this draft, and look, I mean, that is one of the crown jewels of that draft profile for Shedeur Sanders. His production was unquestioned there. Turned 2 programs around in Jackson State, and then, of course, in Colorado, and is a big piece of that success the last 2 years in Colorado. All right, Browns fans, fired up. They get not 1, but 2 rookie quarterbacks to come in there and try to get this Browns franchise back to the postseason. We're back with the Drafters.
What do you do when things get tough? You don't give up. You stand your ground. If you've been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer and have tried hormone therapy, ask your doctor about Pluvicto. Pluvicto is not chemotherapy. It's a different treatment that targets PSMA-positive cells. It's now FDA approved after 1 hormone therapy and before chemotherapy. Pluvicto involves contact with radioactivity, which may increase the risk for cancer and cause fetal harm. Drink plenty of fluids, urinate often, use contraception, and talk to your doctor about ways to reduce the risk of exposing others to radiation during and after treatment. Pluvicto can cause low levels of blood cell counts, kidney problems, and infertility. Tell your doctor if you have weakness, pale skin, shortness of breath, bleeding or bruising more easily, an infection, or changes in urination. Side effects include decreased blood cell counts, tiredness, dry mouth, nausea, appetite loss, joint or back pain, and constipation. Ask your doctor about Pluvicto, because every day without cancer progression is a victory.
Sunny days call for Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea. Made with real iced tea and real vodka. Refreshing and goes down smooth. Let the good times cruise with Sun Cruiser.
Oh, these K's are fire. Hey, D, you work here?
Whatever, kid.
Take notes. Every shoe for every athlete, only at Dick's.
The 2025 NFL schedule will be released soon.
The stage electric.
Quarterbacks define this rivalry.
A Super Bowl rematch for the age.
Welcome back.
Time for me to turn my light on. Starting to get dark over this motherfucker.
I'm Sandra, this is Jorge, and we were adopted in 2019. I remember when they first came to us,
His name is
Michael was
Jorge.
already a teenager. The whole cliche of they're so lucky to have you guys, and it's the other way around. They have changed our family for the better. They chose to love us. They didn't have to. They chose us. Them.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit
I think I'd be upset if somebody named me Jorge.
Thousands of families affected by disasters urgently need support. You can help the American Red Cross provide help and hope to families when they need it most. Please donate today to Red Cross Disaster Relief to help people affected by disasters, big and small. Go to redcross.org/NFL today. Your support is critical. We can't do it without.
The Giants took Bow.
Ice building, we've got sandcastle building, but that is a cheese factory.
You said Green Bay out, that's extra cheese?
Hey, I suppose.
Okay.
Boy, it was a green and golden night in the first round there in Green Bay. Matthew Golden, third receiver off the board, 23rd overall, first taken in the first round by the Green Bay Packers since Javon Walker back in 2002. Baldy?
Yeah.
What do you love about what Matt Golden brings?
Well, I love the jacket. I love the suit. I love the reception that he got in Green Bay.
Yeah.
But this is a guy that has suddenness, and he has a burst, and he had production at Texas this year. I loved everything about Matthew Golden. He was my number one wide receiver in this entire draft.
Wow.
MJ. So
you're not alone.
When I watch him here, like I think he's a complete player now. So here he is. You got to be pressed up. All right, now there's the suddenness to come back to the ball. Good skills. All right, to be able to separate right here. And like this little nigger out the side, like when he catches it, he's on the fly now. Like this catch right here, like that's a one-handed. Like put that on his resume tape, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's beautiful. But his ability just to adjust to a ball, that's a great piece of film right there. But his ability to adjust in traffic, they all got to be able to do this now. Got to catch the ball in traffic, contested catches. He kind of showed it all. And then when he went to the combine and ran a 4.29 on top of all of it, he's a complete receiver with real speed.
Yeah, to me,
you saw a lot of underthrown balls, which means he has real speed. You hope Jordan Love has that ability to be able to put that ball out there, which I think they will be. But it's about winning in the playoffs for me for the Green Bay Packers. And going out and drafting one of the bigger guys, and Anthony Belton lets me know they want to run the football. They want to protect their quarterback, and that's what you're looking for in Green Bay. There's been a lot of injuries to that offensive line, a lot of shuffling over the years. Even when Aaron Rodgers was there, it seemed like they were shuffling a ton of guys. You got to solidify that offensive line. If you go back and look at the Philadelphia Eagles game, they were really taking control of that game until late when that defensive line kind of took over. So we got to fix that part. We got to get back to running the football, having the ability to flash pass, take shots, but you got to handle obviously the trenches.
Yeah, no question. And look, when the Packers were at their best, they were building that offensive line homegrown style through the draft, right? They took Jordan Morgan last year. Now they get Belton and kind of building back towards that. Meanwhile, their arch enemies, NFC North rivals, the Chicago Bears, with the 10th overall pick, took a tight end, which had kind of been a popular mock scenario, but it was not Tyler Warren.
No, it wasn't.
It was Colston Loveland from Michigan. Big time athleticism, Maurice.
But this is the thing. Well, you talk about mismatches, right? Travis Kelce, some of these other guys. You want to make sure, you want to make sure that who's going to cover him? Is it going to be a linebacker? He's more explosive, probably has better ball speed. Is it going to be a safety? He's bigger, and he can kind of post up. And then I love what Ben Johnson talked about. We have a plan for you.
Yes.
That's all I want to hear from a coach. When you draft a weapon like that, do you have a plan? Don't draft me and have me inline blocking. I need a plan. Are this going to be receiver screens? Is it going to get me out in space?
Think about Sam Laporta in Detroit.
Exactly. I think that's going to be awesome to see what they do.
That's a great.
And we'll break it down a little bit later.
Yeah, that's a great correlating move to think about there with that. I mean, DJ Moore on one side and all that, and then obviously Rome Odunze as well. So a lot of fun there for Caleb Williams and company. Fun continues now for Green Bay with the Miami Dolphins selection.
With the 155th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the only undefeated team of history in the NFL, the Miami Dolphins select Dante Trader Jr., defensive back, Maryland.
They still announcing picks on stage? I guess.
Dante Trader Jr., interesting one. He was recruited to Maryland to play lacrosse. He was one of the best lacrosse players in the great lacrosse.
I think that was just a draft pick.
Ended up migrating full-time into football, played the Senior Bowl. It's a good little player now.
So we had an Oregon Duck named
Yeah,
LaMichael James. And then we taking this other dude named Jordan James. All these damn Oregon Ducks combined in Jordan and LeBron James's names.
What I kind of think of, absolutely, he has a little bit more to it, right? This guy here, you saw that route, that run route, that curl route, but the ability to go up and get the ball, especially when you have a young quarterback, a tight end that can move allows him to have what we call a catch radius, right? Ability to miss some throws, and this guy can go and make him right. Again, the Bears are starting to build this thing up. And it started last year, right, with all the picks and all things. But you get this kid, oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Watch out.
Well, they also drafted Ozzie Trapil out of Boston College, who started every single game at Boston College. I mean,
it was muted.
Over 6'8", and he's a guy that
Jimmy Uso is picking the next pick.
Like you want to, and he's been
for the 49ers.
All right, and so
his
ability right now, all he's got to do is just work on getting low. He stays low.
Jeffrey Bossa to the key.
Flow Rider. I see you over there.
Ozzie Trapillo's dad, Steve Trapillo, was an offensive lineman for the Saints, passed away at an early age. When Ozzie was a young boy, so this is going to be a really special weekend for Ozzie. Much more coming up from Green Bay.
That's a decent pick for them.
It's a great pick for them.
Fuck them. Fuck them.
Why do NFL players choose to sleep over smart bed? I like to sleep cool.
And I like to sleep even cooler.
Giddens went to the Colts.
What we want. Meet the Sleep Number Climate Cool Smart Bed. Sleep up to 50.
And then Miami's Jalen Rivers went to the Bengals. Marcus Bowe went to the Giants.
Chipotle honey chicken.
Yeah.
They got 2 tackles off the board.
And seared smoked peppers with fresh chicken.
Flash guard.
For Chipotle heat with a touch of sweet in a perfectly balanced sauce. Chipotle sweet chicken takes heat and sweet to a whole new level.
Mopping is hard work, but I thought it was the only way I could get my floors truly clean. And then I tried the Swiffer Power Mop and realized that I can get cleaner floors without the extra work. It has a built-in solution that breaks down dirt on contact, and the pad's hundreds of strips scrub away sticky messes, even from grout lines. Okay, Power Mop. Plus, it's 360-degree swivel head, things up along baseboards, and even behind the toilet. So ditch the bucket and all the hard work that comes along with it with the Swiffer Power Mop.
And we are up in 3 picks.
Sorry, honey, it's a work thing. Mine's also a work thing. I just need someone.
Hopefully, this is an old lineman so it can shut these goofy ass fucking fans up online.
Just like your home and auto.
Oh, that's great.
You know the fans that don't watch fucking games? All they know is the fucking quarterback. I seen fans talk about, we got enough running backs. Bitch, did you watch any of the fucking games last year? Did you not see how many fucking running backs we went through last year? Yes, we needed another fucking running back. Goofy motherfuckers. Watch football.
Elijah Roberts, defensive end, SMU, to Tampa Bay.
It's not bad. Tampa Bay's actually crushing this draft. And I fucking hate it.
Enjoy the intense flavor of Lavazza Dolce Vito.
I know you do. You hate anybody that's not us having a great draft.
No, I'm against anybody from the NFC that's not us having a great draft. The AFC, I ain't too worried about them because we ain't got to see them to get to the Super Bowl. We got to see them in the Super Bowl.
It's always football season at the Pro Football.
Fucking Rams hated on us. We could have had Baker Mayfield on the team.
Off-the-field stories are limited time character exhibit. Also, backed by popular demand, we'll host our annual. That was
the most pettiest hating ass shit I've ever seen in my life. Because the Rams weren't going nowhere that season, and they still jumped in front of us to pick up Baker Mayfield, knowing that we needed a backup quarterback.
Fans still packing Titletown. Drafttown USA this weekend as the 5th round rolls on here, day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft. And soon enough, you're going to find out where some of your favorite rookies are going to be playing this year. The 2025 schedule release coming up for you just a couple of weeks now. Wednesday, May 14th. Of course, you can catch right here on NFL Network. Let's take a look at the wide receivers taken in this year's draft.
Really, Travis Hunter, though? That's not a wide receiver. That's a football player.
That is a first-round wide receiver. And the best first-round wide receiver right there. Tedero McMillan follows Emeka Egbuka, and then Matthew Golden, as we talked about just a minute ago. I guess technically 4th wide receiver taken. What was your favorite or the wide receiver maybe most excited to see?
Well, actually, I want to see what Jacksonville does right now with Travis Hunter and what side of the ball that he's going to start on. Yesterday we talked to the new general manager, James Gladstone, and he says he raises the space around everybody. Like, I just think, and then when they asked him, like, if Travis Hunter, the receiver, was being covered by Travis Hunter, the corner, who's coming up the ball? He said Travis Hunter. I thought it was a great line.
Yeah,
to me, it's T-Mac, and I feel like if you're in the NFC South, you have to have like a 6'5", 200-plus pound receiver. You got Drake London in Atlanta. You have Mike Evans in Tampa.
Yeah.
And now Carolina has that version of it because in the red zone, you want to make it easy for your quarterback. Now, I would say Carolina and Tampa's quarterback are similar in stature. But again, I want to give my guy an opportunity to throw some jump balls and make his completion to go up and get his confidence going. I want to see what the Carolina Panthers do and how they use T-Mac.
Look, you want to capitalize on that upward trajectory you saw from Bryce Young in the second half of the season when he came back into the starting lineup, giving Bryce Young that additional opportunity. Yeah, indeed. Another international pick as we keep it rolling with the LA Chargers selection at 158.
Good evening from Athens, Greece. I'm Maria Olson, the interim U.S. ambassador here. And as a Wisconsin girl myself, special shout out to all the fans there in Green Bay. Behind me, you'll see the iconic Acropolis of Athens. I want to say a special thanks to the Chargers and to the Spanos family for bringing the NFL to Greece. And now, With the 158th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Keandre Lambert-Smith, wide receiver, Auburn. Bolt up.
All right, Keandre Lambert-Smith here. Again, Penn State transferred down to Auburn. Part of the reason why Penn State had such an issue at the wide receiver spot last year is this guy was gone, and he's a big time player for Auburn this year.
Yeah, I love that. I love that quick release of the fade. And then again, the ability to separate. That's the one thing receivers now have more than I've ever seen, is that ability to separate and create at the top of their route.
Well, that's what McConkey did last year.
Yeah.
Why he was so effective. That ability to separate and give Justin Herbert a real clean target to throw to.
I like that one a lot as the Chargers continue to upgrade targets.
The high five. I love it.
Yeah, for sure. Remember, they got Trey Harris, too, out of Ole Miss. I really like Trey Harris. A guy with some big-time speed. So
they lost some guys, too. Remember, they brought back Mike Williams, but you lost Joshua Palmer. Right. Obviously, Keenan Allen last year. So you're trying to rebuild that receiver room.
They're going to get more explosive.
Yeah,
passing game.
More explosive.
Yeah, no, and then I love the running back selection there for the Chargers at 22 with the
Pick is in for Green Bay.
One of your favorite fits, huh?
It was my favorite fit.
What are you doing?
I had him ranked a little bit lower, but I believe that he had to go to a place where he had to get on track. And when you're the Chargers, it is A-gap track.
Your camera's off.
Running downhill, we're going to let this offensive line move forward. And I think that's where he's going to be at his best. That's a wonderful fit with Najee Harris. Look, imagine two guys like that.
I thought you said you was making it rain.
They're going to start bouncing off.
Indeed. So fifth round continuing to roll.
You make me want to get some fucking wings.
Keandre Lambert-Smith.
You've been fucking wings up since last night.
I took all the leftovers.
Yeah, indeed.
Well, every team has got at least two. Yeah, it seems like Iowa State had two, TCU.
Both of them went to two.
Next.
Texans, in fact. Yeah, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel.
Yep.
Kind of one of those strange kind of.
It's still a couple offensive linemen on the board I'd be happy with.
Area scout there in Houston got spent.
I wouldn't even be mad if they went and reached for that center. I've been picking in my mock drafts all off season.
It's not a reach.
Overseas once again.
It was the same guy I'm thinking about. Not a reach.
You better believe Baldy's been. I live there. Germany has the 159th pick.
Because it's time that we be real with ourselves about
Germany. We're coming to you live from the home of the Frankfurt Galaxy.
Jake.
Having a great day watching day 3 of the draft. It's a pleasure to announce the following pick. With the 159th pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Colin Oliver, defensive end, Oklahoma State.
The Green Bay Packers select Colin Oliver.
Colin Oliver, a player that Oklahoma State really missed last year due to injury, built their whole defense around him. Much more on the way coming up from Green Bay. We send it back to our track stream team. Rich Eisen.
Oh, shit. 2 black people, Green Bay Packer fans.
You know who else was there that we could have took a running back and still available? Ollie Gordon.
It's moments.
It's
memories.
Devin Neal.
It's once in a lifetime.
Ollie Gordon was the second best running back in football last year.
It's the journey. But most importantly, it's the destination. Book your iconic stay at Caesar's Palace.
Pick us in.
Toll has a little bit of everything. And with a Sapphire Reserve card, you have access to all of it.
And you know why he's not going to be on TV? Is he not going to do it on commercial? Because I
Whether
think
you're
Jimmy
eating
Wilson.
the world's finest sushi or 5 courses of street food, you really can find anything.
Yeah, we're probably going to see the pick during the commercial. Oh no! You said Jay Uso's announcing the pick. Jimmy
Uso. Big Jim.
Boom, 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 boom. It could have been you. Boom, 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 boom.
A great song. Especially when Terry Crews does it.
It's so many drill rappers that then took that song.
We took a safe. I'm done.
Who was it?
Kansas State safety Marquez Siegel. Yeah, we're staying with the offensive line we got.
Oh, I can already see the bitching about this pick.
We'll have all the news from around the NFL, plus live team reports and expert analysis as only NFL Network can deliver. Catch it all Monday at 7 Eastern on the Insiders. Baltimore!
And Rob, it's the Preakness. All eyes of the world will be on Baltimore.
He went to the Preakness by a dozen lengths. She's the flame. What's the Preakness?
Hey, boss. Okay.
Shut up, fine.
Absolutely disgusting.
He's fast as fuck. Ran a 4.37.
All right, so we're back in Green Bay, everybody. Anything happen while we're gone? Anything happen while we're here? The answer is yes.
Huh. He used to play at North Dakota State.
Don't tell me that shit.
Yeah.
You didn't say that. Tell me you didn't just say that.
What's that say at the bottom right there? Education.
I see it now. I see it now. He played for him for 3 fucking years. He redshirted in 2020. Then he started in 2021. 2022, he led the team with 11 special team tackles, played in all. So that's a special teams pick. That's what it sounded like to me. It sounded like that's a special teams pick.
He ran a 4.3740, you said, right?
And, the question is, how deep into the pool is he going to be in Cleveland for him, obviously, because he's the 6th quarterback taken, and in the 5th round,
Fuck is a schmale.
that very few people saw coming.
I don't know. It sounds like some shit off of Star Wars.
That's the linebacker from Georgia.
No. Lord of the Rings. That's what it sounds like. That sounds like some shit off Lord of the Rings.
What did you say he ran? His 40 time?
4.37. I think that's a special teams pick.
5th round, Rich Eisen, Charles Davis, and DJ back together again.
I want to know if he can return kicks.
Picks that have been made while we were off. And the loss.
I want to know if he can return. Who do we got to return kicks?
That's all we've been talking about
Colin.
in the last 20 minutes. I mean, again, let me just re-ask the question. How does
Garfield, figure your life out. Figure it out. Figure it out. Gone. See, I'm doing something.
For the Cleveland Browns, or you're a veteran like Flacco, you're someone like Kenny Pickett trying to get another starting opportunity in this division. How does one go about splitting up those footballs? Okay.
Well, you're going to have to eliminate somebody at some point in time early on in the process, and that could be almost as.
When would you say? What would you say?
Well, I would say, hey, Joe Flacco
That's
is going
the bottom
to
one.
is going to be able to help nurture whoever comes out of this thing with the 3 young guys, and I would put Kenny Pickett in that, even though he's a young veteran, and say we're going to let these guys kind of duke it out and see who.
Look at that. 5 fucking Watson, Kenny Pickett, Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, Shador Sanders. 5 fucking quarterbacks.
Dude, we don't take till 7th round now.
And then they can identify what
Yeah.
they have with some of these young guys, and who do we want to try and work with from there? It's going to have to get.
Yeah, don't we got like what 3 picks, 2-3 picks?
3 and 4, 3 and 7.
And you're going to have to earn your reps.
Our last pick, I think, is 252, I believe.
Starts as soon as they get there. I don't think
Hold
it's
on.
one of those things, Rich, where we're waiting till July, August, and we're in training camp And now the reps start.
That's if we don't move up.
I realize it's going to be against air. I realize
to the six.
All I know is if we don't pick up any lineman in the draft, Jedrick Wills would have been a lineman they signed.
What's the preparation level? How are they adjusting to the playbook? Assimilating it?
Jedrick Wills.
Take what they take on the board and put it on the grass. I want to see everything, and then I have every evaluating my quarterbacks every day, DJ. What are they doing in the lunchroom? How are they doing over here?
Hold up, ain't he still a free agent?
Everything to me is going to be open to it.
Why?
Because I got to find out who I'm going to have there, and I know I've got.
Why is he still a free agent?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm not worried about
I saw his name, and I'm like, I don't think that's right. He should have been picked up by now.
Also politics. Let's not lie, right?
Must be some injuries.
We have the 11th pick, the 33rd pick, and the 36th pick in the 7th round.
More than another? Is there somebody maybe higher up the flow chart?
Somebody higher up the flow chart can put his hand on the scale there too and make that decision.
I mean, and that plays into it. I mean, I've had so many stories told to me over the last 22 years of doing this thing. Hey, when I got in the building, I found out the person who drafted me is already gone, or the one who didn't want to draft me is now in charge, or the owner wanted me and the coach didn't. And you hear all that stuff, and I'm not saying that's what's happening in Cleveland right now. And there's a lot of body language experts right now on the internet talking about that sort of thing. But Kenny Pickett was first in, right? And then Joe Flacco comes in, and now Dylan Gabriel. What must he be thinking, right?
I know. I mean, Dylan Gabriel, you're thinking, they're excited. I'm the young guy they want to work with, and I'm going to get a chance to go learn under Joe Flacco, and I can compete against Kenny
I would
Pickett.
definitely take a flyer on Wills.
I look up and I look in my rearview mirror. I go, okay, I'm not the only one coming to rookie minicamp, it sounds like. And the guy coming with me was more highly regarded around most circles, at least for sure publicly, if not with almost every single team. So he's got a competition on his hands. We talked about him. Look, he's been a competitor his whole life. He's not going to shy away from us either now. So I don't want to diminish
All right.
him as we go through this process.
I fucked up last night.
Got a healthy competition on their hands. It's going to be
when I told you the name of the spot was Nashville Hot. That ain't the name of the spot. I think it's called Hangry Joe's.
Oh, I've been to Hangry Joe's.
Yeah, Hangry Joe's.
I like their chicken sandwiches.
Where they call it.
Yeah. Did you have the infused the infused cheese chicken wings?
No, I'm gonna try that next time.
Boy, that shit is fire.
Oh. The Panthers just took a Notre Dame tight end. Oh, wow.
Mitchell Evans. I know my boy Dion. I know he wished we would have took him. He loves Notre Dame. That's his team.
Look.
Linebacker from Miami. Let's go, Jets!
I'm about to get me some Hangry Joe's right now.
I saw play in high school. He actually had a background. I actually played a little quarterback. But someone with outstanding range, big-time blitzer. You'll see him mirror the quarterback and then just find his way into throwing lanes, gets his hands on the football in coverage. Someone in space CD, you see guys who will come to balance. Does a really good job of that, coming to balance and get guys on the ground. Here he is making some plays back at Washington State before he arrived at Miami.
Yeah, people talk about being an edge. I like it more in the middle there, DJ, myself. I like him being in the middle and being rangy, and I think that's a good pick for them.
All right, so we're going to take a break. We'll be back to Green Bay.
Well, the tight end that I want is still there. The other wide receiver I want is still there. Not like we're going to take either one of them, though.
Look, I'm not going to be surprised what happens. They're truly happy with keeping Jake Brendel.
What happened?
They're truly happy with keeping Jake Brendel's bum ass.
What would you say?
We need to have a real conversation about Jake Brendel. And by we, I mean the 49ers. We need to have a real conversation about dude. He ain't it.
He's far from it.
There's nothing like that first Mercedes feeling. Experience the feeling yourself.
at a local Mercedes-Benz dealer. This is Roundup for lawns. This stuff works. This stuff kills weeds down to the root without killing your lawn. This stuff works on dandelions, crabgrass, clover. This stuff works for up to 3 months. This stuff works guaranteed or your money back. This stuff works on big lawns, small lawns, and I guess you can call that a lawns. This stuff works without killing your lawn. This stuff works without killing your weekend. This stuff works for the rookies and the seasoned pros. This stuff works in Knoxville, Bronxville, Rockville, Marysville. This is Roundup for lawns. This stuff works.
Guacamole? Is this for real?
It is for real, yes. Nothing is frozen. Everything is made fresh every day. If you see an open kitchen, you gotta trust the food. It's as real as it gets.
What you see is what you get.
Exactly.
The future is here. We've been creating it for more than 100 years. From the most advanced technology to the broadest, most reliable network of sales and service dealers. Always moving forward. We lead, others follow.
New Swiffer Mop Deluxe is made for small spaces. The upgraded strip has 75% more scrubbing power. And with the new locking head, getting into tight spaces is simple.
All right, it's going to be a while before the 49ers pick again. So what we going to do, because they're on commercial, we didn't get a chance to get it to y'all last night. So let's present the commercial for the merch.
I just had another date canceled on me. What is it? Is it my fits?
It's me, the big bad booty daddy, the big cropper pump, here to take you there, yes. Your fits are the reason you're not laying up in some fat asses right now. Listen, Slim, if you want to get some trim, then you need to listen to him, Freakzilla, the largest arms in the world. If you want to get bitches, then go to the FantasyFootballAvengers.com, break off some britches, and get you some t-shirts. We got sweatshirts, we got hoodies, and for all you fat asses, we got 5 and 6X.
Thanks, Big Guapa Pump.
Those freaks are mine. Get your own. And get your gear. FantasyFootballAvengers.com is your hookup. Holla if you hear me.
Get your gear today so you can be fly and not bitches.
Get your gear today.
I'll tell you what, it has been quite the 3 days, and moments ago, this went down in Dublin.
Hello, everyone. I'm here in beautiful Dublin, Ireland, at the historic Croke Park Stadium, where the Pittsburgh Steelers will take the field this fall in the NFL's first ever regular season game in Dublin. With the 164th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 6-time Super Bowl champion Pittsburgh Steelers select Y.A. Black, defensive end, Iowa. Oh, here we go.
Do you think the Pittsburgh Steelers wanted to get a little bit better against the run? We talked about those Baltimore Ravens games. They go right back to the line of scrimmage again, and that's what Y.A. Black is. 336 pounds, over 6'5". A little bit of a clunky mover, CD. He's on the ground a little
Well, his name is Y.A.
He is tough to move. He is a space-eating defensive lineman who they announced as an end. He'll be that strong.
I thought Brud's name was Yaya Black.
Whoa. Chargers just took a Rodney Gatlin, tight from Syracuse.
I'm reminded Hayden Fry, the legendary coach at Iowa, when he took over that job, he redesigned the Hawkeyes uniforms to look like the Steelers because they were right in the midst of being those Steeler teams. So it goes one uniform to the other. It's the same color scheme, same uniform, same everything.
So, man, we were coming into this draft, and again, Shador was a spot that Pittsburgh was a spot for Shador. And but you were hearing the Steelers were interested in defensive line help, certainly in the middle, and they've addressed it twice. Their first pick, Derek Harmon, and the one they just chose.
Garfield!
Right now.
They chose size and guys
Get!
who can really play against the run.
Get!
So, to me, that was the area they were looking to address. And
Always doing something.
That, just came off the board.
Damn orange cats.
Where do you end up going here? Yes, from
All of you that got orange cats out there, you know my pain.
This is a good player. This is someone when you watched him at Georgia, again, big shocker there, Georgia with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Garfield,
But coverage,
stop being an orange cat for once.
Linebackers, man, you'd love for them to be able to cover. They can stay on the field, there's tremendous value there. He is a fluid mover. He's got that sideline to sideline range. There's times where he can get a little lost in the trash inside, CD. But to me, sub downs. Let him get out there. Let him cover backs. Let him cover tight ends.
Seattle took Torrey Horton. Wow.
Campbell, those are two athletic linebackers they've had to mix.
Just remember a couple seasons ago at Georgia, he led them in tackles in the national championship season. So he can flat out play. We got to see him at the Senior Bowl. Here's a guy that I'm crazy about. Did not test overly well, DJ. Like his testing or Dante Trader, not going to wow you, not going to shock. But every time I looked up at the Senior Bowl, 7-on-7, 11-on-11 drills, he was around the football in the midst of play. He's a guy that I wrote down in my notes, trust. I trust him. I trust his impact on the field. A two-sport guy. Was an All-American in lacrosse as well as a midfielder, in addition to being one of the better center fielders in the Big Ten. Look at him right there. Which way are we going? Which way are we going? Which way are we going? And then you turn it around and go ahead and throw one at him. Yes! And score. Third-team All-American in lacrosse as well. Midfielder, he can do it all.
I need to do some more research on all the players that we took today outside of CJ West. I did a lot of research on CJ West, so I was thoroughly happy with that pick. But the wide receiver, the running back, and the safety, I did no research on
I'm about to hang up this damn podcast.
Tennessee
just took Jackson Slater.
All-American at Delaware. Final Four team, captain of the team. He's been teaching.
You get pissed after every pick. Look, we only had 11 picks in this draft. We ain't had 200.
Give me one goddamn lineman at least.
Jackson Slater wasn't even on my radar. He wasn't even on my radar.
Because you didn't watch the Senior Bowl like I did.
I did, but he wasn't on my radar. You know, I seen somebody on Facebook say their thing about the draft is if a guy got to play in a Senior Bowl, he shouldn't get drafted. And I'm like, that's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. That's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard.
He's still there. He's still there. Yes. Philly took a center from Boston College, Drew Kendall.
It's one thing that Philly and Dallas want to do. They're gonna go trenches.
With the 168th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Drew Kendall, center, Boston College.
Here we go. They invest in the line of scrimmage constantly. They've done it on the defensive side. They're always going to be looking to give Jeff Stoutland, the great offensive line coach, another pupil here to work with. And Drew Kendall, he's a player who plays with a real wide base. He's able to kind of widen and sink in versus power. There's times you'll see the foot quickness. It's tugged and pulled a little bit, so that's going to be the area you're trying to work on, and Coach Stout will work on trying to get him to play a little more firm upper body.
Last time they did this, they drafted Cam Jurgens out of Nebraska and moved him to guard for a few years while they're waiting for Jason Kelsey to conclude a Hall of Fame career. Is that something Kendall could do as well, DJ? Can you move him over to guard while he's in waiting with Jurgens holding down center?
Yeah, he's got some size. I mean, he's over 6'4", so he's 308 pounds. And he plays with the demeanor.
That's why I love CJ West. CJ West sound like a Mike Singletary player. I'm gonna punch the guy in the mouth in front of me. Our philosophy is this: we're gonna go out, we're gonna punch people in the mouth. That made me love Mike Singletary. I thought we had us one.
I wonder who's gonna get Charlotte now.
Will be joining us. He's always so kind to take a moment out of a draft like to join us on Steelers Cam. That's still right here on Real Numbers live coverage. Losing Giant. This is a great moment here in Green Bay, and yes, Shador is going to Cleveland.
2025 NFL Draft is presented by Verizon. The NFL, powered by Verizon 5G.
Verizon Small Business Days are back. Our experts?
Welcome in.
Closer than you think.
Yes, great.
Nice surprise, huh? Ready to help. Serving up deals, advice, wherever you are. Even on the job. Sure, all your tech
Let's take a look.
is good to go. April 21st to 27th. Don't wait. Get started today.
Why do NFL players choose Sleep Number Smart Bed?
I like to sleep cool.
And I like to sleep even cooler.
I really like it when we both get what we want.
Meet the Sleep Number Climate Cool Smart Bed. Sleep up to 15 degrees cooler on each side. Visit a Sleep Number store near you.
Right now, spring deals are under $20 at the Home Depot. So no matter what you're working on, you can save big on all your spring projects. Now through May
A few
7th,
Buffalo picks.
$20 at the Home Depot.
So why can't we say we're the best home shopping site? Because while true, you just can't say that legally. So I can't say, Homes.com is the best. No.
What if we jumbled up the words?
Homes best is com.da. No. What if we said it in Spanish?
Homes.com es el mejor.
No.
What if we whispered it?
It's the best. No. Fine. What if he said it?
Homes.com. It's the best.
Mr. Freeman, I'm sorry, but we can't say that.
Say what?
Homes.com is the best.
Ah,
Homes.com.
it's the best.
What you're looking for, it grows upon the mountain. Beyond the clouds and edges.
We all move forward. Toyota. Let's go places.
2025 NFL schedule will be released soon. We're ready for the new era here.
It is adrenaline, excitement, the stage electric.
One of many revenge games. Quarterbacks, they define the rivalry. They've only gotten better. Unbelievable. A Super Bowl rematch for the Angels. Welcome back.
The schedule is going to be released on Wednesday, May 14th. Of course, NFL Network.
Cornerback out of Ohio State.
Coverage of the paperwork.
Buffalo.
And then, of course, as you know, this is the Super Bowl for every social media team in the National Football League. They're already, no doubt, cultivating their capers. Chargers still holding the crown? They're up there. The Titans are pretty darn good. The Titans have a tradition, you know, of asking about the people on the street. People on the street tradition is strong. Love those. It is strong. So love them. Time for Draft Buzz, presented by Goodyear. And it's usually when we're bringing Ian Rappaport. It's one of those moments. Hello, Ian. Good to see you.
Certainly one of the highlights of day 3 of the draft when you see my face pop up on the screen.
It's true.
One thing that we have seen, we've actually already seen it, Rich, is veteran trades. You get this late in the draft, you end up seeing veterans either players that teams are moving on from or players with big contracts who end up getting traded for late round picks or pick swaps. We already saw Sam.
Yeah, I've seen that already.
That's where you got that from? Stephanie?
No. No. I said that shit during the match.
No, but I'm saying Stephanie's not throwing shots at Charlotte.
Yeah. Well, somebody posted that in the group chat, like the day it happened.
Dallas Goedert, another veteran, making a lot of money. Eagles would like to keep him. That's another.
Come on, Garfield. Go lay down.
Miami Dolphins have, I would say, come to a pretty solid understanding that his days in Miami are likely over. Got a big contract to see if they were able to do a deal. And then here's another interesting one. Jair Alexander.
Why are we treating this league?
A name that has been big time in trade talks over the course of the last month since the combine. The Green Bay Packers did not select a cornerback or have not selected a cornerback in the draft. Does
Jordan Hancock.
Potentially staying in Green Bay rather than being traded? Time will tell.
All right, thanks very much, Ian. Greatly appreciate all that. Dallas Goedert's drafting, still one of our favorite moments in the history of our draft coverage. David Akers, the Eagles kicker, getting up there in the Jones Mahal inside AT&T Stadium. With all the Cowboys fans going nuts, and he really gave it to him because they had just won the Super Bowl. beating the Patriots, and then they draft a guy named Dallas. That was pretty next level moments right there.
That's when they were mixing it up strong with Drew Pearson.
So do you take a look at the Packers draft board and see the lack of a cornerback? Does that give you an indication of their movements with Jair Alexander, you think?
I don't know how you couldn't read into that. I mean, there was a lot of conversation about them going corner in round 1.
Big time.
You know, and
a lot of chatter.
Obviously, they've steered clear there. So, you know, who knows what other plans they might have in the mix, but all signs to me point towards them trying to figure this thing out.
And they must feel really good about it, DJ, if we're reading these tea leaves, right? Because they had some issues down the stretch with Jair Alexander. Remember, he ended up, I think they benched him for a ball game. And so the discussion about where he is going to go is where is he going to be. They must feel really good about the progress they've made with him and how he feels about them as well.
Yeah, they tell you what, they went to work in the receiver room on the other side.
They did. Well, you talk about competition. They announced to the world competition is the key word in the receivers room because last year for them was unacceptable about how it played out. Jaden Reed was their most dependable guy. They want to get that increased.
The Vikings were on the clock for one last time and traded out at the top of the drive, at top of this round, and they just traded out at the spot that they traded into. The Rams just came up. And is this the Rams' last pick of the draft? I have a lot of
moving parts
capital remaining. So the Vikings are turning their final pick of the draft into one time moving down. They got Sam Howell from the Seahawks because their isn't it amazing? Their quarterback rooms was too crowded with Jalen Milroe to Drew Lock and Sam
the defensive line.
From Minnesota. So
we're looking at
Sam Howell to Minnesota, while Cleveland added a second rookie to make
Nick Bosa, Jordan Elliott,
there's a fifth one that's still there. Yes,
Kalia Davis,
you have something to say? Charles, you want me to call
Evan
on
Anderson,
Thank you, Charles Davis.
Sam Okwanu.
I love where you were going with that because you're using Seattle with Sam Howell. You talked about what Cleveland did.
I said Kevin Givens already, right?
No, I don't need to hear that.
Yator Gross Matos, Drake Jackson.
Season, just 2 seasons ago.
I think McGill is still there. Robert Beal.
Cleveland just drafted a 5th rounder. We've spent the entire draft.
And now we're bringing in Collins.
You might not get that opportunity.
CJ West.
The opportunity's still there. Sam Howell got it for
and
an entire
Mikel
season in Washington.
Williams.
It didn't work out, but he
to
got
add
the
to that
opportunity.
group.
Rich, you do a much better job of keeping up with all the moves here.
Yeah.
What
It's a pretty damn good group.
Have left?
Pittsburgh Steelers.
Awesome.
Considering the fact that Evan Anderson and Sam Okwanu are going to be rotational guys. Yator Gross Matos may be a rotational guy.
No question.
Concluded with their draft choices. One team is done.
Drake Jackson's going to take time to get himself right, and then when he comes back,
Is that not fitting that that's the walk-off?
I need to see something out of Robert Beal. You know what I like to see him do with Robert Beal? Make him a linebacker.
Drake Jackson might not even be on the team.
Make Robert Beal a linebacker. See what Robert Beal has for you at linebacker. Because coming off the edge is not working for him with all that damn speed. But I really like Evan Anderson and I really like Sam Okwanu.
So without further ado,
Jordan Elliott, he's probably going to be Jordan Elliott's probably going to be the interior starter.
LSU won pride worldwide.
Oh, they get another guard here. Miles Frazier, I was expecting him to go a lot earlier. Yeah, I was actually.
And I like Kalia Davis when the motherfucker's on the field.
He's way up there for me on my list. He was one of the last guys hanging out.
Oh yeah, Kalia Davis. Miles Frazier from LSU. To the Detroit Lions.
I think he's got the ability to step right in. And
how many linemen do they need?
Left guard, right tackle. I like him better inside, where he's got some real torque and power. I thought he did.
That's their MO, bro.
He's a finisher. Just in pass protection at times, especially when he got out in space, he would overextend. But I think with him inside at guard, this is an NFL starting guard that they just were able to bring home here in the 5th round.
And they got Miles fucking Frazier this late in the fucking draft.
Just kidding. All right, by the way, what you're looking at right now, Detroit Lions draft room, and you see the jerseys they're wearing. That's in honor of their general manager, Brad Holmes, who played at North Carolina A&T. The Aggies.
They drafted nothing but offensive linemen. After already having a strong offensive line. They didn't add to their D line. They didn't add no defensive back help.
I think in the free league, also
who do they get? Because they let what's name walk.
No, that's easy. He literally stands out every time. All right, kids of all ages, we are having puppies come to our set. So those are the two-legged puppies out there in the crowd. Mike Tomlin with the Steelers still to come.
I guess they're going to go run heavy this year. Since they no longer have their offensive coordinator, they're going to go run heavy.
There was rumors they were going to trade Jameson Williams, too.
We'll take him. We would take him. I always wanted Jameson Williams.
They picked up Derek Barnes, linebacker. Marcus Davenport, DN. Anthony Pittman, linebacker. Dan Skipper, tackle. They resigned him. Ezekiel Turner, linebacker.
Is your default. And Lexus knows that feeling is
Roy
unmatched.
Lopez,
This
D-tackle.
standard isn't for the average. It's for those
Miles
who set the
Adams,
bar
DN.
and elevate it.
He got resigned.
Once you redefine what's possible, Lexus refines what you deserve. Because
They resigned one of their own guys.
Feel something.
Levi O. I'm not gonna say his last name. I'm not gonna butcher it. They had a special teamer from the Colts, Grant Stewart. They picked up the running back, Greg Reynolds. Trevor Nowaska, linebacker. Kyle Allen.
It's easier to make the right calls when you
They
have
brought
the
back
right
Tim
team.
McCaffrey.
McCaffrey looking lost.
The tight end from the Jets, Kenny Yabor. Another tight end named Shane Zylstra. Pat O'Connor, DN.
You know, no one does it like Tucker
Chris
Craft.
Muhammad.
The
Rock
greatest thing
Yassin.
that he does.
Khalil
Oh
George.
shit! They took Rock Yassin from us.
Avante Maddox.
Has made me into the player that I am. I play the way I
Hold
do.
up. How many players did they get in free agents? How much money did these niggas have?
Some are free agents, some were re-signed. Coyote.
Whether you're from a reservation or not.
Awosika.
Because you didn't name like 20 niggas so far. They didn't turn the salary cap off for these bitches.
Well, most of them were 1-year deals and deals that the terms haven't come out for.
I think we're too hard on ourselves. We get down on ourselves.
They're gonna be in salary cap hell like we were.
No! Jackson Hall, tight end, went to Buffalo.
Self-love made me a better dad because I realized my worth.
If we were gonna get a tight end late, it was gonna be him or Luke Lachey.
Why did you say his name?
I'm done with it. Okay, I'm done with it. Because knowing
now watch Arizona get this nigga with the next pick.
They're not. Knowing our team, they're gonna go after that Conyers kid, who's also named Jalen.
Transfer to my teenage daughter. Means a lot to me. When I give love to my children as a father, I can
the only pick I'm mad at is that we didn't get fucking Fannin. That's the only pick I'm mad at. Because we could have fucking used Fannin.
How about George Kittle? He's pretty good. He's about to get his age. George Kittle. And remember when the Rams drafted a little-known wide receiver out of BYU?
Puka Nacua.
Shut your mouth.
Not so little known anymore. He doesn't wear 17 anymore.
That definitely should have been our pick.
And so, notable fifth-round pick this year is one that we were pegging maybe going in the top 5. Same thing for the Sanders family. And
This motherfucker's supposed to go. He went from top 5 to the 5th round.
It now has to beat 3 other quarterbacks out.
4.
No, Watson's never playing again.
They got to get Watson out of there first. Because they paying Watson way too much money. He's not playing this year. But next year is a whole different story.
They can cut him next year.
They need to. because he's taking money. He's just taking money.
There's also what you see and what's done, and obviously, as you point out, the way that Shador has put.
Remember when all the motherfuckers kept saying,
Denzel Burke, Ohio State.
Well, we're throwing the rope break.
My Arizona Cardinals, because this is really a dream come true.
but you know what? They still haven't taken an offensive lineman either. So all these good picks they're making is going to be all for naught when Kyler Murray getting his head slammed.
You mean the Gerber baby?
Yes.
NFL draft. My Arizona Cardinals select Denzel Burke, defensive back.
C.J. West, Alfred Collins, and Michael Orton went on the field with that little boy.
He gets out there to rookie minicamp, gets to see his old friend there, Marvin Harrison Jr. with the Arizona Cardinals. Thought he was better off when he was off in off coverage where he could see first plant and drive.
They were heavy from Ohio State.
Pointed to that I think hurt him was just that Oregon game. Tez Johnson, who we've not seen go yet, CD, he was able to get on top of him a little bit vertically, and people questioned the play speed. But someone who I think when he can play top down, he's excellent.
So he's now an Arizona Cardinal. What do you think of the Cardinals draft so far, Daniel Jeremiah, when you take a look?
Yeah, looking at what they've accomplished there. I mean, they Walter Nolan early, who can really be a disruptive force along that defensive line. The value of Will Johnson, who was there for them in the second round, right? My 16th overall player. And then they get Birch out of Oregon, who can rush off the edge to pair with Sweat, who they got in free agency.
Will Johnson, the only player whose last name is longer than 5 letters. Again, I'm just looking for patterns. You do height, weight, speed. I just do, syntax. Letters. That's my lane.
Did you know our Jersey Mike's order came with a $25 Fanatics promo code? I did. It's kind of hard to forget, dude. $25 Fanatics promo code for every $25 you spend in the Jersey Mike's app when you have chips and drinks. Insane deal. Awesome. Can we please turn it off while we're eating? Oh, he's right there. We can hear you. Right, Simon? That's spot on. What'd he say? Simon feels very attacked right now. He feels attacked? That's what he said. Oh, he feels attacked.
My Mike's members score Fanatics gear, like Simon, when you order through the app.
Okay, so we're at the film festival, Middle Park City. The doors open, and there, Sapphire Reserve premiere party. These trips are the best. At our week, we had our own private view night. At Race Week, the lounge was right next to the pit. We were there in Paris, exclusive events and incredible restaurants. Nights at the Sapphire Lounge on the set. Heaven.
Experience the world as an insider, from exclusive lounges to immersive dining experiences, all with Chase Sapphire Reserve.
You might know Harbor Freight for affordability. What you might not know is performance and durability go right along with it. You see, we test, and then we test again. World-class engineering and rigorous testing to ensure our tools perform at the highest level and stand the test of time without testing your wallet. Now, it's time for you to put us to the test. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Why do NFL players choose to sleep over smart bed?
I like to sleep cool.
And I like to sleep even cooler.
And I really like it when we both get what we want.
Meet the Sleep Number Climate Cool Smart Bed. Sleep up to 15 degrees cooler on each side. Visit a Sleep Number store near you.
The DQ freezer is opening again for our 85th birthday to bring back our most wished for blizzard flavor. It's the Confetti Cake Blizzard Treat, filled with confetti cake pieces and confetti frosting. Don't be late to the party. Grab yours before the DQ freezer closes.
Thank you so much.
That's why we do it, Marcy.
It really makes all the effort worth it. Gathering the most in-depth info, making a clean new homes.com that improves home shopping, creating a better way for people
to find the perfect home to build their lives.
Are you okay?
No, it's the dust-based allergy. Oh, there's another one.
That's why we do it, isn't it? Got a lot of dust in your...
So dusty.
Yeah.
Ding dong. Homes.com. We've done your homework.
Noam Dar is back.
All right, we're back in Green Bay. We're going to take a quick break after showing
Who?
you the last 10
Noam
minutes.
Dar.
Is settling into his chair, and we will talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers draft. And Robbie Oots just went.
Boy, if Aaron Rodgers doesn't go to the Steelers, they fucked up.
That they did.
And they're gonna have a shit ass season. Even if Aaron Rodgers does go there, they're gonna have a shit ass season.
That's cute.
Because what the fuck did you trade for DK Metcalf for if you're not gonna get a quarterback?
Exactly.
So, we really need to see your LDLC come down more to lower your risk of another heart attack.
I was afraid we had to do more.
Like what? I already exercise, take my statin, eat kale.
Dumbass
Tell you're
boys.
trying, but there's a high chance you'll have another heart attack.
I don't want to go through that again.
What else can we do? Let's add Repatha.
Repatha plus a statin dramatically lowers LDL-C by
Can we hurry to get through this damn sixth round?
Drops the risk of having a heart attack
Shit.
by 27%. Do not take Repatha if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Get medical help right away if you have trouble breathing or swallowing, swelling of the face, lips, tongue, throat, or arms. Common side effects include runny nose, sore throat, common cold symptoms, flu or flu-like symptoms, back pain, high blood sugar, and redness, pain, or bruising at the injection site.
So, I have
Jets just drafted Tyler Barron.
and we did it. Your LDL-C came way down.
Listen to your
Yeah, I
heart.
saw that.
Lower your LDL-C and your risk with Repatha. Talk to your doctor.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. Dak going for it, and he fumbles. Brilliant recovery with the Lowe's app. He always delivers. And so does the Lowe's app. In-store, online, our Lowe's team has you covered.
When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious.
Guess who's back? Check me out.
Still doing that shit, Andre? Oh, for sure. Still Dre Day, nigga. AK, nigga. Going home a lot. Think he's a home a lot.
The best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
Still the beats bang, still doing my thing. Since I left, ain't too much change. And even when I was close to defeat, I really set my feet.
Still. Still.
All right, so the 4 picks, the Steelers went shopping at the Big Ten store. Twice for Iowa. It's just tough to consider again, Oregon. But they are the most recent conference champions.
The Steelers only made 4 picks?
The legend in Columbus, Jackson.
I think so.
Was selected under 20.
I have to look again. Hold on.
Now live on NFL Network's coverage of the 2025.
And now they interviewing Mike
Steelers
Tomlin.
is none other than Coach Mike Tomlin. Good to see you, Coach. How you doing, sir?
Doing great. Always good to be on with you guys, Rich.
Thank you. Walk us through the conversation you had 21st overall and why it wound up being Derek Harmon is your choice.
You know, as you guys can see, not only in that pick, but all our others, there's a commitment here with this draft group to reestablish physicality and big man presence. And certainly Derek Harmon fits that bill. We like his physical stature. We like his style of play. It's just what we covet and what we need.
And then, of course, we learned about the passing of his ailing mom and how she was able to be told by him that you drafted him before she passed. How is he doing in this moment of clear elation but also heartbreak, Coach?
He's doing remarkably well. We've had an opportunity to touch base with him at every step of the journey. And, you know, in every step of the journey, he has mentioned her as being his wife. And so we have so much respect for that relationship. And, man, we're just honored to have him. And obviously, we want to surround him during this tough time. And as difficult as this time is, it's also a great catalyst for us to establish real relationships and to provide us an opportunity to support him when needed.
Coach, you mentioned it there a minute ago, the way you wanted to approach getting more physical and stronger, get back to that Steeler approach up front. How long after that playoff exit before you guys put this plan together to be this aggressive, to really put some reinforcements in this front?
I doubt that I'd even gotten in the shower yet, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah, well, you definitely had a plan, and whatever you thought in that shower was well executed here on the draft. By the way, I got to ask, tell me about this second-round pick, DK Metcalf. I don't know him very well. Can you tell me a little bit about him?
Really, the agenda's the same. He fits the bill in terms of establishing big man presence and physicality. He just does so at the wide receiver position. He's a component of this weekend as well in terms of that agenda, no doubt.
Hey, Coach, in the past you've had big man presence and physicality at the quarterback position when he had Big Ben. Aaron Rodgers, we've heard so much talk about the possibility of him joining. Where do things stand right now, and how fast can you get him going if you do get him?
That's certainly a possibility. But, I'm not going to forecast the ifs and the wins regarding not only him, but any potential free agent. Just rest assured that we've had really productive talks with him. And personally, I've enjoyed having really productive talks with him and getting to know him.
Well, we're always looking for breadcrumbs here in the media, Coach, and I know you don't usually dole those out or talk about assumptions very well, but the fact that you haven't chosen a quarterback in this year's draft yet is a sign that a lot of us in the media take that you do expect Aaron Rodgers to come. Is that fair to connect any of those dots in your mind?
Hey, Rich, I will give you the latitude to run with it because I know you will anyway.
Thank you.
But we've had good conversations. We feel good about our plan at the position. Certainly it's yet to be revealed at this point, and I understand the angst, not only in your community, but this community that supports us. We're excited about what potentially awaits us there, but really I have nothing to add other than that.
Was adding Jack Sawyer from Ohio State a Cam Hayward pick? Is that a Cam Hayward pick right there?
Hey, it's certainly Cam Hayward endorsed.
Sure.
But Jack is our type of guy as well. He's got Steeler DNA. His relationship with the game is impressive, and his resume speaks for itself.
Lastly, we're coming there next year, Coach. I'm wondering if you and the staff there and everybody in your building is looking at this scene here in Green Bay and imagining what it looks like in your town next year.
Man, we are. We're so excited to host it next year. Hats off to Art Rooney and company, man, for working to make this a real thing for our organization.
That Bills defensive line gonna be a problem this year.
Do for our community, and we're excited about hosting this event and
It's not a
representing
game
the
they
National
fit.
Football League that way.
Well, always appreciate you taking time out of the draft because you do have some selections remaining, and I do look forward to you choosing the best Michigan man available so you can be fair and balanced after choosing Jack Sawyer. Just keeping an eye out for that,
Rich, Big Blue's always in consideration.
Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate because you're smart, and so is the franchise. Thanks for the time. Greatly appreciate it.
Let's go, baby.
That is Mike Tomlin, our host for next year's draft. In Pittsburgh. We'll be back to unlock some of those breadcrumbs that we might have caught. That's going to be a party when we come back.
They really don't have a fucking plan. At quarterback, at least, the Steelers. Talking about they want to get back to big boy football.
The stage electric. Many revenge games. Quarterbacks, they define the rivalry. They've only gotten better. Unbelievable. A Super Bowl rematch for the ages. Welcome back.
The DQ freezer is opening again for our 85th birthday to bring back our most wished for blizzard flavor. It's the confetti cake blizzard treat filled with confetti cake pieces and confetti frosting. Don't be late to the party. Grab yours before the DQ freezer closes.
Hey, you're not actually allowed to drink in a beer commercial?
Since when?
You gotta wait till it's done. Oh, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The Home Depot has fast, free delivery, so you can refresh your outdoor space in no time. We bring what you need, and you bring it to life. Order today and get fast, free delivery from the Home Depot.
Got one more, Antoine.
With USPS Ground Advantage, it's like
Dorian Strong.
step of the way.
Whoa, good pick. Cornerback out of Virginia Tech, I think, isn't it?
Yep.
Right on time. Stay in the know. Your doctor to their door.
Why can't we say we're the best home shopping site? Because while true, you just can't say that legally. What if we said it in Spanish?
And the pick is in for the Ravens.
No. What if he said it?
Homes.com. It's the best.
Homes.com.
It's the best.
I see it. I like it. I want it. Yes, I do.
With Chase, you can get a debit card for your kids' independence. Vacations. So you can keep an eye on how they're using it. Still on budget. Control for parents, freedom for kids. That's family banking from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
This is Roundup for lawns. This stuff works. This stuff kills weeds down to the root without killing your lawn. This stuff works on dandelions, crabgrass, clover. This stuff works for up to 3 months. This stuff works guaranteed or your money back. This stuff works on big lawns, small lawns, and I guess you can call that a lawn lawns. This stuff works without killing your lawn. This stuff works without killing your weekend. This stuff works for the rookies and the seasoned pros.
Bilal Combs, cornerback from Western Michigan, Ravens pick.
That's a good pick, too.
Fuck them!
Is he there, too? Hold on. I'm about to say I was asking Jen today, Sean. I'm about to say, is there another person there for 3 days?
Fullback-ish type. They're running youths from Alabama. Ends up going to the fifth.
All right, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go grab my American deli.
NFL Network studios here in Los Angeles. Fred Lewis, Brian Baldinger, Bruce Jones-Drew back here with you. We'll get you back out to Green Bay here shortly. First of those running backs, Ashton Genty, 2,600 plus yards in JD. An incredible player for Boise State. Blue turf, blue chip player. He seems like a culture type of fit with Pete Carroll. Tell us a little bit about what you love about Ashton Genty.
Well, he also led the country if you took his yards after contact.
Yeah.
Right? It was 1,900. So, to me, you're getting a guy in a game of tackle football that can't be tackled. You see his slippery, his elusiveness. Again, he gets the top speed in 2 to 3 steps. And then he's able to carry that speed. This is where he's exceptional and generational, his contact balance, right? Guys just can't get their arms around him. Baldy, we talked about this. As a defender, when you have smaller, compact guys, it's hard to get your arms around them.
You tackle on?
Yeah, you can't. It's tough, right? And this was my favorite play here. Look, bang. So a lot of times you'll just fall. Like, I got in there, but he's like, no, I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of getting me to the ground.
Indeed. And we waited about 21, a little bit less. About 15 still picks. To get Omari and Hampton off the board, second running back taken in this draft. He goes 22nd overall out of UNC to the LA Chargers. Playing now for Jim Harbaugh and Greg Roman. That feels like a fit.
Right. It is a good fit. And he is an explosive workhorse back. I mean, 6 feet, he's over 220 pounds, and he runs in the 4.4s. And guys bounce off him just as well. And his vision like this, like here he is. I mean, it's just a pinball machine as people try to tackle him. He's also an excellent receiver, 72 catches for the Tar Heels. But the breakaway speed, and that's a pass, by the way. Right.
He does that
a lot. A lot of those spot screens up front, let him finish in the paint. He did that a lot. He's going to be a great fit. along with Najee
Miami
Harris.
Miami just drafted Ollie Gordon.
Running backs taken in this draft. As you look here, I just love Ashton Jeanty. I love that stance.
Oh,
Right?
Sissies.
It's like Michael Myers in Halloween.
all the kids do it now in high school.
I asked his head coach about that. He's like, I have no idea.
What happened?
No idea where that came from. But I go around recruiting players now, and that's all high school coaches.
He comes to our school all the time. It's
And the
unbelievable.
Cavaliers won without even starting
So
Darius
look at all the
Garland.
running backs there that have come off the board now. And JD, which one do you feel like is in the best situation?
Well, I thought the Cleveland Browns did an awesome job in the second round of really going to get Deshaun Judkins, who is a physical guy. And when you hear their draft call, right, Kevin Stefanski says, I want to see that physical style. Because that physical style plays here in Cleveland with the weather. It reminds me a ton of what Nick Chubb was doing there, right?
Extra great big back.
Yeah, a really big back that can carry the load. And so you get this guy, you have the chance right now to go in there and be a starter, be an every down guy, and we're going to force feed you in this new kind of this offense that it was new now, but it was old. We used to run it. We're trying to figure out who we want to be.
What happened?
Who we want to be run first. I like that.
Yeah, I do. I like it.
Yeah, we're gonna be here for a minute.
Joined us. So gracious with his time.
Because I think they normally finish around like 5.
And I like the big back.
Wow.
Najee Harris, they have Jalen Warren there.
Warren?
But Caleb Johnson's going to get a chance to get a lot of carries. He's a big down there. He can break the big runs. He scored in every single game this year. But he also can pound it out in between the tackles. And look,
JJ Pegasus.
Zach Frazier, Troy Fontano will come back this year healthy. They've rebuilt the offense line. Darnell Washington, the humongous tight end right here. Like, Pittsburgh is being built to run the ball. I think Caleb Johnson is an excellent fit with what they want to do.
Yeah, like that. Well, he was kind of primarily in that zone scheme in Iowa, but
Yo,
man,
the coach,
he's like a symphony when they block it up nicely up there in Iowa.
They reminded me a ton of Arian Foster for the Houston Texans. Like, just running.
Time for next gen stats now. Powered by AWS, looking at the highest athleticism.
Absolutely.
Looking up at the Ohio State duo. Quinshon Judkins goes.
There's a reason they wanted the Natty, though, by the way. That's the reason they won the national championship.
And then 2 picks later, Travion Henderson went to the Patriots. Awesome pick for Drake May. Hey, quickly, we just had our 17th running back taken. Ollie Gordon, big back from Oklahoma State.
Whoa.
You think they're going to the Miami Dolphins?
Oh, they want to get big. They want to get physical.
Yeah.
That's all it is. I mean, we talked about it.
Wow.
Like, downhill runner can catch the ball soft.
He's huge. Well, I mean, 2 years ago, he won the Doak Walker Award.
That's right.
Best running back in all of college football in Oklahoma State.
We've got another pick now. We head back to Green Bay with the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock, 181.
With the 181st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Kyle McCord, quarterback, Syracuse. He's a local kid. Yeah, every year, not one of them.
All right, our 7th quarterback comes off the board, and he's the guy that led college football in passing yards this year. He's the stud down East West Linebacker.
Well, it's interesting. He went to St. Joe's Prep in Philadelphia. He's a local South Jersey kid that obviously had a great year at Ohio State in 2023. Went to Syracuse, elevated that program. Big comeback win against Miami. Remember that one on a Saturday afternoon. Sure. But he's got a good arm, and he's got a lot of good tape that the Eagles have studied. They love drafting a quarterback every year anyways and putting him into the system and start to develop.
Yeah, to me, again, you have a guy that can go in there and compete to probably be your second or third guy. You just traded Kenny Pickett, so you want to replace that as well. But a young guy that can develop, and like you said, he's been to 2 winning programs. Yeah. That's what you want. You're bringing that, that Georgia, Alabama style that you do to your defense, you're bringing that now to your quarterback room with quarterbacks that are successful.
4,779 passing yards. They were throwing it around up there.
And they say, hey, Coach ain't going to pay you $2 million if you
play not a receiver.
No, you don't do that. No, we're not doing
maybe to get that type of quarterback production again. But that's in college football using the transfer portal for good.
Yeah.
Ohio State moving on. And you go and really kind of increase your draft profile there at Syracuse. So it was an impressive one for Kyle McCord. Let's put the Eagles draft in general now into perspective. Again, great player kind of falls to them there at 31 because of some potential injury concerns. And Jihad Campbell, who is an off-ball backer that can give you a little bit of pass rush too.
Well, Howie Roseman said that he was a top 10 player for the Eagles, and they took him at 31. They traded with Kansas City from 32 to 31 to take Jihad Campbell. I had him as my favorite and number one linebacker in this whole draft. He could do everything at Alabama. Then they took Andrew Makuba, the safety from Texas.
They were saying that Philly
defensive line
was interested in taking
Robinson. Yeah, massive. I mean, mention Zach Allen. Massive.
Shador if he didn't go.
Williams, they lost the free agency. Ty Robinson is going to give them some snaps because they love to rotate their defensive linemen. Yeah. They're 8 deep game day because if you're an Eagle right now, you're planning for a 20 or 21 game schedule, not a 17 game schedule. So they try to rotate those lines.
And I get excited about Ty Robinson, by the way. Go watch him in that Colorado game. It's like a runaway train coming down.
That game was...
Well, a lot of people get excited against that offensive line. I get that, but that was a good one.
I think if you're the Philadelphia Eagles, you're just trying to replace with some young guys that have a ton of potential with what you lost, right? And so you go, Nakobe Dean gets hurt. Mm-hmm. You don't know how long he's going to be out. So you go get Campbell, a guy that can rush the passer, can play off the ball. He can do a lot of different things there, and that's what you're looking for. Again, you're the hunted now. Mm-hmm. So you don't want to reach, but I swear, every year it feels like the Ravens and the Eagles get top players that just fall right to them.
Yeah. This was the Eagles' first round pick at linebacker since Jerry Robinson in 1979 out of UCLA. Oh. They don't normally spend resources like this. They just gave Zach Vaughn a big fat contract because he earned it last year. All pro. And you compare him with John Campbell, this is Vic Fangio at work right here. Like, he's always built his defenses around his linebackers. Yeah. You got the studs inside like Jalen Carter. This defense, we saw Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean. Like, they got young, faster, and more aggressive. I mean, defense wins championships, I heard.
It does.
Is that true, Baldy? I thought O-line wins championships.
They got that covered, too.
That depends, right? Okay, so we've now seen 7 quarterbacks drafted after Kyle McCord just went to the Philadelphia Eagles. They always draft a quarterback, too.
They do. McKee, they drafted him at Stanford.
I would always take a guy, and then they never know.
Flipping him. I mean, did that with Kenny Pickett. Yeah. And he's now in Cleveland competing with Shador Sanders, who went right before Kyle McCord in terms of quarterbacks coming off the board. Here's Shador. Thank you, Cleveland Browns, for an opportunity. And that's what it is. Now, who gets the opportunities and how they work this out is kind of one of the intriguing things.
Wow! Both the Patriots took the Miami kicker.
Technically there. Traded for Kenny Pickett. Re-signed Joe Flacco, bringing him back. He's, by the way, already included in those 40 quarterbacks that have made starts with the Browns since they returned. So he doesn't count. But then Dylan Gabriel, so how do you kind of work the rep share here?
Well, Maurice talked a little bit about when he went to Jacksonville, and he was number 8 running back when you first got there.
8, man.
Okay, and I was undrafted. And so when you're an undrafted player, like, you just go and compete. And that's what I would tell Shador right now. Like, forget about the numbers. Forget about being drafted in the 5th round. Like, everybody's the same. It's all about production now. Like, Cleveland needs a quarterback. Go become that quarterback. Like, you believe in yourself. You said you were the best quarterback in this draft. If you are, and you believe in that, and I think he believes that, go prove it and go show everybody that everybody else made a mistake. Cleveland got it right. And so I think that's the mindset that's got to happen right now.
Yeah, Baldy, the thing about the league, the National Football League, different than any other, like, high school, college, all that, winning matters. Mm-hmm. They're going to play the best player. And I truly believe that. And for me, personally, my story was, I got on the field as a 3rd down back. I was picking up blitzes. I accepted that role. I had some screens, maybe some runs here and there. But I was pretty much an O-lineman, the 6 O-lineman out there to pick up blitzes. I just want to get on the field. Yeah. Just get me on the field. So if you're Shador, you have to find ways to make yourself valuable to this team. Is it that you know the playbook, you know where the ball, you're playing faster, you're making the tight window throws, you're anticipating all the things you've done. If you can do that, the reps will take care of itself. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, you'll go from 2 to 10 to 15 to then playing more in the preseason to then, we need to see more. It just again, you earn them. Once you're there, you earn. Because I've seen 2nd rounders get cut. I've seen 1st rounders get traded.
But you know the thing is, Bruce, and you know this, like, the team knows when you're the best player.
Dude, that's right.
You can't lie to the team. And so the team sees you every day in practice and every drill. They know who the best quarterback is.
Yeah,
and the players for sure. Like don't get it twisted. If the players don't, if they think you're the best, Myles Garrett will step up and say something.
Yeah.
Right? Like, guys will start to say, like, hey, we need this guy to play because he's doing what he's doing.
We've got much more on the way here. We've got the Tennessee Titans pick in right now.
Marcus Harris, California,
the Saints are on the
cornerback.
184, and we'll talk Travis Hunter going to Duval when we come back.
Okay, I see you a little bit better.
A little bit better.
Yeah, a little bit. You gotta get that accent just right.
The 2025 NFL Draft is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
As you redefine what's possible, Lexus refines what you deserve. Because a car that doesn't make you feel something is a car that stops short of amazing.
Turn up your summer with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea fans want the smooth, refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
The future is here. We've been creating it for more than 100 years. From the most advanced technology to the broadest, most reliable network of sales and service dealers, always moving forward. We lead, others follow.
Oh, these Katie's are fire.
Katie, you work here?
Whatever, kid. Take notes.
Every shoe for every athlete, only at Dick's.
Turn the off-season on again. With the NFL app, your home for all things NFL.
Devin Neal, running back, Kansas.
Son of a bitch. That's a good compliment to
Kamara.
Kamara.
All in one place. All year long. Welcome home.
Operation Mincemeat is the musical so popular that its run in the West End keeps being extended.
Honest to God, the best thing that I have seen on stage in years. And the Olivier goes to Operation Mincemeat!
Yeah, bare knuckle fighting.
Especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat.
Titletown is Draft Town. Here for the 2025 NFL Draft. Day 3 continues. Packers fans in attendance anxiously awaiting pick number 198. Next Packers selection as it currently stands as we continue through the 6th round. Time now for the Lexus Draft Tracker. Keep up with every pick on NFL.com with the Draft Tracker presented by Lexus, which if you log on there right now, like I'm sitting here, you will see that Andres Borregales was the first kicker taken. Outstanding player there from Miami. Goes to the New England Patriots. Marcus Harris ends up in Tennessee, the corner from Cal. They got a bunch of DBs.
Devin Neal, that's a heck of a pick.
All respect themselves, good defensive tackle. And Kansas ends up in New Orleans. Travis Hunter.
What a smile.
Go on, Steelers. Take Raleigh Leonard.
4 picks ago, number 2 overall to the Jacksonville Jaguars after they sent a 2nd-round pick, 4th-round pick this year, and a 2026 1st-round pick for the right to go up and get the two-way star who was presented with a very unique scenario upon being introduced in Jacksonville.
We'll give you a hypothetical real quick because of your
Travis Hunter looks like a millionaire.
You break the huddle as one-on-one, and Travis Hunter, the wide receiver, sees Travis Hunter, the corner, across from him, and the ball's coming your way. Which one of y'all comes down with it?
Travis Hunter.
Steelers pick is in. We'll get back to Travis Hunter here in just a second. We just heard from Mike Tomlin. Now we near the 185th selection.
Great job, Green Bay. So many people from
That was your
1998.
that was your microwave going off, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I figured that.
We look forward to seeing you in Dublin. Maybe with the
I'm like, it ain't the fire alarm because he would have got up and left.
No, just letting me know the food was ready. But I was just letting it check for a second.
We'll also hope to see you in Pittsburgh at next year's draft. Thank you. Before an honor dome, a Pioksha in the Pittsburgh Steelers overt.
Will Howard.
With the 185th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Will Howard, quarterback, Ohio State. Here we go, Steelers!
Well, it was a quarterback.
All right, so Will Howard, the national champion from Ohio State, will go from Columbus to the banks of Monongahela. They're in Pittsburgh as a rookie quarterback here. Thought that the Pittsburgh Steelers were going to be in that rookie quarterback market. What are they getting in Will Howard?
Well, I mean, first of all, they're getting the national champion. But his run to the national championship, those 4 games in the playoffs, that was an incredible run of just taking care of the football, making big plays, pull the ball down and running it when it was opportunity. That receiver right there is just going to be so special. But that was a great run. The Steelers saw that. And I think they really kind of hung on that going, this is a guy that we can develop.
Yeah, well, if you really look at it, that game against Michigan was kind of and then as they got to the
plan too.
Yeah, but I mean, so they made an adjustment. And then that adjustment, he took it and took it to the next level in the playoffs. And when we talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers, what do we talk about? Playoff wins, right? How do you play under pressure? Can you handle the pressure of being here in Pittsburgh, seeing all these Super Bowls? This throw, it wasn't even this throw. It was the one before this where he threw it in cover 2. And he literally, I don't know if you could have ran it and handed it to the receiver better than what it was. And so his game elevated each week in the playoffs. And that's what you're looking for if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, a guy that can really elevate their game each round as you go forward.
I think Steelers are always looking for a big, strong quarterback.
Yeah, I mean,
go back to Bradshaw.
No question.
You know, it's Big Ben.
Yep.
That's what you're going to get.
Yeah, that does make some sense when you think about that. I remember talking to Will Howard this summer as he was making the transition from Kansas State to Ohio State. Said he was really looking forward to the coaching there with Ryan Day, with Chip Kelly, and it really paid off for him. That throw that iced the game to Jeremiah Smith at the end to Notre Dame in the national title game. Hang your hat on that one.
Took air out of the stadium right there.
Exactly. All right. Pretty good value here for the Pittsburgh Steelers in the 6th round to get this kind of quarterback now. But how about the best value pick in this draft? Baldy, you got one for you?
Yeah, the Baltimore Ravens with the 59th pick in the 2nd round. At the end of the 2nd round, they took Mike Green, who was thought to be a mid-round, first-round pick, that type of talent. Now, there's some things that, have to get cleaned up. But, you go to Baltimore, right? Chuck Smith is a pass rush specialist coach. Like, everybody moves. Kyle Van Noy is like, he's ageless right there. Justin Matabike, Adolfo Owe. These guys are improving because they never stopped working on pass rush. This is a great spot for Mike Green, who led the nation in sacks a year ago at Marshall. When I was at the Senior Bowl, this guy led every single defensive line drill. He was the first one to lead every single drill. The leadership was there. And then you saw the ability to bend, to dip, the pass rush.
Run through people.
Yeah.
They did all that. Look, Baldy, it seems like we always talk about the Eagles when guys fall to them, and it's like, how does this happen? But Baltimore's the same way. And I'm going to go with Malachi Starks. You lose Marcus Williams, and then all of a sudden, to me, arguably one of the best that I've seen at the position, the ability to play the slot, to play the run game, to blitz, and play the CY safety, falls to you at 27. Now you have Kyle Hamilton and this young fella that can be interchangeable. This defense for Baltimore, even though, again, I feel like the defense has been doing a great job and they've been making things go, you have some young guys that can step in right away. And listening to John Harbaugh talk about it, he expects Starks to come in right now and be the guy and be able to lead that back end right away. And that's what you're expecting. That's what you want. And that's great value at the 27th overall pick, a guy to lead the back end of your defense.
Yeah. With Kyle Hamilton back there as well.
Now we can really utilize him.
Okay. No question. It certainly feels like you talked about the Eagles, talked about the Ravens a lot there too, man. Those are those type of franchise picks. They just feel right, that fit. So, what do we got going on here? I can tell you, look, we evaluate quarterbacks, we evaluate every position. DJ's going to evaluate puppies next. What do you say? Dogs.
was here. How deep for exit. Because any car that doesn't offer the confidence that it will find you is a car that stops short of amazing. Not again.
Hey, who are these guys?
Oh no. Well, they're not the Avengers.
No, they're probably somewhere avenging.
Sorry to interrupt, but what do we do about lunch?
Right, it's your first day.
Intern.
We use Tide Oxyboost. It's so easy.
Good move it on.
The most powerful clean in any universe. Tide.
Looking good.
Well, maybe not for long.
See Marvel Studios Thunderbolts in theaters.
That's new.
Join me, my friend.
What are you doing?
We are living la vida loca.
Oh. Do you mean La Dolce Vita?
Hmm?
Is this your idea?
Enjoy the
Baltimore took a
intensity.
kicker.
So Dolce
What happened?
Baltimore took a kicker.
Wow. That means Hunter. That means Tucker might be getting cut soon.
This is the legendary light beer.
It's smart to cover yourself just in case, you know what I mean?
And if you've had one, you probably got a story worth telling. Here's the 50 years.
Well, to be honest, Tucker was fucking up last year. He was missing kicks that he normally make. So the fact that is that, and then this shit comes up, it makes it easy for the Ravens to move off of him.
When it comes to disasters and emergencies, it's not a matter of if, but when.
I'm relying on luck, but who knows if it'll be on my side.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Take control at ready.gov/ultradose.
Who are you?
Your lungs.
We're quite proud of you.
Even though you quit smoking years ago, you may be at risk for lung cancer.
But with the routine screening, you can detect it early when it's more curable.
Listen to your lungs. Learn more at SaveByTheScan.org. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted.
They go, your boy Booker.
Booker T.
What can Brown do for you? He had an ugly ass suit on. I'm sorry. Jaden Reed, Penn State, safety too.
Seen it. There's a lot of Jalen's in this fucking draft, man.
There's still one more out there. He plays tight end.
Ashton Genty came out looking like Kai Cenat.
You're cool. Khalil Mullings, Michigan, running back.
Mullings.
Because of the journeys and then the long waits being over, the Sanders family celebrating Shador's name finally called, even though it was the 5th round. But now it just happened. It's about what happened when Scatterbrains and
Now
Giants.
what am I going to dinner tonight after the movie?
With Arizona State doing absolutely everything, you know what it is. Yes, it is. It's time to be the New York Giants. And the latest dream come true, Khalil Mullins of Michigan, who ran the football with distinction, certainly last year when it was kind of like our guy Chris Wirtz. He was all we got. Michigan had only Kalel Monig sort of running
all they needed that day.
He is now a Tennessee Titan. He's the latest pick in this draft to the Titans, and the first pick in the draft was obviously Cam Ward to the Titans. Daniel, I'll give you the floor on a couple of things. Last 10 picks, anybody jump to mind here?
Yeah, I want to talk about this guy here. It's just one of the more fun players to watch, and J.J. Pegues.
They call him thick too.
Strong, powerful end who can kick inside, move around that interior line of scrimmage.
Stop calling grown men thick.
Some real easy wins for him. He's got strong hands. You talk about the athleticism. This is the fun stuff.
Like you can't just say grown man. You got to call him thick.
Here he is. Just pulling tacklers
No comment.
He's not afraid to go over the top as well.
Horny ass announcers.
No doubt about it. How about Kyle McCord? High school football with Marvin Harrison Jr. was at Ohio State. They decided he wasn't the guy. Goes to Syracuse and essentially puts Miami out of the college football playoff with Cam Ward. Keeps them from winning the whole thing, winning the conference title. Some big-time shots. There's Rondé Gadsden is coming into the league as well. But McCord, he's got one of those chips on his shoulder. Oh, you disrespected me? I'll show you that I can play.
And Will Howard to the Pittsburgh Steelers, something I thought might be a possibility much earlier, third, fourth round. They get a tremendous value with a national champion quarterback with outstanding size. He can hang in there. He can deliver with accuracy. Had an epic postseason run for the Buckeyes.
Does that body look like someone who used to play in Pittsburgh?
It's a local pick, too, so it's going to be a popular pick. We'll see what happens with Aaron Rodgers, but they do end up drafting a quarterback, and it's the national champion, Will Howard.
And kickers are draftees too. Andres Bordalis from Miami. He's going to the New England Patriots. He's kicking in the cold. He's kicking in Foxborough. He's kicking towards Minutemen. And then Tyler Lue. He's a Raven. Anyone you want to read into that?
Yeah, no question.
Hey, Eric DeCosta's going to backstop himself, that's for sure.
So he's going to Baltimore. Or maybe he starts kicking for them week one with whatever's going on, obviously, with Justin Tucker and his career and off the field. Now, coming into the draft right now, they're going to take the Colts pick in the next 30 seconds, pick 189. We are hurtling towards the famous pick 199. See who winds up in the Tom Brady spot. Again, that's just a message to everybody that's still waiting to hear their name, that just had it called later than usual. The greatest career.
Riley Leonard to the Colts.
Professional North
Indiana.
Another trash ass QB on that team.
To all-time greatness. So let's get pick 189.
I'll tell you this. He's been in fucking AR-15. He can actually throw a 5-yard out.
Mr. 189th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts, the best team in the world, select Riley Leonard, quarterback, Notre Dame. Go Colts!
All right, Shane Steichen, head coach of the Colts, coached Phillip Rivers with the Chargers. Phillip Rivers, the man who's been working and training Riley Leonard through this process, who he's very close with from that same hometown there.
And Phillip Rivers coaches high school ball in Fairhope, Alabama, and that's where Riley's from. So what a great person to go and be mentored by.
Yeah, toughness is never going to be questioned. Just watch the national championship game.
And 9 carries in the first series.
On the first series of the game and just taking big shots. Needs more refinement, development as a passer for sure. But as a runner, outstanding. As an athlete, go watch his basketball highlights if you want to see what type of athlete he can hoop. So, again, a fun person to work with, a fun person to develop here at this point in the draft. There he is in that championship game. And
this first series was just Riley Leonard, and they put it in the end zone and went up 7-0. Now, the rest of the night didn't go quite as well, but he showed a lot of toughness, a lot of grit, putting it out there for his team early.
They got an athletic quarterback for Anthony Richardson. Daniel Jones is a really good athlete. Riley Leonard's a great athlete.
You have a little decathlon. It could be fun, couldn't it?
It was my fault. It was the first time I ever rooted for Notre Dame. And will be the last, most likely.
Boy,
I'll take the
Mao.
I do only know one speed when it comes to that. Question with Penn State. And Ohio State and Notre Dame making the Final Four with just one Michigan State shy of my 4. Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're also one of America's largest financial services companies. Like, he's so much more than Saquon Barkley. I'm also Stay Calm Barkley. Oh, man. Shut my uniform. Whoever did. Calm in. Stress out. I'll never remember all this. Relax, Rook. When things get intense, we get incense. What a nice cleansing surprise. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Yo, I can go all pro in these. I can guard you and route you up. You sure about that? So I was looking for a quarterback? Let's go! You're right, Billy. He's due on that. Every shoe for every athlete. Dix is the GOAT. Right now, spring deals are under $20 at the Home Depot. So no matter what you're working on, you can save big on all your spring projects. Now through May 7th, shop spring deals under $20 at the Home Depot. Hi. Hi. Chocolate fundraiser.
With the Chase mobile app, things move a little more smoothly.
All right. I'm here to announce that as of right now, the Fantasy Football Avengers have crossed 500 subscribers. We're at 501 right now.
Make more of what's yours.
New Chipotle honey
I need something to celebrate with. What can we celebrate with?
Seared smoked peppers with fresh chicken hot off the grill.
I don't know. I don't have nothing on here to celebrate with. Ain't that bottom, bitch.
Chipotle honey chicken takes heat and sweet to
Our new running back had 0 fumbles in his college career.
Good. We're gonna need that.
And they say he equals Devontae Freeman.
As many Bud Lights as it takes. A lot of Bud Lights.
That's probably why Kyle Shanahan drafted him. That's probably why Kyle Shanahan drafted him.
And he ran for 1,200 yards and 15 touchdowns.
I'm just not liking that 4.55.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. And he had 26 catches for 209 yards.
I wonder if he's game fast.
He looks it.
Because what was CMC's 40?
It's always football season.
I don't remember, honestly.
In the spring, we're honoring
his was 4.48.
Stories in our limited time character
exhibit. He's a 4.8.
4.48.
Oh. Memorial Day weekend.
He's a 4.4.
That includes a visit from the new.
Yeah, his brother ran a 4.47.
Nah, he beat him by a 10.
Right.
Visit to the Pro Football Hall of Fame today.
And for the first time ever, the football hamlet of Green Bay, Wisconsin is home to a National Football League draft. Commissioner, come on out and put the Titans on the clock. And the wait is here on the clock. The 2025 NFL draft is now officially over. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock. All right.
Jordan Watkins can return kicks.
I'm excited to see him at the next level. The major trade has happened.
You heard?
What happened?
Jordan Watkins can return kicks. And he ran a 4.37.
Okay.
The New York Giants select Abdul Carter. This is an elite player. He's an elite player in any draft. The New England Patriots select Will Campbell.
You heard what Will Campbell said? Will Campbell, he says the right thing. He says the right thing. Every time you put a microphone in his face, he says the right thing. He said, I will fight and die to protect Drake May. That's what you want to hear from your tackle. That's what you want to hear. That's right. Let's get these picks going. Y'all can celebrate the Fantasy Football Avengers crossing 500 subscribers by buying some merch www.fantasyfootballavengers.com. Go get you some merch so you can look fly like us and get you some bitches.
Today's aerial cam coverage is presented by Goodyear. Every time we do that on the final day of the draft, it always feels like a year's gone by, right? We've had all the seasons here.
CJ West is fast. Right.
Huh?
CJ West is fast.
Yeah. For a big dude, he fast as fuck.
You know we're going to choose for notable.
See, Alfred Collins, he's probably going to be the space eater. He's going to eat up. He's going to take about 2 linemen. And then CJ West can penetrate. CJ West, Williams, Michael, and Bosa penetrate. Oh, man. The quarterback going to have to pray for mercy. I can't wait to see what the new look defensive line looks like. I can't wait.
These are your best 200 available. When you were his best quarterback still around, why do you think he's still on the board as opposed to everyone else?
He was beat up throughout the year and just never throughout his career, even through the process in the spring, just never looked like fully healthy and like the guy I saw the previous year on tape. You're hoping he was going to kind of take that next step. I thought he'd be a day 2 pick if he would have come out last year. And, man, he just got so beat up. He had the cartilage, like the rib cartilage.
Something every season.
Yeah.
Something every season. Where I do give him a ton of points, though, was he dealt with the specter.
Linebacker.
Arch Manning, his entire career. He's walking a campus in Texas, and I don't think this is a bold statement where a lot of people on campus wanted to back up to play. Even though they were winning games, going to the college football playoffs.
Jalen McLeod, another damn Jalen.
People wanted to see number 16 on the field instead of number 3, and he hung in there and fouled and
the Georgia game.
Yeah, but that took way late. I'm talking about every time there was a chance. Even when he got hurt, he got back and reinstalled, and Steve Sarkisian wrote him as his starter. I give him points for battling that because that could have gone so wrong.
All them damn Jalens.
Points for Arch Manning for how he handled it on the backup side and how Quinn Ewers handled it on the front side. They did a great job together.
So, what are your thoughts right now as we're heading towards the, again, pick 199 and things of that nature? The 4 o'clock local hour when puppies are coming by, Stump the Truck's coming up as well.
I feel like I always give the same speech every year, but I want to do it anyways. Just to all the young kids out there, that if you're not Travis Hunter, and last I checked, there's one of those.
Yes.
Most kids have to decide between wide receiver and corner. And every year there is 1 billion wide receivers, and there's still 1 million of them left. And every year corners, they get wiped out.
You're wide receiver 3 and down.
Just go play corner, man. It's a lot better track and a lot better path to get to the NFL. Richard, yeah, no kidding.
State for the Bears.
Jalen McLeod just got picked. Your 2 cents, Daniel?
Yeah, I'm going to count this as 50% credit on my homework because he started out at App State, and doggone it, I needed a win. So I'm going to take this one for McLeod. Transferred to Auburn. We don't have an SEC money on the mountain.
He plays hard, though.
What happened?
This kid plays very hard. He's off the ball on the edge.
10 Jalen's. They're watching our fucking stream, bro. They're watching our stream.
Look, it's on TV right now.
So I'm claiming him. I'm taking a half point there.
I think this draft set a record for Jalen's drafted.
Oh, it's a huge Jalen. Bunch of them.
They need to put us on a fucking NFL network. Pay us. Shit, we can do this. All them damn Jalens.
And still more to come.
Jalen Rose? Is that who was 20 years ago? Please, of course. Yeah. What are you talking about? Fab 5? Yes.
Yeah, but that's all vacated.
Oh, my God.
Oh, wow. We just took a turn.
That got vacated, right? The banners are, folded up, aren't they? Aren't they rolled up somewhere under Chrysler?
I mean,
I'm just asking.
The fact that I've got you and App State on the same set, the fact that I even sit here is a testament to my professionalism. And then you're just going to go that way? Like, maybe another Jalen. You have the floor on the Jalen department.
I was just asking. That's all I'm saying.
You're the king of pop culture.
That's all I'm saying.
Give me another one.
Huh?
Give me another one.
Jalen McKenzie. Reggie McKenzie's kid.
Time for Draft Buzz outside of the name of Jalen. Presented by Goodyear. We've reached that part of the afternoon. Take it away, Ian.
Okay, we will go in a completely different direction. Let's talk about Jalen Ramsey, the Miami Dolphins cornerback. Still Miami Dolphins cornerback.
Really went such a
one
direction.
Something that really has developed over the last couple of weeks. Ramsey and the Dolphins
Jalen Ramsey
have reached a point where they agree that it is probably better that he continue his career elsewhere. There's been no trade yet, and it does not feel to me like anything is imminent. $21 million fully guaranteed, still due to him from a new team. Sometimes that makes these things take some time. It also would behoove the Dolphins to wait until after June 1st, just easier salary cap wise. And with this draft essentially over, it's not going to be for a draft pick in this year's draft. But it does seem like being traded is more likely than not. And I would say this: there are several interested teams. The Dolphins have had some phone calls. His old team, the Los Angeles Rams, from my understanding, are at least one of the teams interested. That reunion would be pretty fascinating. One of Sean McVay's favorite players he's had.
So that's your Jalen news.
Beautiful. That's a quick question, though.
Okay.
How's an all-pro Pro Bowl player come to an agreement with a team? Why do they have an agreement that's better for him to be somewhere else?
I think it's a combination of money and happiness.
Okay.
Usually those go together.
Not like the song Love and Happiness. Money and happiness usually a little bit better.
Okay.
That was Al Green.
This guy's got a flag. He's got a pick.
What up, dog? Definitely from Detroit. Where are my Lions fans?
It's a definitely from Detroit. Because he said, "What up, though?" That's definitely a Detroit greeting.
Honestly, I didn't hear Jared Goff. Sorry.
They took an edge player, Ahmed Hassan.
The Detroit Lions, the king in the north, having me this opportunity here. And then I want to thank and greet all Lions fans all over the world, especially the ones in Germany, Lions Pride Germany. But now, coming back to business. With the 196th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Ahmed Hassanin, defensive end, Boise State. Ron Bright worldwide.
This guy going to Detroit and Dan Campbell is absolutely a perfect marriage. I love this kid's story. I love how he didn't even know about football growing up in Egypt. I love how he didn't even know where Idaho was when he wound up going to Boise State because they found him and he found them. I loved watching his motor. I loved watching him at the combine, barking at all the...
Watch him working out. Watch him working out.
But basically saying, let's bring it. Let's start the drill. Let me do everything at 115%.
He and Chuck Smith were great there to run things.
He and Dan Campbell and these Lions are...
Give me that shit. Give me that shit.
Just doing CrossFit in Egypt, and now he's a draft pick in the National Football League. Everybody that's around him at Boise loves him. They loved him where he trained. He said, look, he's still learning all this stuff, but he's got such enthusiasm. He said one of the guys that was training there was walking around with a Texas A&M shirt. He said, what's Texas ATM? What is that?
That was great. Love it. I would love to hear that Dan Campbell, Ahmed Hassanin conversation. It is just one motor guy talking to another in the Motor City.
Campbell's got an Apple. He's working on it.
Awesome. Just a brilliant pick, and congratulations to a draft story that's turned into an NFL story. International scene going to Detroit. I love it.
This is Roundup for Lawns.
Texas
This stuff works. This stuff kills weeds down to the root without killing your lawn.
Let's see what it
This
is.
stuff works on dandelions, crabgrass, clover. This stuff works for up to 3 months. This stuff works guaranteed or your money back. This is Roundup for Lawns. This stuff works.
We were born on the battlefield and answered the call when America needed us most. The Jeep brand has always stood for American freedom. Now, with our Freedom of Choice pricing program, visit your local dealer to choose your offer. Cash incentives or employee pricing for all. Jeep, America's most patriotic brand. With freedom of choice pricing, get 10% below MSRP for an average of $5,650 under MSRP. Or get employee pricing for all of these 2024 Jeep Wrangler models. See your local Jeep brand dealer.
The DQ freezer is opening again for our 85th birthday to bring back our most wished-for Blizzard flavor. It's the Confetti Cake Blizzard Treat, filled with confetti cake pieces and confetti frosting. Don't be late to the party. Grab yours before the DQ freezer closes.
Huh?
My laptop almost died. That would have been a tragedy.
For affordability. What you might not know is performance and durability go right along with it. You see,
Buffalo got 3 picks. Buffalo got 3 picks in the next 10.
World-class engineering and rigorous testing to ensure our tools perform at the highest level and stand the test of time without testing your wallet. Now, it's time for you to put us to the test. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
The 2025 NFL schedule will be released soon. The stage electric. Quarterbacks defying this rivalry. Super Bowl rematch for the age. Welcome back. Monday on the Insiders, we'll have all the news from around the NFL, plus live team reports and expert analysis as only NFL Network can deliver. Catch it all Monday at 7 Eastern on the Insiders.
Every day, thousands of kids start vaping. And I can't let this happen to my kid. Of course, it's awkward to talk to kids about the dangers of vaping. Hey, bestie, how sketch is vape? It's hard to get their attention. Ready? Go. Yes. That. Yeah, you turn yours over. So if you want to talk to your kids about the dangers of vaping, you have to get it trending. Right, backpack kid? Let's do it. First, invite your kid to do the vape talk. Let's try this. All right.
Why is he here?
Yeah, I gotta get it trending, honey.
Come on.
Let's go.
Oh, honey, can we talk?
Yeah, what's up?
I see a lot of your friends vape.
Visit talkaboutVaping.org for tips on when and how to have the vape talk.
Back to Green Bay as Day 3 continues into the 6th round with the Packers have made their 6th round selection at 198. We'll get back here shortly. They've got 2 more in the 7th round. We will await. But we've got a lot to get to here as we kind of start to get a picture of the plan for some of these teams through 6 rounds almost now here in this 2025 NFL Draft. Brett Lewis, Brian Baldinger, Maurice Jones-Drew, happy to be back here with you from our NFL Network studios in Los Angeles. If we're talking about teams that have improved the most, Baldy, is there a team that really sticks out to you right now?
The Atlanta Falcons do, and because they really addressed their needs on defense. And it started with this man, Jalen Walker, who somehow fell to the 15th pick in the 1st round. I mean, and a very talented defensive line draft. And then they got James Pierce. They traded up to get him. Then that man right there, Xavier Watts, the safety from Notre Dame. And then it's Billy Bowman from Texas. All they do is fill up the stat sheet. And I feel like those 2 safeties and those 2 edge rushers really help to elevate this team and some of the weaknesses they had from a year ago.
Yeah, for me, it's the Dallas Cowboys. I think a lot of people say, well, why? Why do you say that? Because it's not about the flash. It's about the meat and potatoes of this team. Fixing the offensive line, going to linebacker, right? You have Tyler Booker guard. Now we're back to what we used to be when we were great. Our offensive line is doing what they need to do. Then we go to defensive end out of Boston College. I'm going to let Donovan, I'm going to let you say his last name, right?
Ezraku.
Ezraku. There we go. Again, a natural pass rusher to help who? Micah Parsons on the other side. Then obviously you go corner, running back, linebacker. Just again, the meat and potatoes of this team, you're building that out. I think that's what the Cowboys are going to end up being a lot better than what we thought they were last year.
NFL and team building. Really impressed with Micah Parsons when he found out that Tyler Booker's main goal was to steal someone else's love of the game. When he's like, steal the soul. I love that. Okay, let's talk about the quarterbacks that have been drafted. Riley Leonard was the latest just a couple of picks ago at 189 from Notre Dame. Now into a crowded QB room there in Indianapolis. Before that was Will Howard. So, first of all, starting with Cam Ward Or his father, Deion Sanders, said on a podcast talking about Will Stewart and Travis Hunter, saying that if they
rarely do we see this where you can say the number one pick in the draft got drafted into the best position for quarterback. And I do think it's Cam Ward. The reason being is the Tennessee Titans last year were 2-6 in one possession game. What does that tell me? That this roster is this team is already put together. Will Levis had some bad turnovers late in games that cost them a lot of those games. If Cam Ward came out to just protect the football, the Tennessee Titans may end up being a contender for the playoffs. And so if you can do that, and keep this defense upright, I think Cam Ward, you go in there, you have the senior just slipped my mind, playing Jacksonville, Calvin Ridley. Right, so you have the number one guy you can go to. You have two running backs that can run football. They've addressed the offensive line in multiple ways throughout the offseason. Cam Ward,
somebody saying something.
Florida quarterback.
I think Jalen Milroe in a good spot right now because he's going to Seattle, where we know that Sam Darnold is a starting quarterback. They just traded away Sam Howell. To give room and allow Jalen Milroe to develop. Well, we're going to practice one. And if you think about Mike McDonald, the head coach coming from Baltimore, he went up against Lamar Jackson every day in practice. He knows the problems that he can create for any defense in this league right now. And I just think we all thought Jalen Milroe was uber talented. We know he can run. We know he's had some success. We know that he also has to develop. I think he's in a great position to sit and develop right now in Seattle as they kind of reconstitute this offense right now.
Yeah, and find a way to maybe use him in the meantime, right? You got Sam Darnold.
Packages here and there.
And even if for whatever reason Sam Darnold's unavailable, you don't have to thrust him into the starting lineup, right? Because you got Drew Lock there that can step in, and you still allow Milroe the time to develop. The New York Jets made Mason Taylor from LSU the third tight end off the board, the most productive tight end in LSU program history with Hall of Fame lineage. Of course, Dad, Jason Taylor, Uncle, Zach Thomas, and boy, Dad was choked up talking about Mason's opportunity.
It's it's hard when you're trying to make me cry again. I'm not gonna do it, fighting it, but it's I can't. It's amazing. It's amazing. We're really been blessed, and he's earned it. Now he's got to keep going.
Oh, man, that's a special moment right there. Of course, Jason did play with the Jets at the end of his career. That's why Mason was sitting there in the Jets gear in that photo that you saw there. Not the only way that they tried to help Justin Fields. Armand Membu with the 7th overall pick, drafted a speedy wide receiver in Arian Smith. Then in the 4th round, MJD, which quarterback do you feel like got the most help in this draft?
Oh, man, it's Caleb. Caleb Williams from the Chicago Bears. You think, first of all, we got your head coach, right, who's going to design these plays, but then we go out and get to a weapon at tight end, right, a guy that can be a mismatch all over the field, somebody you can feel comfortable with to work with Cole Kmet. Now we have 2 tight ends. You get Luther Burton the third. Then we go draft to a tackle, right, that can protect. And so to me, again, this draft was about, early in this draft, was about building around Caleb and making him as comfortable as possible. And you know what else we're going to do, Baldy? We're going to run the football team. So we're going to do a lot of things here, but we're going to have weapons for you to throw the ball to on third down if you have some issues where we know we can take advantage of some of these defenses.
I like the fact that Geno Smith has been reunited with Pete Carroll, who always believed in him. And I think they got him a lot of help. I mean, you look at this right here, Ashton Genty. At least 300 times during the season, Geno Smith's going to turn around and hand the ball off to Ashton Genty, right? And so it's going to take a great load off. They were last in the league in rushing a year ago. That's not going to happen under Pete Carroll and this new regime right now. Chip Kelly has shown that he loves to run the ball. He was in Philadelphia. You know, Shady McCoy won the rushing title. I think Ashton Genty is capable of doing that. They had Jack Best. They have a couple of offensive linemen right here. I think Geno Smith is in a good spot. And I think just the addition of Genty and the emphasis on the run game for both Chip and from Pete, I think it's going to really help Geno Smith.
And then went back-to-back offensive linemen in the 3rd round. And Caleb Rogers as well from Texas Tech. So Geno Smith certainly getting some help. Love those picks there in Las Vegas for the Raiders.
I got one of those.
All right. There we go. Next Green Bay Packers pick. Going to bring that next ring back to Lambeau. Get the latest picks now.
Right there, right across the street.
Hey, guys. There's a change in the air.
2 changes.
2 changes. The
3-row luxury TX, because everyone should feel like the center of the universe.
Congratulations.
Yay!
Now that you got the easy stuff done by comparing insurance rates with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can start thinking about all those other homeowner things.
Yay!
I'm not even clear on what half these people do.
Lowe's knows spring brings new growing moments.
I killed it.
And sometimes growing pains.
So it needs food? Full sun, huh?
Offensive tackle,
Let's piece together.
Pittsburgh for the Chargers.
Good for you.
Grow your dream garden.
Yep. As if they needed any more offensive line help.
Soul has a little
At least that tackle.
and with a Sapphire Reserve card, you have access to
But you know, that's Psycho Jim. Trenches.
whether you're eating the world's finest human shape or 5 courses of street.
He allowed only 2 sacks on 219 pass blocks.
Experience the world like an insider with Chase Sapphire Reserve. Make more of what's yours.
Being Courtyard's official ambassador has opened a new world for me. Now we get to hang out with NFL fans all season long.
Wait, what?
See you on game day.
Join the more than 7 million adults, like Maria, who've taken Ozempic.
I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes 10 years ago. It was overwhelming,
But it didn't stop me from opening my own salon.
I'm Maria, and this is what my Ozempic era looks like. I'm lowering my A1C, and I lost some weight too.
I also learned some people take Ozempic to lower the risk of major cardiovascular events like stroke, heart attack, or death, and others take it to lower the risk of worsening chronic kidney disease.
Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take if you or your family had MTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Stop taking and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck or any of these allergic reactions. Tell your provider if you plan to have surgery or procedures during staying pregnant or planted.
What happened?
Serious side effects include pancreas, gallbladder or severe stomach problems, or changes in
Hold up.
vision. Call your prescriber if you have any of these.
So the wide receiver and the running back we both drafted were both named Jordan.
Blood sugar risk. Common side effects include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pain, constipation. Some side effects lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Discover the GLP-1 with the most FDA-approved uses. Ozempic.
Rich Eisen once again running the 40 to benefit St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Keep it locked in here on NFL Network today. And see Rich and Friends Run. Visit stjude.org/runrichrun to donate. Well, the Tennessee Titans waited a couple of minutes and then ran that card up to turn in Cam Ward as the #1 overall pick. And, well, you know, Warren Moon, Hall of Famer, great Houston Oiler. No one has worn that #1 there for that franchise. And now it's, wow, Warren Moon is giving it to Cam Ward. Here's Cam Ward talking about it with Sarah Walsh.
Kim, we've seen a lot of draft picks get introduced, but never the way we saw it today where Warren Moon came out and surprised you. Take us through that moment and what that was like for you.
It's a good moment for sure for him to come here. After I asked him for the jersey about a month ago. And for him to take time, out of his day, to do something that, he thought, he wanted to do in an organization as well, it's a blessing.
There are a lot of folks in this city with this organization that have been clamoring for a franchise quarterback, for someone to be here for the long run, like Steve McNair was, and that was so long ago now. What does that mean for you in terms of the weight put on your shoulders and what is expected out of you?
I don't feel no weight on my shoulders. I'm still a 0-star recruit. I just happen to be a high draft pick. And so I always remember what they said about me. Never leave it back in my mind. It's there every day. And I'm just excited to get to work with my teammates.
And lastly, before I let you go, what do you know about Nashville? Like, what's on the list of things to do here?
They got a lot of stuff, I would say. Country music. I started getting to that. I'd say about 2 months ago. Hot chicken. I had some on my 30th visit. It was pretty good. It's too hot, though, so I got to get the mild one next time. And then they got the best football organization in the world, so they got the top 3 things.
I follow you to the Minnesota Vikings.
The spice on the field.
Who?
in his
David
sandwich.
Bartholomew, tight end.
Get some of the pieces of the puzzle locked in.
And
Tyler
then
Lockett
the
jumps
Raiders
in.
picked up the Colorado receiver,
Cam Ward leads the
LeJohntay
show
West.
behind a retooled offensive line too that they're pretty excited about.
Thank God the 7th round about to be over.
Real drama of the draft. The
6.
Jacksonville Jaguars.
6, I mean.
5, creating a future 1 and some other day 2 compensation. For the right to take Travis
I told you we were going to be in here about 5 hours a day.
Boy, was he fired up, man. Love that energy. Love
Yeah.
that electricity. And he was emphatically introduced down in Duval County. And Liam Cohen, his new head coach, talking about it.
We know that he's going to be able to do both. We feel that in our bones. We're going to set that up that way from a schedule, from an operation standpoint, the way that
I want to talk about how goofy the Jaguars coach looks,
that he can. In fact,
but I can't hate on him because him taking that job meant Salah came back to us. So I can't hate on the brother.
All right, so we'll see Travis Hunter perhaps get a chance to try to pick off Cam Ward twice a year there in the AFC South. Picks 1 and 2, and see when those dates will be. Schedule release coming your way Wednesday, May.
Cowboys pick is in.
Yeah, why not?
So I think it would be a bit of an upset
Cowboys
for the 60th overall pick in the 2006 draft of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Maurice Jones-Drew to pick anybody other than Travis Hunter.
The guard out of Oregon.
Off the menu for MJD here when I'm asking you your rookie you're most excited to see here in this draft.
Yeah, right. 19 years ago, to the day.
What happened?
It's a guard out of Oregon.
I was drafted 60th overall to the Jacksonville Jaguars, like you said. I'm interested to see the 60th pick this year. R.J. Harvey, a smaller back, compact speed, goes to the Denver Broncos. And we know what Sean Payton's been able to do with guys that can catch the ball in the backfield and be mismatches in space. Obviously, Reggie Bush, Derek Sproles. And to me, I'm excited to see what he's able to do. I feel like once they get this run game going down in Denver, but up in Denver, I shouldn't say down, in Mile High, right? Up in Denver, it's going to be a tough situation. He has a lot of ability, though. But the biggest thing he has is he makes people pull their hamstrings when they try to go get him. Okay. You go run out of form trying to go get this young fella. So I'm excited to see what they do there.
Yeah. By the way, the Broncos last pick was Q Robinson, edge rusher out of Alabama, back in the 4th round. We haven't seen him since then. We'll see him coming up here as currently scheduled, pick 216 in the 6th round. What do you got, Bull?
Well, I mean, if Fred takes, Mauricio takes a running back.
You said we got 501?
No, I mean, it just goes to show.
What happened?
Like, I heard
So he went to 501?
4th pick to the
Last time I checked.
Going to protect the blind side of Drake May. And I think he'll protect the blind side. I was never worried about the arm length. This guy.
It went down to 498.
Louisiana, high school Monroe, went to Baton Rouge.
It'll go back up.
And I think he's going to do the same thing with the Patriots. He's going to step in at left
So
tackle.
for a brief second, we crossed 500.
He's going to be the dog up front that's going to start everything in practice, finish everything in practice, and take it to the game field. And then when you got to come out of the tunnel of Buffalo, you go take down the Bills that won the division 5 or 6 years.
I shouldn't. I shouldn't have said nothing. 3 haters took back their subscriptions.
Look at the views we got now.
I feel like
the thing that we got less than 200 views for our day
I saw
one.
that. I saw that.
How's that possible?
I don't know.
His hands are on him.
I don't know.
That's it.
There you go. And Drake May certainly appreciating that pick. Okay, let's talk about some other quarterbacks now. As I mentioned, Drake May. This year's class,
YouTube
only
is
2
fucking
going to
tripping.
the first round. After Cam Ward was 1, the New York Giants had to come back into the first round after they took Abdul Carter at 3. To trade with the Houston Texans and make Jackson Dart second QB in the 25th overall pick, getting him the all-time leading passer now at Ole Miss. The next quarterback off the board came at 40th overall when the New Orleans Saints made Tyler Shuck the 3rd QB. 7 years in college football, was in
Uncle Rico.
draft class, backed up Justin Herbert for 2 years, finished up at Louisville, and is an exciting prospect for the New Orleans Saints now, and Kellen Moore, their first-year head coach. So, looking at those two guys and the quarterback situations they're now in, look unsettled in both places, certainly. When you look at this, Baldy, do you feel like Dart or Shuck is more likely to start early on here in 2025?
I think Tyler Shuck does, because Kellen Moore is a new coach. I have a feeling that him and Mickey Loomis, this was their guy. This is what they wanted. They have Spencer Rattler. They have other quarterbacks there. But I feel like Shuck has an easier path to start. You know, if the Giants right there, Ryan Dable, Joe Shane, the pressure is to win this year. There's Russell. Jameis is still there. And so I think the path for Tyler Shuck to start is a little bit easier. It might be a little bit quicker in New Orleans right now with Kellen Moore, he's got time to be able to develop this team, coming off the Super Bowl win and seeing what he did with that Eagles offense. So I think to answer that question,
I would agree with you, even though the Saints have day 3 Joey B, my guy Jake Hayner, who's there as well. But if you just look at the totality of the Saints, obviously Derek Carr is dealing with a shoulder injury that they really don't know what's going on. Shutt being a guy who's a lot older than most of the quarterbacks, has played a ton of football. It seems to be more ready to go in there and give you the best chance to win right now. Where on the other side,
Tyler Shutt's the same age as Derek Carr.
Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson that are prepared and ready to play. Guys that have played a lot of football in the NFL. So to me, it just seems naturally to go that way. Now, this is the thing. Jameis Winston, we know what he likes to do. He's going to turn that ball over every now and then. It ain't his fault. It's just kind of in his makeup as being a guy that likes to throw the football. And Russell Wilson can't move like he used to. His superpower was his ability to scramble and improvise. So I may have to disagree and go with Jackson Dirk. If he can go out there and make some plays and be able to utilize his legs the way Brian Dable was able to use Josh Allen, the way he was able to use Daniel Jones early in his career, he may have a chance to go in and play as well.
I don't think it was just completely dismissed Derek Carr either. You know,
we'll see what happens.
We don't know.
Right?
See what happens.
But I feel like part of the narrative around Tyler Shuck was like, oh gosh, he's going to turn 26 in September, and he's been around, played 7 years of college football. He's played 5 different offenses, and 6 if you include the Senior Bowl. And he's seen a lot of offense and a lot of defense too. Don't you feel like that gives him a little bit of an edge in terms of experience, especially when you consider the success of experienced quarterbacks in recent years?
Well, I mean, Bo Nix, came out that program that he started in Oregon, backing up Justin Herbert when he first got to college football. So I think you learn a lot of playbooks. It certainly gives you more experience. Although, look, Jackson Dart started at USC, started 40 games there at Ole Miss, so he certainly has the experience as well.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at the quarterbacks that have now heard their names called in this 2025 NFL Draft. The long wait for Shedeur Sanders came to an end at pick number 144 when the Browns made him their second rookie quarterback of this class. Kyle McCord, Will Howard, talked about Riley Leonard a bit. Graham Mertz is the latest quarterback, 197 overall, going to the Houston Texans out of Florida, began his career at Wisconsin.
So the Colts have Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones, and Riley Leonard.
Does that surprise you?
Very surprised.
That is a terrible QB.
For a guy to take his team to the national championship multiple times, to have the ability to run the football and throw it. And again, when you watch his tape, it's not like he is forcing the ball down the field. Like, it takes everything for him to launch his ball down the field. He has the arm strength and the ability. And so you just don't know. To me, the draft, we were just talking about Shedeur Sanders and how far he fell. And you don't know what these teams are thinking and who they like, what the medical may be, what they found, what information they found. You just have no idea what's going on.
Somebody was throwing Xavier Worthy, Matthew Golden, Jatavian Sanders. Somebody was throwing them those footballs there in Austin, Texas. It was Quinn Ewers. And he also had to hold on.
Yeah, I forgot all about Quinn Ewers.
I'll tell you, I saw him this summer, and this was obviously before, this last year, which felt like it was, one that kind of had his trajectory pointed the opposite.
I think he better than Tyler Shuck, too.
I watched him throw the football. Man, it comes out with some pop.
Yeah.
Natural release. There was a lot to like about his arm.
His athletic ability is underrated as well. In high school, he was a runner out of South Lake Carroll down there in Texas. In Dallas, Texas. He could run. And so you're talking about the number 1 overall prospect in high school, goes to Ohio State, comes back to Texas, is able to do all this work. If that's not good enough to be drafted, I don't know what is.
Sure. And, by the way, while we're talking quarterbacks, I do feel like we should probably say the 199th pick overall has come and gone. I think we probably just need to rename it at this point, the Tom Brady selection, right? And it was made by a Michigan man in Jim Harbaugh with the LA Chargers, and kind of fittingly went with an offensive tackle out of Pitt in Branson Taylor. So just thought we'd throw that one out there. The latest pick that we've seen is Chase Lunt, tackle from Connecticut, played for Jim Mora Jr. up there at UConn, went to the Buffalo Bills, and the Eagles pick is in. Panthers are on the clock we'll have all that coming up here for you. But Shador
Eagles for
Sanders,
Cameron Williams from Texas.
I mean, it is as unique a situation as we have seen for a player that was at once talked about as a potential top overall pick. Just a couple of months ago, talking about in the conversation for the number 2 overall pick of the Cleveland Browns, 3 to the Giants. All of them were there at his pro day workout.
I was there for pro day. I was there. Jimmy Haslam. I mean, they all were there, right? Andrew Berry, the general manager, Kevin Stefanski, Bill Musgrave, the quarterback coach. They were all there to watch Shador. And they spent a lot of time with Shador's father and with, the offensive coordinator, the whole group, to get to know him and to watch Travis Hunter and to see this thing slide like it did. It's pretty surprising, but I think at this point right here, Maurice, I think it's just about moving on right now. You know where you're at, you know where you're going to be, move on.
Baldy, you're better than me. I'm not moving on nowhere. I'm stuck in this. I'm going to live in this moment forever, right? But this moment is going to really push me to be the best version of myself that I can be. Because at this point, you're saying, okay, you drafted a quarterback in front of me at the same team, right? Multiple players went in front of me, all these things. One, I'm gonna self-reflect and look at what I did in the process that pushed me to this point. One.
Yeah, that's a good pick for them.
Use motivation as I get going, because a lot of times you can't fake these types of emotions and feelings. I know
he's a project.
It was Charles Davis said you could take this personally. You should take.
He's a project,
but be honest, it should be personal.
He got measurables.
And when it is personal,
and if they can get him on course,
your talent question,
he's going to be a good pick for them.
Your love for the game was questioned in this, I feel like, and so this should make you better. It should make you a better football player. Again, you don't want to. We all get complacent when we kind of get what we want. I don't think he got what he wanted. Let's see how he takes it.
And by the way, the Browns moved up to make this happen.
Yeah.
They gave up the 5th-round pick, 166, and a 6th-round pick, 192, to go up and get Shador Sanders at pick number 144, and that was their last pick of the draft. So, all right, we're going to get back out to Green Bay when we return here. Day 3 of the draft.
The 2025 NFL Draft is presented by Verizon. The NFL, powered by Verizon 5G.
Verizon Small Business Days are back. Our experts?
Welcome in.
Closer than you think.
Yes, great.
Nice surprise, huh? Ready to help. Serving up deals, advice, wherever you are. Even on the job.
Hey. Hi.
And making sure all your tech
Let's take a look.
is good to go. April 21st to 27th. Don't wait. Get started today.
Right now, spring deals are under $20 at the Home Depot. So no matter what you're working on, you can save big on all your spring projects. Now through May 7th,
Jimmy
shop
Horn
spring
Jr.
deals
from the
for
Panthers.
$20 at the Home Depot.
Incoming dishes. Dawn Power Wash flies through 99% of grease and grime in half the time.
It absorbs grease 5 times
faster.
faster. It even replaces multiple cleaning products.
Did I want who?
Got game.
Dawn Power Wash, the better grease getter.
Check out the new whip.
Yeah, no, it wasn't Jimmy. No,
As many Bud Lights as it takes.
no,
A lot of Bud Lights.
but I wouldn't have mind having Jimmy Horn Jr.
First,
I don't
we
think he's the
dropped
one I
in
wanted.
Then we built the first muscle truck, then added the legendary Hemi engine. Ram has always powered American freedom. Now with our freedom of
But
choice
he
pricing
definitely,
program, visit your local dealer
he
to
definitely
get
was
your
one
offer.
one of the reasons why that offense was good
Stops America, and
in
nothing
Colorado.
stops Ram.
Get $6,500 combined cash allowance plus current
I always, when I first seen him, I thought he was related to Joe Horn.
Joe Horn.
Yeah.
Confidence is everything. When your confidence is right, they say
You want a horn with Horn?
I trust Invisalign because I truly have my smile exactly how I've always wanted it. Invisalign, trusted by the pros.
That's crazy. You guys seen this?
Okay, do we have a lot to get to? The rest of the draft, obviously, but Brad Paisley, who's performing here in Green Bay tonight to wrap up the draft, he's going to stop by the set, as will a bunch of rescue dogs here in Green Bay. Stump the Truck, where we honor our hardworking crew by challenging them to put some smaller school players on the screen, because we are, soup to nuts operation here. And we're going to raise money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital by showing everybody just how slow I am. That's still to come here on NFL Network's live coverage of the first ever draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. And joining us now, sitting down with their draft fully complete, is the reigning Coach of the Year from the Minnesota Vikings right now. There he is, Kevin O'Connell. Good to see you, Coach. How are you?
I'm doing well, guys. How are you guys doing?
We're doing better for seeing you on the screen. Before we get to the draft, you know what I'm going to ask you. Got to ask you about my guy. Got to ask you about the championship quarterback of Team 144 of the University of Michigan, J.J. McCarthy, and how he is doing right now.
Okay.
He's doing great, Rich. He's, completed week one of the off-season program this week, and he's really been in the building the whole off-season. Completing his rehab. He's healthy. He's in a great spot, and I know he was very excited to get all his teammates back this week.
I couldn't imagine
they were all excited
doing this live stream and shit back when the draft was like 14 fucking rounds.
Position to have a great spring.
And in terms of how you see,
you got to dedicate a whole week to that
you
shit.
Acquired Sam Howell today in a draft trade. How do you see your quarterback room shaping?
But then again, if I'm getting paid from the NFL,
in a couple weeks with the release,
where you need me at?
Starter for your team.
Put me everywhere. Put me everywhere. I don't give a fuck where you need me at.
Aeneas Peoples.
A lot of things to be excited about in the quarterback room around here. We've
didn't we discuss them?
Plan in mind for JJ throughout this whole offseason, and then, like I said, hit the ground running for the offseason program. We're going to get him as many reps as we possibly can and get him geared up for training camp. And then, bringing in Sam Howell today was a great move by Kwesi to, not have to lose any future picks and really kind of make a move within the draft and find the value enough to get Sam Howell to become a Minnesota Viking, a guy we did a lot of work on a few years back and got a chance to play in a bunch of games for Washington before moving on to Seattle, and really just another guy to acquire in his quarterback journey at a different point in time. Now having been at a couple spots, and we still think that there's a lot in Sam's game to develop, but also see where he can take it within our system, within our quarterback development plan here in Minnesota. Feel really
Why would they make that? First and foremost, who the fuck drinks root beer? Number one. Number two, who's going to drink sugar-free root beer?
You stole the words right out of my mouth.
Challenging defenses and trying to do
Dr. Pepper.
Some real shit. Some real shit.
I can enjoy the beverage. Screw my diabetes.
Really good about the roster we have right now.
Coach,
I think the only time I ever really drank root beer was in fucking floats. And then when I figured out that you can put any kind of soda and make a float, I said, man, fuck that root beer. I haven't had a root beer since I was a kid, man.
When you think about free agency and the draft,
root beer is terrible.
A plan in place, and then as
give me a real beer.
and you start to
I'll drink a Malta before I drink a root beer.
It doesn't always
give me a real beer.
You know what I'm
saying?
Is it a Mai Tai?
Yeah, a Malta.
Isn't that one of them fruity drinks?
No, it's a Dominican root beer. It's not. It's a malt beverage. It's a malt beverage.
I don't know why I thought that was one of them fruity drinks.
Nah. A Mai Tai is like a drink that you get on vacation.
And when I say fruity drink, I mean a drink that has a lot of fruit beverages in it. Don't take that the wrong way. Do not take that the wrong way. I'm not talking about a Shalimar drink. I'm talking about a drink that tastes like juice. That's what I'm talking about.
Guard Hayden Conner out of Texas to Arizona.
Or they finally took a lineman.
Yes. 6'6", 314, and a 5'2", 340.
Football for us a year
Okay.
ago, and still very much should be considered
And yet,
part of the plans, as well as some good linemen that
we
drafted
still haven't
a year
taken
ago
one.
in Jurgens and Rouse.
But
and we brought in a guy that's played
the beautiful thing about that is there are still some people there that I like.
Hey, Coach, will you invite me to next
There's
year?
plenty of people there.
Scrimmage, and it's a call-it scrimmage. You matching wits with Brian.
One person in particular. That would be a massive upgrade on the interior line.
And last year, your first-round pick, you got the young man out of Alabama. And so I'm looking with Dallas Turner. All these edges, because Van Ginkel and Grenard gave you great presence last year. How do they fit into Brian Flores' plans? And what are you looking for from them?
Yeah, Charles, when you come out for that one,
0 sacks allowed on 589 pass block snaps. Not bad.
Nope.
Especially for somebody in the 6th round.
The really
Yep.
thing about
And he started all 16 games in the SEC.
Back from the line of scrimmage as well.
Yep.
Jonathan Allen, Javon Hargrave.
I didn't do no research on him.
43 out of 51 career games at left guard.
I didn't do no research on Hayden Conner.
Get a little bit more active, with some playmaking in there to go along with
the two
Pro Bowl representatives from the NFC on the edge.
That's a pretty damn good pick.
And Jonathan Grenard, but then I hope people haven't forgotten about Dallas Turner, because I'm glad you mentioned him. Really a guy that I'm expecting a huge jump from year 1 to year 2. He really started to come on as the season went on last year. It's a tough group, tough lineup to crack when you've got those top 2 guys playing the way that they were. And then, on the back end, to get Harrison Smith back, such a leader, such a featured part of what we want to do. That guy kind of quarterbacking the defense from the back end, get the corner position with Byron Murphy coming back. And Isaiah Rodgers is a guy that I know Brian Flores thinks has a tremendous upside and best football ahead of him, as talented as he is. And then how about Jeff Okudah? A guy that was a really high draft pick, has all the traits, very smart player. We've had our struggles against him at times, dealing with his length and strength at the line of scrimmage. So I just look at our group as a whole, and I feel like Flo has a lot of different tools to work with, and getting Ty Ingram Dawkins was another piece, because now he's a guy that can, you see him line up everywhere. He can play on the edge. He can play inside. He can be very active the way we play defensively. Kind of the perfect storm of a really unique player with a lot of upside, but also a tremendous scheme fit for what Flo and the guys want to do. So you start talking about all these pieces, and thank goodness you promised to call plays this spring or training camp whenever you show up, because I'm going to hold you to that.
I don't know that I actually did, but somehow I am.
You're in. You're locked in. Coach, thanks for the time. Really appreciate it. Congrats on getting through the draft, and now on to making the roster cash. Thanks for the time, and send my best to JJ.
Will do. Looking forward to seeing you run here in a little bit, man. I've been waiting for that.
You're the only one in America, sir. But let's raise some money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Thank you so much for mentioning that. We're gonna do our best to get some money raised. Thanks for the time, sir.
There you go. Appreciate you guys.
You got it. That's the reigning coach of the year, Kevin O'Connell. Oh, you know how they say for players he's got the dog in him?
Yes.
Oh, this draft coverage is about to have several dogs.
George Clinton would love this moment.
And DJ, we have been informed by the Wisconsin Humane Society that they have gone potty.
I just put a new note on Facebook.
Hopefully we won't get any confirmation.
I said, ladies, send him a nude. His team drafted sorry, and he's sad.
His performance and durability go right along.
That goes for a lot of people, not 49er fans. We're pretty happy with our picks. Now, if we can just get a couple linemen, a couple offensive linemen to compete with the guys we have, we'll be a lot happier with that. But I can guarantee you, if we don't draft any linemen, you're gonna see hella linemen undrafted free agents.
Yep.
That man's name is Longer Bean.
It is for real. Yes. Nothing is frozen. Everything is made fresh every day. If you see an open kitchen,
That's a fast motherfucker. 439.
What you see is what you
Are you
get.
going to be
Exactly.
a career play from Africa?
In your prime, what do you think your 40 was?
I was slow.
I was pretty fast.
I ran a 4.7 and a
This is
4.8.
Roundup for lawns.
I think in my prime, I would have ran anywhere between 4.45 and 4.5 flat.
But I was playing quarterback. We
But
didn't have one.
on my best day, I could have did a 4.41. Boulevard would have ran a 4.35. Boulevard would have ran a 4.35. That motherfucker in boots. A 4.35 in boots. That's how fast Boulevard was.
I played quarterback for my school. We had no quarterback. But I really was a receiver.
My dad.
I was a tight end.
And I was a punter.
It felt like
I was a tight end. I was always one of the taller motherfuckers. Whenever I stepped anywhere, I was always one of the tallest motherfuckers. I was like 6. I think I was like 6'2", 6'3" in high school. Went up to 6'4" when I got to college.
It's always tough, right? I always feel like I can solve my own problems, but eventually.
The crazy thing about it is, I was 17 years old in college,
Maybe people would be better off without me.
and had I not opened my mouth, I would have been 16 in college. Because I came into school one day and my badge didn't work, right? And I went to the office to find out why my badge wasn't working. They told me, well, you got enough credits. You got enough credits to graduate. And so I'm like, and this was like in the middle of this is like
They took a quarterback.
Another quarterback?
Rated.
It's a run on quarterbacks? But yeah, I made them fix that shit so I can at least do my last year at high school because I ain't want to leave my friends.
If it wasn't for my mother, I would have been in college and moved through I graduated.
What we've got here. Roll the baseball card. Caroline, coach's best friend.
They need to put Cats on here one year.
No.
Yes. Yes. Everybody loves Cats.
Weirdo.
No, everybody loves Cats. It's weirdos. It's weirdos that don't like cats. Tommy Mellon.
This world is dog lovers, brother. Get that correct.
I mean, I love dogs too, but I love cats just as much. I would get a dog. I would get a dog once I buy my house. That's when I'll get a dog. But living in apartments, I would never get a dog living in an apartment.
This is where I'm going. It's just something about it. I couldn't put my finger on it, but just something about it. It's reminded me of Jackson Dart.
Nice. That's Nesquik right there, Charles.
Way too low on Nesquik, all right? Nesquik and I bonded so quickly here. And look at Nesquik right now. A little bit on the tired side, but still willing.
That dog looks like Roddy Piper
Nesquik's ready to
in his WrestleMania promo against Bad News Brown.
University. Getting through the hole, you know that is hard to get a grasp. Quick, excellent ball skills. Look, catches everything. 0 drops. All right? What comes his way,
he keeps. And by the way, Rich, he doesn't just get what he catches. It's yardage after the catch.
Yardage after he's got yak.
I'm really an animal lover.
Nesquit's got yak. That's why he's so tired.
My new friend is falling asleep.
Like I love all animals that are harmless.
It's very unconcerned.
Everybody should give it up for the Wisconsin Humane Society.
Like I don't like when people fuck with animals.
And give whatever you can. Thank you for doing all this work and bringing these beautiful dogs here. Everybody needs a home. All these dogs need homes. They need forever homes, and you should go and check it out. Susie and I rescued 2 dogs. Charles, do you have 4 in your house?
Like when I be saying people abusing animals, that shit pisses me off.
Please adopt, don't shop. Go to a place like the Wisconsin Humane Society and make one of these puppies yours forever. Oh boy. I know my kids are looking at the screen right now saying, bring that dog home.
Yeah, you're toast, dude. I believe someone's already
Brad Paisley.
Safety RJ Nichols from Clemson for the Chargers.
Oh, I see us back on the board. Let's go. Come on, Kyle. Come on, John. Give us some linemen so you can appease these fans and shut them the fuck up.
What's them out?
It's one in particular I just want y'all to get. I just one in particular. You get this one, you ain't gotta hear my mouth. Even though I'ma still want to upgrade from McKivitz, I'ma still want to upgrade there.
Jedrick Wills.
Huh?
Jedrick Wills.
What happened with him in Cleveland?
Injuries.
They said that motherfucker disgruntled.
Injury.
He's only 25 too.
Uh-huh.
He's got to be better than McKivitz. He's got to be. Sign him to a 1-year prove-it deal.
Exactly.
Giving renters detailed guides on neighborhood level, apartment community level, and unit level, allowing you to see the exact unit that you're going to be living in. But we didn't stop there. We've got renting down to the cellular level. Closer.
I think in order for an offensive line to be really successful, they got to be like a family.
To find a place.
Like you remember the Harbaugh offensive line? They used to hang out together. They used to hang out together, go out to eat together. Like they did things like friends. That's how an offensive line got to be. Like y'all need to be like this. Y'all need to be like this at each other's hips.
Since when?
You gotta wait till it's done.
5,
4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so we're at the film festival. Middle Park
One more big.
The doors open. And
What happened?
these trips are the best. At our
In the final round.
private night. At Race Week, the lounge is right next to the pit. We were there in Paris. Exclusive events and incredible restaurants. Nights at the Sapphire Lounge on the set. Heaven.
Experience the world as an insider. From exclusive lounges to immersive dining experiences, all with Chase Sapphire Reserve.
Turn the off-season on again with the NFL app. Your home for all things NFL. And subscribe to NFL Plus for more access for the picks, the plays, all in one place, all year long. Rise and shine. We're here, baby. Let's get it. GMFB is live from LA, and we've got all things football.
They just don't lose.
If that's your jam, this is for you. Good Morning Football, Monday at 8 on NFL Network.
Okay, it's not the truck feature where you tweet us a name, a position, a school of a draft eligible player, and we'll see if our production truck has tape on them. I gotta be honest with you, they're coming for the truck, and the truck usually wins. The truck is
it's ready.
Frequently unbelievable. But that's coming up shortly, as is our fundraiser for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. But we have a 3-time Grammy Award, 2-time American Music Award, 15 Academy of Country Music Award winner, 14 Country Music Association Award winner, and a man who's bringing himself to the stage this evening for the NFL Draft Concert Series, the great Brad Paisley. Good to see you, sir. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. I'm honored to be here, guys.
See you.
The honor's ours. What are you talking about? How cool is this? It's fun. Rich.
Yes, sir.
Forget it. Hold on a second. Brad, lean in for me, man.
Oh, my God.
Lean in.
Trust never does this.
Right to it. Look, this is for the brothers, man. All right? Brad Paisley's the man. This is outstanding. If you say so. Yeah, oh, we know so. Absolutely. I'll take it.
Be right back.
In the truck. Remember, truck still works.
Okay, that's bad. Now, look at you. The truck still works. First coming.
Hurry up, get time pick.
On May 21st.
Quarterback.
Beautiful. Part of our country. So did you just get your free?
I did. This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, this is crazy. I mean, what the NFL has done making a sporting event out of something that's in the off season is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Technically, it's just the reading of names.
I know.
For 3 days.
I know. This is like it's like watching people with a gambling addiction just gamble in Vegas or something. That's kind of what this is, isn't it? You're kind of getting close to home there on that one. Yeah, pretty good. I already lost money this weekend. So.
Well, I'm glad that you're here tonight, and so. Coming here to Wisconsin for the draft concert series. That's going to be a lot of fun this evening. How often do you get asked about Peyton Manning, Brad?
Way more. I would have never done those commercials if I had known how much I was going to be talking about him. I mean, as fun as that is, and as great a guy as he is, I don't want to talk about it. No, I'm kidding. He is a force of nature, and like the most. I mean, has anybody ever had a post-playing career like pretty strong? I mean, it's crazy. He's a quarterback back to back. He's a TV.
Two quarterbacks or cornerbacks?
He's a quarterback. He's we're dear friends, and it's always fun to collaborate. When we've done those nationwide commercials, we're like, he is so involved in what they are, and you. They look effortless, but you know how it is. It's really hard to look effortless. You've got to put the time and work in. And he's really got a knack. I mean, he knows who he is and who he wants to be, in terms of a personality. And we kind of fall into these roles, and we do that where I'm sort of just rolling my eyes the whole time. That's my character, which is not a stretch.
I'm curious, is there scouting in music? Like, we think about identifying young talent. We're trying to project how they're going to do. Do you look back over your career? Maybe you saw somebody when they were young and maybe you thought, you know what, this one's going to be pretty good, and then watch them develop?
Every now and then I was right. A lot of times I was wrong. But, like, my proudest thing on that is I'm at the Opry one weekend, and this guy comes up to me and says, hey, I've been working in the tape room at the Country Music Network here. Would you listen to my CD? And I always never do that because you can honestly get in trouble listening to songs and stuff. So I said, all right, I'll do it. I stick it in my truck, and I drive home from the Opry, and there's a phone number on it. And I call him, and I say, listen to me. You're great. Really, good luck. I think you're going to do well. And that was Dierks Bentley.
Wow.
I'm batting 1,000 in that.
Can make scout some talent.
I've missed a bunch, and I don't want to talk about it.
No, but it almost really, what was he doing at the time when he had it?
He was like working in the tape room at the Opry sort of network thing, and was just, playing Broadway, and
that's pretty
trying to make it. And just as great then as he is now.
And by the way, the draft in Nashville a few years ago, when you're talking about a party, like you're seeing this.
Denver took a punt.
I was saying that when we left
they're saying the kid
Nashville, we left Lower Broadway, we were saying that has to be on a rotation. Where you have to go back because
I agree.
It became part of the city. The city became part of the draft.
Ruined a lot of bachelorette parties.
Oh, they were so upset.
Well, we could use a few less bachelorette.
You'd be okay.
Angry about it, right?
I've got to ask this, Brad. Here we are for the football people being here. Yeah. This is like the Rich talked about the first time, the cathedral of football, right? With the professional football. Oh, sure. But Nashville, Ryman. Yeah, man. So when you go back and you do something at Ryman and you walk there, do you feel the ghosts? Do you feel the presence? What's it like to be in that cathedral in your world? It was. That's what's funny is it was a church before it was the home of country music, And really, if you like country music at all, you can thank that building.
So you feel that. You feel that when you walk in. This is what's fun is I've got a bar at my house that I built that's like a pub. It's really, I keep knocking walls out and making it bigger. It's essentially, we can fit everybody into this one. But my wife surprised me with, they tore up some of the flooring from the Ryman and sold it.
Come on.
And she bought it, so we have a section of floor in my bar right there. That was on the...
That all the greats have walked on.
From 51 to 2013, it was on the floor there. So there's DNA. There's Johnny Cash
right there.
Throw up.
Whatever. Well, it wouldn't be any fun without it. But, you know, and Rich, I'm going to get out of the way. I have to ask one more. Oh. This couple, you talk about power couple, all right? You and your wife. And I
power comes from her side.
Yeah, but I have to tell you, I'd say you're a pretty good sidekick. I am a Hallmark movies freak.
Me too, man.
Okay, so
that is Christmas for me. It just stays on. It just stays on that.
And you know we got Christmas July coming up, so that's a whole month before we even get there.
Taken a month off.
But what you and your wife do, I mean, how do you guys navigate with each other's careers? Because both of you on top of your games, power couple, doing your thing. How do you and Kimberly do that?
Well, you're too kind. It's luckily not really that hard now with the fact our kids are teenagers and they're kind of self-sufficient. They love it when we have a busy schedule and are gone for a week. They love it.
See ya.
It's grandparents' time. You find a way. If you're lucky enough to love what you do creatively, like guys like us are, you know, it's not the biggest imposition in the world to have to travel and do some certain things. And yeah, but she's luckily got some things coming up that actually film in Tennessee. So I'm
hoping to see you in a cameo in it.
Oh,
can we get you in?
We'll see about that. All right. If you represent me, I'll do it.
I'm in. I got you.
He'll do it.
I got you.
He sure will. So the Trucks Still Works tour starting on May 21st, slated to run through August. Your new song, Truck Still Works, out there. The digital release of Raining Inside. And then there's the set list tonight. I must imagine it's all set, right, for this evening?
It's not. Do you have any suggestions? Because I've got the same band I've had for 20 years. So we walk out and I kind of go, let's do this. And they're ready for whatever I throw at them.
Well, this is how we do the draft, basically. Since it starts.
You don't know what it's going to be.
We have zero idea.
Yeah.
We kind of have the similar idea. Charles, I mean, I'm going to defer to you. I mean, you
got to go with it. Just go. Truck Still Works, and every
What happened?
Say go Packers.
Yeah.
And New York. He's already dressed. Smart. He's already dressed. The man's there.
In this town, if you had done green on, you're getting pinched.
It's, no question.
I've always wanted to ask you this one question because everybody just says what an unbelievable guy you are. This is the first time I've met you, and you are a fantastic guy.
Well, it's an act. So thank you.
How are you a Dodgers fan?
Well,
because I've never met somebody who was a good
Padres fan.
There's a couple of us. You're Padres? Oh, you're Padres. You want to get into that? So, well, when I married my wife, that was back in 2003, and we moved to LA and lived actually for a while. The first house we ever bought was the Palisades, and that's gone. That went with the fires. That house, we weren't in it anymore. But you know, those are the games I would go to, and I wish Nashville had a team.
There's talk.
I know there's talk, more than talk, but I hope they don't mess it up. I really want to see that happen. But I became a diehard Dodgers fan, friends with Clayton Kershaw. So the next thing you know, these are great people.
Yeah,
Doc's great. They're great. But
agree to disagree.
I'm just messing. I know they're good guys. Really going to churn the NFL draft coverage.
We were up 2-1 at home. It's a bullpen game. No Freddie Freeman, and we don't score for 2
A lot he's working through right now.
How does that happen?
Yeah, we do this all the time.
I really did not expect baseball questions.
I know.
I usually wear like the sweater with the patches on and just listen to him because he's got to work through a lot.
We'll see you guys in October.
I know. I hope so.
That'll be a rematch.
Hey, man, I was sitting there down the right field line with my 13-year-old at the time son. We're Yankee fans, and then we watched Freddie Freeman's game 1 home run go right across, and as soon as I turned to him, I'm like, let's go to the parking lot. The ball was being caught in the right field stands, you know.
I sang that anthem, the anthem at that game, and so when you do that, as you know, you carry the burden
on you. Yes, you do.
I know, and I'm walking around, I'm sitting in the suite going, this is bad, and the next thing you know, it's out. The next day, I go to the game, and I filmed a little thing prior. And as I'm walking through the stands, everybody's high-fiving me. Good job.
That's it. Are you undefeated as an anthem singer for the Dodgers?
No, but I do have one where they lost. But I do have the 2 walk-offs in World Series current history. I did the one, remember the one where the only game they won against the Red Sox, 18-inning game. I did that end.
Oh my gosh!
Walk-off, and then I did the Freddie Freeman walk-off. When they need a
walk-off, they call. I hope you got a gig when you play the Padres.
I was about to say, the Dodgers say they're happy you're done with your tour by August.
They'll be on tour
For October, I know. Awesome. Great to see you. Have a great gig tonight.
Thanks. Have fun.
What an honor. The NFL Draft Concert Series presented by Bud Light tonight. This man, Brad Paisley. And of course, check out the Chuck Still Works World Tour. Should you be when Brad
I just realized we get followed by a receiver.
the truck. When we come back right here, there's the truck right there. They are ready for you.
I just realized who you're talking about at wide receiver.
Yep. Not saying his name. Because hopefully we can get him as an undrafted free agent.
What makes iconic? It's a feeling. It's a flavor.
Tight end out of Nebraska for the Giants.
It's every detail. It's the excitement. It's the journey. But most importantly, it's the destination. Book your iconic stay at Caesar's Palace.
I'm an overpowered leaf blower, and I'm not exactly street legal.
And if you don't have the right auto coverage, this could really blow your budget. So get Allstate, save money, and be protected from mayhem. Yeah, like me.
This is the mark of a fighter. A rich, full-flavored lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. A reward for those with a fighting spirit. You've earned this, so hold it high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
Sweet, really? Bro, you really think you can outfit me? Oh. That's cute.
Every shoe for every athlete, only at Dick's.
Introducing BetRivers' new exclusive basketball prop packs game. Place qualifying same-game parlays to earn bronze, silver, or gold digital player cards for a shot at up to $10,000 in bonus credits. New BetRivers basketball prop packs.
Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted.
What I thought was a complete life was nowhere near complete. But it is now.
Learn about adopting a teen at adoptuskids.org.
It's time for Stump the Truck as we will shine the spotlight on the truck.
Do we have Sims or Apple Fresh? How about Amadio West Silverberry Mouton?
There it is! Yeah! We got it! Yeah! We got hunters from the incarnate word. Alani Putu Tao.
What's that about? I got your Putu towel right here.
I want Katie Howard.
That's it. I'm out.
Nate McCrary.
Yeah. 2 thumbs up. Well done, truck.
Stump the Truck. One of my favorite segments.
Been working together for quite some time to make sure that when someone gets drafted, we're covered. That we have the video and we have the research, and we have everything at our disposal. And like many other things in the television world, I think this was born out of complete boredom. That's how my run was born out of, complete boredom. And Charlie, you're the king of springs getting on my ear. I don't know what year it was in Radio City Music Hall.
We had hit vapors.
I forgot the Patriots brought that nerd back.
Dude, a run on offensive line right now.
This
Attack
player, that player.
the Patriots.
We have video of something. I don't know how it happened. Then we started asking people to tweet it in.
No, we were
They got Josh
we were
McDaniels back, that
empty
fucking
the
nerd.
notebook. Like one of those things, like, sure, we've done this kind of work, and I think part of it was almost being glorious. Oh, we've done this work. Let's show you how smart we are.
Right.
And the truck was like, oh, let them. Oh, we'll show you.
Well, what it did is it stumbled upon what everybody in TV's looking for, which is the connectivity to the fans, and also to show off the hard-working production staff behind the scenes that rarely gets any credit. So now here we are. It's the truck.
Missouri.
Wow, we're going international now. Picks have been made from Germany and Mexico, Scotland. You're going to be first, Daniel. Go for it. Let's see if you can stump the truck.
I'm going to see an easy one. Let's just see if they can just get into a rhythm. See if they can go through the hoop here. Shanderick Powell, running back, Central Arkansas.
Central Arkansas.
337.
Thank you. Mentioned earlier today from Germany, Central Arkansas, I believe. All right. Okay. One for one. Here we go. Let's see it. Oh, look at it from the ground.
The center from USC for the Jags.
Look at this.
Nicely done.
From the ground.
Yeah, we're sitting crisscross applesauce. So this looks like
it was shot by some hardworking member of some local television.
Absolutely. Gonna get it done.
Charles.
Sure. All right, guys. How about Carl Vansky? Decius, D-E-C-I-U-S.
Carl Vansky?
Carl Vansky, C-A-R-L-V-A-I-N-S-K-Y. From Morgan State, a defensive back. Go Bears.
Uh-oh.
From Morgan State.
You're part of the world. Oh my goodness gracious!
Just trying to get into the game, Rich.
All right. Do we have one from the social media world? We can read off.
Ooh,
I
because you know they send them in.
No, we got one.
We go. I think we got one.
Pop it up on the screen. I'll represent the from where? Okay, Boogie. Is that the front?
Yeah. Oh, we got to have this. Jared. It's actually pronounced Jared.
Okay.
I know this guy.
You do?
Monster.
Okay.
Big monster offensive line.
That's a thumbs up. Nice.
DJ, look at that. It's her. DJ, did you get a look at this cat?
Give me the name again?
Christian Linehan, the offensive lineman, Oregon State.
Oh, that's a heritage.
There you go.
Okay.
That's simple. Well done, Truck.
Can I get one? I've got one here.
Okay.
I've got a request here.
From who?
This is Big Game Bengal, who's a YouTuber who's got a huge YouTube following.
Okay.
He hit me up with Deshaun Hill, DB Ohio Dominican, and did the proper hashtag stump the truck.
Ohio, is it the Ohio Dominican University?
Which is really on par since this week of the month.
Wow, it's high.
Jeez. Coming strong. I've got another one if we want to
Go ahead. I like the fans getting it.
Do we have Carter Runyon, a tight end from Towson?
The Towson Tigers. Single digit number guy.
This is going to break the tie. Going to break the tie where we're looking. Baby. All right. The truck's on top. We're not rooting for the truck. All right. This is from the end zone.
Single digit number guy. Take a look at it.
Spot shot of him, huh? Okay. Ian Rappaport. Chime in, sir.
All right, I get a good one. Pretty sure this is going to stump the truck. Mitch Van Voren from St. Norbert College. He's a tight end.
Oh, St. Norbert, right
down the road. He also announced the Dolphins' 2016 pick, like a third rounder.
Is he in this draft class, Ian? Are we sure? Do we need to double check Ian's work?
This comes via Tom Pelissero, and
hey, Ian.
This has been fact-checked. Yes.
Ian, I love that you put in St. Norbert. St. Norbert is the site of where Lombardi's Packers did training camp.
Obviously.
All those years ago, right down the road.
Oh, Seattle got Damian Martinez.
Social media world. Do we got another one?
Please.
Pop it up.
Let's let the fans get in.
Let's see what we got here.
There he is.
Okay. Lan Larison.
Oh, man, he's good. Yeah, he's at
the UC Davis.
You can watch him at
Cal Ryan's
Cal tape.
You know who he was?
He's also a steer wrestler.
No, he was.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Let's see it.
Buchanan.
Buchanan, who played at Cal Davis before transferring to Cal.
This kid can get drafted.
Is that the very Camp Scatterbo-ish, huh?
Oh, he bounces off dudes. Look at him. Oh, he's legit. He could be on a roster next year.
All right. The truck is on again.
Congratulations.
Well done.
There's no accident. Well done. Let's get a little look at Daisy here and see what we've got. EBS, as where she calls home there. She just Q points, that's her game.
Deontay Hamilton out of Rutgers.
Look, there's accountability that she provides for that truck, keeps everybody in check. Just look, two-time first team, no stump selection. And look at her doing the Bosa sack celebration.
I like it. I like it. They're going to go celebrate by jumping in the pool.
Nice.
Hey.
Yes, nothing but applause. Well done. Thank you all.
Thank you to everybody who puts together all these tapes.
Hey, Marcus Davis, I'm going to show up for the cookout now. Make sure I got a place.
So, thank you to them, to all of them, everyone on the stream.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
DJ, your guy just went. Deontay Hamilton. There we go. Records.
Tape.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. McCaffrey with a tough call.
You can't go wrong.
This is the big call, Christian. Big call, biggest call of your life. Wood or tile finish. Which one you gonna do? This could make or break the whole kitchen. Call a timeout, Christian. London Sky. You sure?
You sure?
The man some London Sky.
And a decisive win with the Lowe's app. In-store, online, our Lowe's team has you covered.
Turn up your summer with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea.
Twisted Tea fans love the smooth, refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
This is Roundup for lawns. This stuff works. This stuff kills weeds down to the root without killing your lawn. This stuff works on dandelions, crabgrass, clover. This stuff works for up to 3 months. This stuff works guaranteed or your money back. This stuff works on big lawns, small lawns, and I guess you can call that a lawns. This stuff works without killing your lawn. This stuff works without killing your weekend. This stuff works for the rookies and the seasoned pros. This stuff works in Knoxville, Bronxville, Rockville, Marysville. This is Roundup for lawns. This stuff works.
Verizon Small Business Days are back. Our experts?
Welcome in.
Closer than you think.
Yes, great.
Nice surprise, huh? Ready to help. Serving up deals, advice, wherever you are. Even on the job.
Hey. Hi.
And making sure all your tech
Let's take a look.
is good to go. April 21st to 27th. Don't wait. Get started today.
Got one more, Antoine.
With USPS Brown's Advantage, it's like your
Safety out of Nevada for Arizona.
Getting closer and closer.
We got one more pick. Yep, Pittsburgh.
There's still at least 2 linemen that I'm looking at.
Right on time. Stay in the know. Your dock to their door.
You gesture, the world responds. In a car that doesn't offer that sense of control, it's a car that stops short.
I would not want to try to park my car with my damn phone. That's how you get. That's how you get into accidents, and then you end up on the phone with me.
Thunder up
So
by
how-
10. Thunder up by 10 with 5:41 to go in the game.
Valuable beyond crucial research work to fight
It's only
forms of childhood
2 series I really care about.
also to make sure any family
That's the Lakers and Golden State.
their kid needing to go to St. Jude
Nuggets and Golden State.
they
No. I'm talking about the Lakers series and Golden State
Oh, for
series.
me, I'm saying for me.
I want Golden State to take it all this year.
So do I. But Jimmy Butler hurt. Dirty ass Houston Rockets.
With a special treat. Todd Gurley ran. Oh, and he ran his first ever 40. Did you beat him? Stay tuned.
What I love is how subtly you're able to slide that in.
You talk about your laptop was about to die. I didn't realize my laptop was unplugged.
He didn't do the evaluation. He didn't go through that whole process. No combine, no pro day, like that. Remember, did he go in the draft?
I want Golden State to win it all for troll purposes.
Again, you'll see this.
Especially after I heard that Paul Pierce, if he wins, that'll be his fifth.
Yeah. That's the reason why I want it. Paul Pierce really can't stand LeBron.
You were hurt when you came out of Georgia, so he ran his first 40, and it's not bad when you run your first ever 40.
Paul Pierce is like
it's pretty neat. So,
Isaiah Thomas to LeBron.
Get ready to donate.
Like how Isaiah Thomas hates Jordan, Paul Pierce hates LeBron.
We always stop and pause when it is the 226th overall pick, a compensatory pick in the 98 draft out of Arizona State. And boy, that was a big moment for, at the time, the Cardinals organization for sure. Not really knowing who you're drafting, and then now there's a statue of Pat outside the stadium in Phoenix.
Do you know when he was Arizona State, Larry Martin was his head coach, and he told him, I'm not redshirting. Like, they have plans, and he's like, no, I'm not redshirting. He said,
what's he doing,
I've got things to do, coach. I don't have time to stay an extra year. We're going right now. Pretty cool.
So we're going to send things to the podium here for this selection. And pick 226, assuming this hasn't changed yet. Okay, it's belonging to the pick coming here. Send things to the stage.
Honors nearly 1,000 scholars with your scholarships in Arizona. Joining us on stage to announce this year's 227th is United States Army veteran and Tillman scholar Kevin.
I wonder if Uso is doing this pick.
Thank you.
He said he's doing a pick. I thought it was earlier, but I guess he's not.
Representing the Pat Tillman Foundation and all the Tillman scholars who continue to carry forward Pat's legacy. And now, with the 226th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Carson Bruner, linebacker, Washington.
Carson Bruner.
That is a fitting pick, and that's a legacy pick.
Wow, his dad played for the team.
Mark Bruner is
30
years ago drafted by the Steelers. Very cool. And Mark Bruner's still working in the Steelers front office in the personnel department, so I know he's a proud papa watching his son get drafted right here. Watch how he plays. Big time instincts. I mean, if you want to know where the football is, you will find him very close by. He plays with an aggressive, I wrote down almost reckless abandon. He's a fantastic special teamer, which is going to help him make this team. So, very, very cool moment.
The pick is in.
Yeah, I'm just waiting. I'm going to commercial on TV.
Line of Steeler tight ends. Pretty good tradition Steeler tight end, that's for sure. Pat Fryermuth carrying it on right now.
Second one out.
Yes, it is. Down the slash.
So one more pick for the Steelers, and then they will be done. And so congratulations to the Bruner family. Neat stuff. Legacy pick right there. When we come back, we will try and raise as much
money. We took a quarterback.
We took a quarterback.
Kids get out there and run. There's lots of them in the feature about to show. Please don't miss what you're about to see. And get.
push, pull, chin up, drop, run back, grind, hard, push, pull, chin up, can't get back. Grind, hard, push, pull, chin up, can't get back.
And the Chiefs just traded up.
Grand entrances need a Grand Highlander.
Who the fuck is Curtis Rourke?
Indiana quarterback.
This is the
No.
legendary life.
Who the fuck is Curtis Rourke?
He's good.
Stories. And if you've had one, you probably got a story.
Go to Twitter. I bet you that's all they're talking about right now.
Mopping is hard work.
I'm not on Twitter anymore.
For Power Mop, it has a built-in solution that breaks down dirt on contact. Plus, 360-degree swivel head, things up along baseboards, and even behind the toilet. Bye-bye, bucket. With the Swiffer Power Mop.
Yo, I can go all pro in this. I can guard to the air route.
Running back Rashard Smith for the Chiefs.
So I was looking for a quarterback? Go! You're right, Billy. He's due bring on that. Every shoe for every athlete. Dix is the GOAT.
Sorry, honey, it's a work thing. Mine's also a work thing. I just need someone to cover my shift.
So is mine. Alan says your business vehicle is now covered with Progressive.
Protected 24/7, just like your home and auto.
Oh, that's great.
He's a goddamn Canadian.
I'm sorry. You know, I heard that ground turkey is the healthiest poultry.
You know what? Never mind. Just be on your phone.
The future is here. We've been creating it for more than 100 years. From the most advanced technology to the broadest, most reliable network of sales and service dealers, always moving forward. We lead, others follow.
Why do NFL players choose to sleep over Smart Bed? I like to sleep cool.
And I like to sleep even cooler.
I really like it when we both get what we want.
Meet the Sleep Number Climate Cool Smart Bed. Sleep up to 15 degrees cooler on each side. Visit a Sleep Number store.
So we just drafted somebody from Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Maybe he knows the Heart Foundation.
His ass need to be wrestling, not playing quarterback.
5 o'clock local time here in Green Bay, working our way through the final bits of the first ever draft here in the shadow of Lambeau Field, a cathedral of professional football. Once again, I'm thrilled to try and pause the proceedings on behalf of people who need your help and people who help sick kids get better every single day, and make sure the parents of those sick kids who get the care that they need never see a bill for the care that they crucially require to get better and rebuild their lives and have a long and happy life. I'm talking about St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. This is all born out about 21 years ago. I'm sitting in the old RCA Dome with Terrell Davis, who was working with NFL Network at the time, waiting to shoot something for NFL Total Access for that night's NFL Network coverage of the 2005 Scouting Combine. I turned to Terrell Davis. I don't know why it popped in my head, but I asked him how fast I could run the 40 in my suit and tie and lace-up dress shoes at that very moment. He laughed at me. I cursed at him, and then I went down and ran the 40-yard dash, unknowing that the crew for NFL Network was recording it and then surprising me with it later on that night. Year after year goes by, about 11 years ago now, the idea came about to start raising money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. It was at that time I had young children, and I chose this charity and its work with the NFL because there, but for the grace of God, my wife and I would go if we ever get a phone call about our child needing to go to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And those who do get that call, go there, get their kids better, and could just focus on the care because they never see a bill because of the amount of money that St. Jude raises. So it's now time to raise money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. I ran my 40-yard dash at the Rose Bowl a few weeks ago. Here is the 21st all-time edition of Run Rich Run.
Welcome to the historic Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. It's the home for the last 100 years of some of the most iconic moments in sports and entertainment. And yes, that includes Run Rich Run. This is year 4 for us here.
Damn.
The Rose Bowl. Year 21.
The live stream going to cut out in about 5 minutes.
Lacing them up, thinking that I can get
faster in the 40.
We only got 6 hours on a live stream.
This is year 11 for the run to be conducted in support of
So,
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Pleased to say,
I'm gonna end it now.
And the NFL community, we've been able to raise over
And then I'm gonna bring another live stream up.
St. Jude through the life of the run.
All right, brother.
So, we'll be right back.
St. Jude is
You just gotta end this live stream right quick.
Thanks to the NFL's Play 60 program. It's